Chapter 699. 0699. The next morning, Yifan drove Su Qingshue's Bentley and the two of them arrived at the Cloud International Hotel. It was unknown if Su Qingxue was purposely trying to show off to Chu Yunyao, but she actually chose a white Bentley. The model was exactly the same as Chu Yunyao's car. Yifan pretended not to know anything. After getting off the car with the woman, he walked towards the hotel entrance. Around the hotel, there were a large number of reporters and photography teams. Even some of the nearby buildings were paparazzi reporters, trying to capture the scene from all angles. Yifan was very puzzled, and asked the woman, "Wife, is this best friend of yours so famous?" Su Qingxue looked at Yifan as if she was looking at a monster. "You really don't know my best friend?" Although she rarely had any activities in the country, she was the best actress of an international A-level film festival. She was very famous internationally. Last year, when it came to China, there were 2 Hollywood movies with a box office of more than 1 billion, and both of them were starring her. Yifan said, "Is she acting in one of those special effects blockbusters, action blockbusters or something?" "Yeah, she's a martial arts actor. Otherwise, in the Magnesium country, it would be difficult for actors in China to become famous by relying on other actors," Su Qingxue said. Yifan suddenly said, "No wonder I've never heard of her. I don't like watching action movies and special effects movies, because those are too boring for me." Su Qingxue thought about it and realized that it was true. The fights that men experienced themselves were much more exciting than the movies, so why watch those fake movies? As soon as he entered the hotel, he saw quite a few posters and banners for the hotel. "We warmly welcome Miss Ling Yue, the international movie queen, to the hotel." It could be seen that the Cloud Group also seemed to have spent money on this kind of international celebrity, in order to rely on Ling Yue to advertise. This Chu Yunyao, it seems like the hotel's business isn't that good." Su Qingxue looked at these advertisements with disdain. Yifan hurriedly catered to him and nodded, yes, business is definitely not good." Su Qingxue saw that the man also said the same thing. Regardless of whether he was sincere or not, she felt comfortable hearing it. She took the initiative to hold Yifan's arm. The two of them walked to the elevator together and found that there were 4 bodyguards and 2 hotel attendants guarding the elevator. It was obvious that they were afraid that someone would disturb Ling Yue at this critical moment. With a glance, Yifan could tell that these foreign bodyguards were from the special forces. Their strength was not bad. They should be from a professional bodyguard company. "Hubby, Wei Wei is in the presidential suite. We should be able to go in directly, right?" Su Qingxue asked. Because of Tong Huizhen's matter, Su Qingxue had been in a low mood for the past 2 days, so she didn't call out to him. Listening to it again after 2 days, it was like the sound of nature. It should be possible. "Didn't you contact her before?" Yifan said. Su Qingxue couldn't guarantee it either. When she reached the elevator, she was indeed stopped. "Sir and Madam, due to the fact that the Heavenly Queen is checking in, the situation is rather special. Please show us your room cards first," an attendant said. Su Qingxue said, "I'm Ling Yue's friend. My name is Su Qingxue, and I came to find her for a meal." She should have said it before. The waiter asked them to wait for a while and made a call. "Mr. Oh, Sonny, there's a Miss Su here. She said that she's a friend of Miss Vivian. She said that she made an appointment to have a meal with Miss Vivian." Yes, the waiter waited for a moment, hung up the phone, and said apologetically, "Miss Su, Miss Vivian didn't ask you out. Please go back." Su Qingxue was stunned. Yifan also had a puzzled expression as he looked at the woman. "Wife, what's the situation?" I don't know either." Su Qingxue frowned. "I'll make a call." The woman took out her cell phone and called Ling Yue, but her phone was turned off. Su Qingxue couldn't help but worry, how could this be? Did something happen to Wei Wei? Yifan asked the waiter, who is that Osani? Mr. Osani is Miss Vivian's manager. If there's anything, we can communicate with him. Most of us can't directly contact Miss Vivian, the waiter said. Li Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and brought Su Qingxue into the lobby. Hubby, why? I clearly agreed to it with Vivian. Su Qingxue was puzzled. Fan Xian said, I reckon that it's that Osani who doesn't want us to see her, or something unexpected happened. Wife, do you want to leave now, or do you have to go up and meet her? Su Qingxue said, I'm already here, if I don't see her, I won't be at ease. What if something really happens to her? But how do we get up there? Are we going to barge in? Yifan rubbed his chin and chuckled, wife. There's something I don't know if I should say. Su Qingxue thought for a moment, then snappily said, you want to find Chu Yunyao? Ugh. Is this the simplest way? Of course, if my wife doesn't want me to look for her, then I won't look for her. Yifan hurriedly said with a serious expression. Su Qingxue's eyes were cold, as if she was about to get angry. Yifan hurriedly said, I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Wife, don't be angry. Suddenly, Su Qingxue sighed and said, anyway, I can't stop you. You just like her. Li Fanxian's heart was filled with guilt. Wife, I'm not looking for her. I really don't want to look for her. Don't be like this. If I tell you to find it, then find it. Why are you so timid? Isn't I just afraid that my wife will be angry? I'm your wife, not a monster, and I won't eat you. Why are you so afraid of me? No matter what, you are a man, a dignified king of hell. Is there a need to be so afraid of me at home? It makes me seem like I have a bad temper. Su Qingxue pouted. Yifan thought, you have a bad temper to begin with, but he hurriedly smiled and said, then I'll look for Yunyao. Wife, wait a moment. Li Fanxian took out his phone and called Chu Yunyao, explaining the situation. Chu Yunyao seemed to have just finished a meeting. After listening, she said, I understand. You guys wait a moment. Not long after hanging up, a man in a suit jogged over to Yifan and Su Qingxue. Director Su, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I'm the general manager here, Zhao Guojun. Chairman Chu has already explained the situation. I'll bring you two to the presidential suite now. This way, please. With Zhao Guojun leading the way, the waiter at the elevator didn't dare to stop him. The bodyguard hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything. The three of them took the elevator all the way to the floor of the presidential suite. As soon as they got out of the elevator, they discovered that there were more than 10 tall bodyguards standing in the corridor. Director Su, I can only bring you two here because the hotel has signed an agreement with the GAA company of the Magnesium country. Including the management of our hotel, we can't disturb Miss Vivian without the permission of our manager, Orisani. Zhao Guojun said apologetically. Chapter 700. 0700. As soon as they arrived at the door, two tall bodyguards stretched out their hands and blocked the door in front of them. The few bodyguards beside them even reached into their waists and clothes. It was obvious that they were hiding some kind of weapon inside. Who are you? The white bodyguard asked in English. Su Qingxue said, I'm here to look for Vivian. I'm her friend, and we have an appointment to have lunch together today. You just need to ask her and you'll know. I'm sorry, but Miss Vivian's schedule today doesn't include eating with friends. Please leave immediately, the white bodyguard said solemnly. Su Qingxue frowned. Is it difficult for you to go in and ask? Did something happen to Vivian? Why won't you let her see me? The bodyguard's face darkened. Please leave, otherwise we won't be polite. Su Qingxue was angry in her heart, so she simply shouted at the door, Wei Wei. Are you in there, Wei Wei? As soon as he shouted, the bodyguard at the door flew into a rage. He extended his hand towards Su Qingshua's collar and was about to hit her. However, Yi Fan's speed was even faster. He had already swung his fist at the bodyguard's face. Pfft! The bodyguard spat out a mouthful of blood and 2 teeth, then fell to the ground at the door. What the F***ck, you dare to hit my wife in front of me? Yi Fan put on a very manly appearance and raised his eyebrows at Su Qingxue. Wife, did I do well? Su Qingxue didn't even react and couldn't help but sigh. You hit them too hard. At least they are Wei Wei's bodyguards. This is heavy. If I don't retract my strength, won't his head explode? Yi Fan innocently spread out his hands. While they were talking, the group of bodyguards beside them also came back to their senses. Immediately, 3 or 4 bodyguards rushed towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan's hands and feet were like the wind. He opened his bow left and right, sending one flying with a punch, kicking one away with a kick, grabbing one's neck with his hand, using the 2-meter-tall man as a sandbag, knocking over 2 more. When this group of retired Special Forces soldiers saw Yi Fan's skills, they finally realized that the situation was not good. They all took out their hidden pistols and aimed at Yi Fan. Immediately raise your hands above your head. Face the wall. Otherwise, we'll shoot, one of the bodyguards shouted. Yi Fan teasingly looked at the bodyguards on both sides who were holding their guns, his eyes revealing a cold glint. Open it, guess who will die first. The group of bodyguards looked at Yi Fan's calm appearance, and all of their hearts started to pound. They didn't know why, but the man in front of them was clearly unarmed, but none of them felt that they could defeat him. At this moment, the door to the presidential suite finally opened. A middle-aged fat Caucasian man with a pipe in his mouth and brown sunglasses walked out. He was balding and wore a checkered shirt. What the hell happened? What are you doing? Fatty's face was full of anger. Mr. Osani, these 2 people insist on seeing Miss Vivian. They say they have an appointment with Miss Vivian. A bodyguard quickly explained. Osani glanced at Yi Fan and the other 2 and said with a gloomy face, were you the ones who requested to see Vivian just now? I told you, Vivian has no time for you. Hurry up and scram, or I'll call the police. I don't believe it. I just called Wei Wei last night. She's my best friend, so it's impossible for her to suddenly not see us. Su Qingxue coldly said, and you're her manager, so you don't have the right to restrict who she meets. Osani sneered, looks like you guys are definitely going to prison. I'll call the police right now. After saying that, Osani was about to make a phone. Leaf, how could Fan Xian be willing to waste time with him? He directly walked into the suite. Hey! What are you doing? Halt! Osani reached out to stop him. However, with a flash of Yi Fan's body, he dodged the obstruction and arrived at the suite. The scene was in chaos. Su Qingxue took advantage of the time and also ran in. When they arrived at the presidential suite, the 2 of them discovered that it was completely empty. There was no one inside at all. Wei Wei! Wei Wei! Su Qingxue shouted twice, but there was no response. Yi Fan frowned and said, Wife, there really is no one here. She's not here. How could that be? Su Qingxue turned around and looked at Osani in confusion. What exactly is going on? She's not here at all. Why are you guys still guarding her like this? Osani was so angry that his face turned red, but he also looked panicked. This is none of your business. Get out of here. Yi Fan took a step forward and arrived in front of the fat manager. He grabbed his clothes and said with a cold expression, Listen, the way you talk to my wife isn't very good. I hope you can be a little more respectful. Why? Why? What do you think you are? Without waiting for Osani to finish speaking, Yi Fan punched a wall at the side. The fist was still more than a meter away from the wall, but the fist intent that it brought out was as powerful as breaking dry weeds and rotten wood. Boom! With a loud sound, a huge hole appeared in the wall and dust flew everywhere. Osani's face turned green as he stared dumbfoundedly at the hole. The bodyguards behind him were even more amazed, as if they had seen a ghost. This was simply like a dream. He didn't even touch it, and the wall almost collapsed. "Do you know how to speak now?" Yifan asked lightly. The fat white man swallowed his saliva and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. His eyes were filled with intense fear. "Sir, miss, I will definitely speak properly. Don't kill me." Osani was on the verge of tears. Su Qingxue sighed as she watched. Why did some people have to wait until Yifan was angry before they were willing to speak properly? But then again, ever since she met Yifan, this man had been growing stronger. Now, even though she knew Yifan's background, Su Qingxue still felt that this man's strength was unfathomable. Recently, Yifan had become even more diligent, practicing every morning and night. Su Qingxue was even more unable to see through how strong Yifan was. That's right, we Chinese are usually very easy to talk to and are very hospitable. That's right. We Chinese are usually very easy to talk to and are very hospitable. Come, don't be nervous. Sit down and slowly tell us what happened to your Miss Vivian. Yifan grinned and put Orisani down. Osani was almost leaning on the wall as he walked to a chair in the distance and sat down. He was so scared that he couldn't stand steadily. Actually, Osani said with a sullen face, "Vivian, she's missing." "What?" Su Qingxue immediately asked worriedly, "What do you mean by missing?" "I was still on the phone with her last night." Chapter 701. 0701. Doesn't the hotel have any surveillance cameras? Could it be that people will disappear from the world? Su Qingxue said anxiously. Yes. But there really isn't a record of Miss Vivian going in and out. Osani sighed. Then why did you keep stopping us from coming up? Why did you have to guard so tightly? Are you still not going to call the police to find someone? Su Qingxue said angrily. Osani said with a bitter face, "Call the police." I don't know what to say even if I call the police. The disappearance of a person is too bizarre. Moreover, we don't dare to leak this news to the outside world. Once Miss Vivian is kidnapped, our company's stock will plummet. The fans all over the world will be in a state of panic, and the pressure of public opinion will be enormous. The key is, we don't even know how he disappeared, so we can't give a reasonable explanation. We can't even do public relations. Right now, only a few higher-ups at the head office know that Vivian is missing and are discussing how to deal with it. Before we get the news, we can only pretend that Miss Vivian is still at the hotel. Hearing this, Su Qingxue's face was full of worry, and she couldn't help but look at Yifan. What should we do? Was Weiwei kidnapped? Yifan strolled around the presidential suite and said, "Did she leave anything behind?" "We called her cell phone just now, but we couldn't get through." Osani walked to the desk, picked up a diamond-studded phone, and said, "This is Vivian's phone, it was left here. I was worried that someone would call, so I turned it off." Yifan took it and turned on the phone. "Let's take a look at her last communication record, maybe we'll get something out of it." "But this phone needs her fingerprint and password to unlock it," Osani said bitterly. Yifan smiled. "This kind of special encrypted phone isn't a military phone. Just find a hacker and unlock it, what's so difficult about it?" "Wait a moment." Yifan quickly contacted Sally Yi, who was on Purgatory Island, and asked her to send a hacker to remotely unlock the phone. After unlocking it, Yifan flipped through the phone records and found that the second-to-last call was to Su Qingxue. Then, the next call was to a stranger. "Do you know who made this call?" Yifan asked. Osani looked at it, shook his head, and said doubtfully, this is a stranger. I didn't see Vivian pick it up. She should have picked it up in her room. Yifan pondered for a moment, then pressed the number and called back. This. What are you doing? Oh, Sonny exclaimed. Fan Xian shrugged, call and ask who the other party is, isn't that too much? Osani was speechless and said nervously, what if it's a bandit? Isn't that even better? At least we can solve the case, Yifan said. While they were talking, the call connected. After picking up, an old man's voice could be heard. What's up? Yifan asked. Hello, sir. I want to ask, did you call Miss Ling Yue last night? After a moment of silence, the old man said, she's fine. When the time comes, she will go back. After that, the old man hung up the phone. Yifan frowned, he wanted to call another person to ask about it, but he couldn't get through. Who the hell is that person? Osani asked anxiously, what happened to Vivian? Yifan said, has Miss Vivian encountered any threatening letters or enemies recently? No. If there is, we will have a clue, but the problem is that there is no such enemy. Osani said anxiously, what did that person say? Who is he? Yifan spread out his hands, that old man said that the time has come. Vivian should come back, so she will naturally come back. What do you mean it's time? When exactly is it? How would I know? Yifan smiled and said, then why don't we wait? Osani was about to go crazy, we can't wait. Although she can find a way to delay today's trip, from tomorrow onwards, her schedule and work will be fully carried out. Once the outside world finds out that she is missing, things will get out of hand. Qingxue was also worried and said with a frown, hubby, can you track the phone signal? Why do I feel that old man is strange? Could Wei Wei be in trouble? Seeing that his woman had said this, Yifan asked the hacker to track the coordinates of the previous phone call. In the end, he found that the location was still very familiar, Purple Leaf Tea House. This made Yifan confused. Could it be that this had something to do with Ning Zimo? Yifan hurriedly made a phone call and asked Ning Zimo, Ninger, that famous female celebrity called Ling Yue, is she with you? Ning Zimo said in surprise, hubby, how did you know? Are you also her fan? She came over this morning. There was an old man who seemed to be of good standing and prestige. He brought some people and booked a private room by the lake. He seemed to be talking about something. Yifan was stunned for a moment. From the looks of it, Ling Yue was not kidnapped, but was with someone she knew. But why did she disappear in such a bizarre manner instead of leaving properly? Alright, Ninger, I'll go take a look now. Don't alarm them. Yifan hung up the phone. After telling Su Qingxue about it, she was also very surprised. The two of them were about to go to the Purple Leaf Tea House, but they made Osani go crazy. He asked them if they had found Ling Yue. However, Yifan was too lazy to bring this manager along. After all, the situation was still unclear. Bringing him along would be tantamount to bringing a bunch of reporters over. After Yifan drove Su Qingxue out of the hotel, he changed his speed and made a few turns, shaking off Osani's cars before heading straight for the Purple Leaf Tea House. When they arrived at the tea house, little Zhao was already waiting at the door. Seeing that Yifan had brought Su Qingxue along, little Zhao was slightly stunned, but he quickly welcomed them with a smile. This was Su Qingxue's first time coming to the Purple Leaf Tea House. Looking at the surrounding scenery, she said, with such a beautiful place, no wonder I don't go home often. Leaf hearing this, Fan Xian felt rather awkward and hurriedly said, wife, you can come often in the future. In any case, everyone knows each other now. Haha, what are you talking about? Do you think my place is okay? Qingxue. Ning Zimo walked out with a smile. She was dressed in a Han dress, looking classical and graceful. Sister Ning, you look really good in these clothes. Su Qingxue sincerely praised, but immediately asked, "We're here to find Wei Wei. She's my best friend." Ning Zimo suddenly understood, "So that's how it is. You even know that kind of international heavenly queen. I've been nervous this morning, afraid that there would be reporters surrounding me. In the end, I didn't wait for the reporters, but instead waited for you guys. Miss Yu Wei is at the lake gazing hall, I'll take you there, Leaf." Chapter 702 0702 Su Qingxue and Ning Zimo looked at him in surprise. Ning Zimo asked, "What happened to the person who came?" "I think they're all quite friendly. Their cultivation is much higher than yours, so you can't tell that there's a martial artist in the middle who should have the strength to enter the spirit condensation realm. Normally speaking, such a person wouldn't be a small fry in the ancient martial world." Yi Fan said. Focus. This kind of realm was still too far away for the two women. Unless it was some hidden expert, otherwise, with this kind of strength, they would be able to become the upper echelons of any large sect. As a leader, the country would also value them highly. One had to know that when Yi Fan fought with the Dragon King, even the Dragon King was only half a step into the spirit condensation realm. Although it could be said that the position of the Dragon King was not purely based on strength, it was enough to prove that the people in this private room were not ordinary people. As the lady boss, Ning Zimo naturally went up and knocked on the door. "Old sir, Miss Ling, is it convenient for you to open the door?" An old man's voice came from inside, "Please come in." His attitude was quite good. Ning Zimo slowly opened the door. There were 7 or 8 men and women sitting inside, drinking tea at a short table. The atmosphere seemed rather solemn. An old man with a gray beard and hair. His hair was meticulously combed, and he wore a navy blue retro outfit. His eyes were hale and hearty. Behind the old man, there were a few middle-aged or young men and women. All of them had extraordinary temperaments and sharp gazes. Little Snow. In the private room, the only young woman stood up with a happy expression. She was wearing a dark blue trench coat with a white sweater inside, black slim pants, and black leather boots. She was dressed in a European and American street style. The woman's shoulder-length hair was slightly curled, and her face was a natural oval face. Her eyes, nose, and small mouth couldn't be said to be particularly outstanding, but when her facial features were put together, she was as beautiful as a begonia flower after the rain, giving off a strong aura of an Eastern woman. The key was that her figure was truly alluring. Her proud chest was not like that of an ordinary Eastern woman, and her perky buttocks and long legs, because of her fitness, were tight and straight, and her thick and thin ratio was shockingly sexy. Although in terms of appearance and temperament, she was not as good as Su Qingxue, but if it was a dark night and they were on the big bed, this kind of woman would be even better. However, Yi Fan didn't dare to look too much. After all, there were 2 women standing beside him. When Qingxue saw the girl, she also smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. "Wei Wei, why did you suddenly come here? Why didn't you tell me? I thought you were in trouble." Ling Yu Wei smiled with a complicated expression. "I'm fine, it's my grandfather who came to find me. He came out in a bit of a hurry." "Your grandfather?" Only now did Qingxue understand who the old man was. She hurriedly greeted, "Hello Grandpa Ling, I'm Wei Wei's classmate from school." "Hello." The old man smiled amiably, but his eyes were thoughtfully looking at Yi Fan, who was behind him. The reason why Ling Yu Wei was able to suddenly disappear from the presidential suite was probably because she used her movement technique to fly out of the window. Previously, Su Qingxue had said that Ling Yu Wei had successfully made her debut by acting in an action movie. It was because Ling Yu Wei was an ancient martial artist. This was also why the hotel's cameras couldn't capture any records of her entering and exiting. Speaking of which, it was laughable. Ling Yu Wei's group of bodyguards might not even be a match for her employer. "Xiao Shui, is this your husband?" Ling Yu Wei curiously sized up Yi Fan. Su Qingxue blushed and said, yes, his name is Yi Fan. Surnamed Yi. Ling Yue was stunned for a moment, and then said with a sigh, his surname is actually Yi as well. What do you mean by surnamed Yi? Su Qingxue was puzzled. Oh. Ling Yue smiled and shook her head, nothing. It's just that he's not as handsome as I imagined. He doesn't feel like he has any special qualities. What exactly do you see in him? Hearing this, Yi Fan was unconvinced. Miss Ling, I admit that I don't have any inner qualities, but my looks should be handsome enough, right? When Ling Yue heard this, she giggled, oh, so your husband is a clown. Su Qingxue felt a little embarrassed. Couldn't this guy be a little more serious? He's just like that, ignore him. Su Qingxue turned around and asked, Wei Wei, you suddenly ran out. Your manager over there is about to go crazy. What's going on? Don't worry about him, this is just a small matter. The main thing is that I want to use the normal way to come out with my grandfather. It's not convenient, so I might as well just come out. Ling Yue helplessly blinked her eyes. After all, I have too many followers. So it's like that, I thought something happened to you. Su Qingxue shook her head and sighed. What can happen to me? Have you forgotten? Back then, when we were in school, 7 or 8 hooligans surrounded us and attacked us, but didn't I still beat them away? If you want to kidnap me, Ling Yue, that's just a dream. Ling Yue curiously asked, oh right, Xiao Shui, how did you know I was here? Su Qingxue naturally wouldn't go into too much detail, she only said, this is Hua Hai, there's always a way to find you. Seriously, at least tell me, it makes people worry. When Ling Yue heard this, she happily reached out her hand and hugged Su Qingxue's slender waist, kissing Su Qingxue on the mouth. TSK. The sound of kissing could be heard clearly in the entire room. Fan Xian watched as Su Qingxue was kissed. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't stop her. Her best friend had a good relationship, so he should just kiss her. Su Qingxue's face turned red. Wei Wei, what are you doing? Ling Yue smiled sweetly and said, Xiao Shui, I'm sorry. You also know that I'm a careless person, so it's easy for me to forget everything. However, you're so concerned about me, and you're actually able to find me here. I'm still very touched. After all, you're my good wife, and you're so concerned about me. Who's your wife? If you continue to be like this, I'll get angry. Su Qingxue was speechless for a while, and worriedly looked at Yi Fan behind her. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong, and suspiciously said, Miss Ling, don't make me misunderstand. Are you trying to steal my wife? What do you mean steal from you? It was you who stole my little Snow, okay? Didn't little Snow tell you that she was my wife when we were at school? Ling Yue proudly blinked her eyes. Su Qingxue's face was burning, and she hurriedly explained, don't believe her. She called it herself. Ling Yue, if you continue like this, I'll ignore you. Yi Fan was confused, but there was one thing that made him more and more certain, this Ling Yue seemed to like women. Chapter 703. 0703. As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan, Su Qingxue, and Ning Zimo were all very surprised. Why did it sound like someone from the Ling family wanted Ling Yue to marry someone else? Wei Wei, what's going on? You. What are you talking about? Su Qingxue pushed her best friend away. Ling Yue flipped her hair and said, I have a child marriage, but you know, I don't like men at all, and I don't like that marriage partner even more. But my grandfather insisted on taking me back to fulfill the marriage contract. Am I not negotiating with him right now? Su Qingxue was stunned. You still have a child marriage. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? It's not like it's anything to be proud of. Do I still have to show off on the streets? Ling Yue rolled her eyes. Li Fan Xian and Ning Zimo were not surprised. It was normal for large families, especially traditional large families, to have such a child marriage, child brides, and the like. However, no one would have thought that a world-class celebrity, Ling Yue, would actually have such a traditional family background. At this time, the old man stood up and said in a calm tone, "This is not a negotiation. You are the only woman in the third generation of the Ling family. You must fulfill your obligations to the family. After all these years, I have not interfered with your life. When you were studying in Huahai, I did not care about you. When you ran overseas, I did not stop you. It's time to return to the family and fulfill the marriage contract. Your future in-laws did not despise you for being a girl outside for so many years, which is already very magnanimous. That's because they don't understand me. If they knew what kind of woman I am, they definitely wouldn't want me." Ling Yue frowned and said, "Grandfather, I won't go back to get married anyway. Even if you want to kick me out of the Ling family, I won't obey." The old man's face darkened. "I've been trying my best to persuade you for so long, why are you so stubborn? Do you know what this marriage of yours means to our Ling family? Do you think that by messing around outside like this, you can really avoid your mission? From the moment you were born, the mission that you carried is not something that you can abandon just because you want to. *CK his mission. I'm not willing to marry him. If you dare to force me, I'll take a knife and slash my face a few times. Let's see if their family still wants me." Ling Yue was so angry that her eyes turned red. "Shut up. You're just a girl, how can you spout such nonsense?" The old man scolded angrily. "That's how I am. Let them all come and see. If you dare to ask me to marry him, be careful that I'll give that guy a green hat." Ling Yue retorted. "You." The old man trembled in anger. Yi Fan, who was at the side, sucked in a breath of cold air. This girl's temper was quite hot. No wonder Su Qingxue said that she was a bad girl back then. What a pity for the grandfather in the world. This old man Ling, an expert of the spirit condensation realm, was actually angered by his own granddaughter to the point that he was trembling. "Old Master Ling, since Wei Wei is so unwilling to marry, can't you make an exception? A forceful melon is not sweet." Su Qingxue couldn't help but intercede for her best friend. The old man took a deep breath and said, "This is a matter of our Ling family. Miss, you don't have to say any more." Ling Yue snorted, held Su Qingxue's hand and said, "Xiao Shui, don't waste words with my grandfather. He's just a stubborn old man, it doesn't make sense. Let's go." But Su Qingxue still felt that it wasn't appropriate. The old man said, "Yue, even if you can leave today, you still have to face reality in the end. The next time I come looking for you, it's possible that the person who will come won't just be an old man like me. You should take advantage of this time to settle all these worldly matters. You should have enough fun making movies or something. You don't belong to that kind of place at all. Making movies is my career. It's not just for fun. I want to be a director in the future. Be a producer. That's my dream. I don't want to be treated as a tool and live for that kind of disgusting engagement. I also have my own life." Ling Yue said seriously. The old man was unmoved. "No matter what you say, the heavens cannot be disobeyed. Then just you wait. Sooner or later, I will go against the heavens and change my fate." After Ling Yue said those harsh words, she pulled Su Qingxue out. Yi Fan didn't want to cause any more trouble. Since everyone wasn't familiar with each other, seeing that the woman was about to leave, he also planned to leave. But just as he was about to turn around, he was stopped by the old man. "Young man, please wait." Yi Fan turned around, and Su Qingxue and Ling Yue also turned around. They didn't expect the old man to specifically call out to Yi Fan. "What's wrong, old man. Yi Fan politely smiled. This old man's name is Ling Qingfeng. You might not have heard of me, but I see that the woman beside you has cultivated ancient martial arts, so she should know about the ancient martial world. We are from the Mount Shu sect of the ancient martial world. Ling Qingfeng said with a smile. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment before he suddenly understood why this group of people looked so sharp. The Mount Shu sect, wasn't that one of the 4 great sects in China, a sect that specialized in sword arts? This group of people were obviously focused on practicing swordsmanship, so their temperament and gazes were all quite sharp. Looking at Ling Qingfeng's cultivation, he should have a very high position in the Mount Shu sect. The Ling family that Ling Yuwei belonged to indeed had an extraordinary background. It was very likely that the current Mount Shu sect was led by the Ling family. Ling Qingfeng couldn't see through Yi Fan's cultivation, because Yi Fan's strength was already higher than his, and he didn't have any internal energy. However, Su Qingxue and Ning Zimo both practiced inner force, so they were naturally able to see through it. Mount Shu sect, it's been a long time since I last saw your name. Is there something you need from old Master Ling? Yi Fan was puzzled. Seeing that Yi Fan knew, Ling Qingfeng was even more satisfied. He said, "Young man, are you willing? Take me as your master." The scene was inexplicably quiet. Not only was Yi Fan dumbstruck, even Su Qingxue and Ning Zimo, who were at the side, felt a wave of bafflement. They even felt a little funny. Ling Yuwei, on the other hand, looked at Yi Fan up and down in shock, as if she wanted to see something. Yi Fan swore that if he were to guess, he wouldn't be able to guess even if he were to guess 10,000 times. Ling Qingfeng actually wanted to take him in as his disciple. Yi Fan really wanted to laugh out loud, but he felt that it wasn't appropriate, so he could only stiffly ask, "Old man, you should be joking, right? Do you think this old man is joking?" Ling Qingfeng said calmly, "I, Ling Qingfeng, have accepted more than 20 disciples so far, but in the past 15 years, I haven't accepted any more disciples. It's all because it's been hard to find good seedlings. Today, when I saw you, young man, I've been observing you. I discovered that your physique, your body proportion, even your hands, your temperament. All of them have the potential to become a peerless swordsman." Chapter 704. 0704 cough cough. 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 Because these words were too stimulating, Yi Fan choked on his own saliva and started coughing violently. He really didn't know whether to say that this old man was innocent or that he was too confident. Ling Qingfeng thought that Yi Fan was too excited and comforted him with a smile, "You don't have to be too nervous. I know you might be very excited, but if I don't figure out your muscles and bones, it would be very difficult for me to come to a conclusion. Of course, just by looking at your current body, I feel that you are a top-notch martial arts seedling. No, no. Old Master Ling, you misunderstood me." Yi Fan didn't even know where to start. Looking at Su Qingxue and Ning Zimo beside him, the two women were actually covering their mouths and laughing. He felt even more embarrassed. *CK, was it so easy to be looked down upon without inner force? In the past, he was just thought that he didn't have any skills, but this time, he was going to be taken in as a disciple. Misunderstanding. What did you misunderstand? Ling Qingfeng asked. Yi Fan waved his hand, "I'm not a little kid anymore, forget about taking me as a disciple and practicing martial arts." Yi Fan was also embarrassed to say that you, old man, couldn't beat me at all. This would definitely cause a conflict, so he casually found a reason. Who would have thought that Ling Qingfeng would laugh loudly and say, "Haha, you don't know. Ancient martial arts are not afraid of old age. Even if you start practicing martial arts in your prime, your perception is high, and you walk the right path, you can still have a smooth journey. Become a top expert. You don't know your grandma." Yi Fan had known these words since he was young. This was what he taught Ning Zimo and Su Qingxue back then. Yi Fan was speechless. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with this old man. He shook his head and said, "I'm not interested anyway. Old man, you should go somewhere else and find a disciple." Ling Qingfeng couldn't help but reveal an awkward expression. One had to know that there were many disciples from famous families who wanted to become his disciple. He, Ling Qingfeng, had always been the one who took the initiative to accept disciples. Who would have thought that he would be rejected this time? Ling Yue, who was at the side, saw that her grandfather had suffered a setback and felt that it was novel. Yin Ling smiled and said, "Grandfather, look, even my best friend practices ancient martial arts. As her husband, a man, he doesn't practice martial arts. It's obvious that he's not interested in ancient martial arts. Don't ask for trouble." Ling Yue also discovered that Su Qingxue now had an inner force skill, but Ling Yue didn't find it strange. It wasn't rare for rich people to want to strengthen their bodies and learn an inner force skill. She mingled in the upper class of society and had seen some rich and powerful people practicing internal energy to nourish their bodies, so she was not surprised. The few disciples and juniors behind Ling Qingfeng could no longer sit still. They were all a little envious. Ling Qingfeng was willing to accept such a young man as his last disciple, but this fellow actually refused without knowing what was good for him. "Brat, do you know who you're talking to? My master is a famous swordsman in the ancient martial arts world of China. As the great elder of the Shu Mountain sect, people in the Jianghu respected him as the wind-chasing swordsman. The current sect leader of our Mount Shu sect, our eldest senior brother, is our master's eldest son. You have no idea how terrifying my master's cultivation is." A tall and sturdy man with a square head and big ears walked up and spoke to Yi Fan with a loud voice. Ling Qingfeng stretched out his hand to stop him. "Pan Yi, don't scare him. This old man doesn't want to use his reputation to suppress others. A forced disciple will definitely not be willing to train well." The disciple called Pan Yi respectfully lowered his head. "Master, I just feel that this kid is short-sighted and simply cannot understand the glory of being accepted as your disciple. I feel that it is not worth it for Master. The purpose of imparting knowledge is to pass down the ultimate techniques of our ancestors. It is to contribute to the ancient martial arts of our China. This is a great merit in itself. We can't be too hasty. We have to guide them patiently. This young man obviously doesn't have enough understanding of ancient martial arts. He doesn't have much contact with the charm of our Mount Shu sword sect's martial arts. He still doesn't know anything. It's useless for you to shout and shout like this. It will only scare him," Ling Qingfeng said. Pan Yi hurriedly cupped his hands. "Master is right, I was reckless. Little brother, you must know that there are countless disciples from famous sects in China who want to enter our Mount Shu sect, and even more so, they want to enter our master's sect. This is a great honor, you must consider it carefully." Another short-haired female disciple said with a smile. Fan Xian forced a smile. "Big sis, if I want to take you as my master, that's my business, I'm not interested." Fan Xian really didn't want to be too direct. If that was the case, Mount Shu would definitely think that he was deliberately provoking them. Moreover, Ling Yue was Su Qingxue's best friend, so it wouldn't be good for her to have a conflict with the Ling family. "You." Pan Yi was impatient. Seeing Yi Fan like this, he couldn't help but stare at him with wide eyes. Ling Qingfeng stretched out his hand and smiled as he stopped his disciple from getting angry. "Young man, I heard your name just now. It's Yi Fan, right? Yi Fan, I sincerely want to take you in as my disciple, but if you don't want to, I won't force you. However, it's rare for this old man to find a good seedling like you, and for you to waste your talent in the secular world. I feel that I've let down my ancestor and the ancestors of the way of the sword in the ancient martial world. You don't know much about ancient martial arts and the way of the sword, so you don't know the charm of this. can you give this old man some more time to show you the charm of the way of the sword? Yi Fan thought to himself, if you want to show it, then show it. After you show it, I'll continue to say that I'm not interested. The old man was already so old, so when he spoke so politely, Yi Fan felt embarrassed to be too stingy. Alright, then let me see what the charm of the way of the sword is like. Yi Fan grinned. Ling Qingfeng nodded his head in satisfaction. In the next second, his entire temperament seemed to have changed, as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. Li Hong, bring me my sword. The female disciple who had just spoken replied respectfully. Then, she revealed the hilt of the sword wrapped in cloth in her hand. Clang! With a crisp sound of a sword, a long, slender, and simple sword flew out of the scabbard, shining with a cold light. The sword seemed to have a mind of its own as it landed in Ling Qingfeng's hands. The old man's figure was like the wind, and with a flash, he had already floated outside the lake viewing hall, landing on the surface of the indigo lake. This movement technique, caused the hearts of the disciples to be captivated. In the blink of an eye, Ling Qingfeng's feet touched the blue waves, and he was dozens of meters above the lake. Ling Qingfeng waved the long sword in his hand, and after lightly leaping into the air, his sword suddenly slashed down. Boom! A ray of sword chi suddenly appeared. The sword chi of the half-moon arc landed on the surface of the lake, instantly creating a crack that was more than 10 meters long. The water splashed high into the air, reaching a height of 7 to 8 meters. Its momentum was astonishing. After the sword strike, Ling Qingfeng floated back into the private room. His body was not stained by the slightest drop of water. He threw away the sword in his hand, and the sword seemed to have a mind of its own as it returned to its scabbard. Master, your sword chi slash is truly peerless. Disciple Pan Yi said enviously. That's right, the sword chi is vigorous, but it doesn't lose its agility. The other disciples also praised. Seeing that everyone present was fascinated, Ling Qingfeng was quite pleased with himself. He looked at Yi Fan with a smile and said, Yi Fan, are you interested in the way of the sword now? Yi Fan knew some of the main martial arts of the Mount Shu sect. Although he had never seen this sword chi slash before, he had heard of it before. Now that he looked at it, he felt that it did have some skill. However, he had learned the ancient sword technique and comprehended how to use the power of heaven and earth to interpret the sword intent. His current understanding of the way of the sword had already surpassed Ling Qingfeng's by a large margin, so he felt that this sword chi slash was very ordinary. I'm sorry, old man, I'm still not interested. It's already noon, so I think we should disperse. I'm going to eat. Yi Fan smiled, waved his hand, and turned around, intending to leave quickly. This time, Ling Qingfeng's face stiffened. He was embarrassed and a little angry, but in front of a junior, it was not good for him to flare up. Chapter 705 0705 Seeing that Pan Yi was about to make a move, Ling Yue stood up and said, Hey! Pan Yi! You dare to try! Yue! Don't stop me! Seeing that it was his teacher's granddaughter who had come out to block him, Pan Yi couldn't use force. Although Ling Yue had left Mount Shu at a young age, she was still the young miss of the Ling family, so her status was not ordinary. Yi Fan is my best friend's husband. In front of me, you want to fight someone who has never practiced ancient martial arts. Are you still considered elites of the Mount Shu sect? Ling Yue was very angry. She felt that this group of people had embarrassed her. Pan Yi and the others had complicated expressions on their faces. From the sound of it, it seemed like they were the ones bullying others with their martial arts. Ling Qingfeng sighed and said, Pan Yi, we are a righteous sect. Don't get the reputation of bullying others with your strength. Forget it. But, Master, I just can't stand it. This brat actually dares to look down on our Mount Shu sect's absolute arts, and even so casually rejects your good intentions. Pan Yi gritted his teeth and said. Yi Fan spread out his hands. Bro, our country's laws don't stipulate that we can't reject the Mount Shu sect's disciple, right? I just don't want to take him as my master, right? The female disciple behind him rolled her eyes and stepped forward. Master, this disciple has a small suggestion. I don't know if I should say it. Li Hong, if you have something to say, just say it, Ling Qingfeng said. Master, I think this little brother Yi doesn't understand the benefits of practicing martial arts very well. Why not invite him to our Mount Shu as a guest for 2 months and try to practice martial arts? Once he truly understands it, we can consider whether or not to formally acknowledge him as our master. Ling Qingfeng's eyes lit up and said, this idea is not bad. Yi Fan, are you interested in visiting our Mount Shu for 2 months? He really couldn't bear to part with such a good seedling, especially the Mount Shu sect and the Ling family. They had always lacked a top expert to support them, so he wanted to find a good disciple while he could still teach them. Originally, he didn't have much hope, but he didn't expect to meet such an unpolished jade like Yi Fan. Yi Fan couldn't hold it in anymore. If he wanted him to stay in Mount Shu for 2 months, how could he have the time? Clenching his teeth, Yi Fan directly said, Old man, it's not that I don't want to practice martial arts, I've already practiced it. I know ancient martial arts, so you should find someone else to be your disciple. Humph, nonsense. Even if you want to lie, you have to have basic common sense. Pan Yi disdainfully said, you don't have a single trace of Jinqi on you. Could it be that you only practice external techniques in ancient martial arts? That's right. Yi Fan hurriedly nodded, you have good eyesight, I only practice external techniques. The group of people from the Mount Shu sect frowned. None of them believed that a person who truly practiced ancient martial arts would only practice external techniques. For thousands of years, the ancient martial arts world had tacitly placed inner force as the top priority. It was based on the depth of the inner force cultivation. The realms were also divided in this way. Purely practicing external martial arts was nothing more than some flamboyant tricks to swindle people or some soldiers. Therefore, when Yi Fan said this, no one believed him. Instead, they felt that Yi Fan was purposely finding an excuse to brush him off. Ling Qingfeng shook his head and sighed. He didn't expect Yi Fan to start lying in order to refuse to acknowledge him as his master. Good, what a good external technique. How about this? I, Old Pan, will not use internal energy, nor will I use my sword. I will use my body, my fists, and my feet to compete with you. If your external ability wins against me, I will submit to you. If you lose, apologize to my master. Pan Yi said. Li Fan Xian frowned, feeling that it was inexplicable. Why should he fight with him? Besides, what did he do wrong? Why should he apologize? Ling Yue was very dissatisfied. Hey, Pan Yi, you're already in the body refinement stage, and your physical fitness has already been strengthened. If you fight with Yi Fan, aren't you still bullying him? Yue, don't worry about it. I have my own limits and won't kill him. However, this brat has repeatedly rejected my master's good intentions. I want to see just what kind of ability he has to dare to be so arrogant. Pan Yi said with a snarl. How am I arrogant? Is it wrong not to want to acknowledge me as your master? Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. If it wasn't for Ling Yue, he would have wanted to teach this group of guys a lesson. He wanted them to know what it meant to be a frog in a well, to actually look down on external cultivation. Hubby, even if you say more, they won't believe you. In any case, it's just a spar, so just compete. I've already booked a restaurant to welcome Wei Wei, don't drag it out for too long. Su Qingxue was also a little impatient as she waited at the side. When Yi Fan heard his wife say this, he sighed, all right, then let's compete. But after the competition, don't bother me anymore. Master, what do you think? Can you let me compete with him? Pan Yi hurriedly asked Ling Qingfeng, who was beside him. Ling Qingfeng was willing to see Yi Fan get taught a lesson, but he was afraid that Pan Yi would be too heavy-handed and injure Yi Fan, so he wouldn't be able to properly take in a disciple. The old man muttered to himself for a moment, then said, "In my opinion, it's fine to compete in martial arts, but it's not worth it to injure your body." Since Yi Fan said that he practices external techniques, then he should be very confident in his own physical fitness. "I think this way, you guys can go outside and compete in strength. This way, you won't have to hurt each other, and you can also have a comparison." "Compete in strength? How do we compete?" Ning Zimo asked curiously. Ling Qingfeng chuckled and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to follow him out. Everyone arrived at the back of the Purple Leaf Tea House. It was an open space for training, and there were even a few cars from the Purple Bamboo Forest gang parked beside them. Ling Qingfeng pointed to the SUVs that were parked there and said, "In ancient times, there was an overlord lifting a cauldron, proving that he was born with divine strength. The initial strength of us martial artists is very difficult to match up to the overlord. However, if one reached the body refinement realm, there wouldn't be much of a difference. With just physical strength, many people would be able to lift an object weighing 300 to 400 kilograms. Yi Fan, you said that you practice external techniques, then this disciple of mine, Pan Yi, will not be making things difficult for you in terms of pure strength. You and my disciple, let's see who can lift a car there. If my disciple loses, it proves that you are indeed capable, and I won't say anything more. If you lose, forgive me for being thirsty for talent. I want to find a good seedling for the Mount Shu sect, and I must bring you to Mount Shu to properly experience the charm of the Way of the Sword." Pan Yi had a confident look on his face as he rolled up his sleeves and looked at Yi Fan in ridicule. "Stinking brat, bring out all your strength and let me see how you train your external techniques." Li Fan Xian thought that this competition was not bad, at least he didn't need to hit anyone. He also didn't want to have any enmity with the Ling family and the people from Mount Shu, so he smiled. "Then you go, choose a car." Pan Yi laughed out loud and directly walked to the largest Cadillac SUV, saying, "If you want to play, then let's play big. How about we carry this car?" The people of Mount Shu all laughed. "Senior brother Pan, do you need to play such a big game? This car must weigh more than 5,000 kilograms. Even you would find it difficult to carry it, right? This isn't good. Senior brother Pan is trying to scare our future junior brother." Ha! The group of people couldn't stop laughing, but Su Qingxue and Ning Zimo didn't panic. Although they didn't know how heavy Yi Fan was, they had blind confidence in Yi Fan's strength. Ling Yue looked at Yi Fan worriedly. "Hey, little Snow's husband, can you do it? That Pan Yi is one of the best in Mount Shu, why don't we take this opportunity to change the method of competition? You're a bit more nimble, why don't you compete with him in speed or something?" Chapter 706 0706-inch Sigh. Ling Yue sighed helplessly. "Forget it, it's fine even if you lose. With me here, I won't let my grandfather forcefully take you to Mount Shu." "Hee hee, then I really have to thank Miss Ling." Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you thanking me for? I'm only doing it for little Snow's sake. Actually, I can't wait for you to be brought to Mount Shu. That way, I can snatch my wife back." As Ling Yue spoke, she once again hugged Su Qingshue's slender waist. Qingxue hurriedly took her hand away and said angrily, "You're joking. Just quietly watch the competition. After the competition, we'll go eat." "Humph, now that you have a man, you don't want me anymore. You forget about me when you see a man." Ling Yue pouted, but still obediently looked towards the parking space. At this moment, Pan Yi had already made his move. After taking a deep breath, he placed his hands on the chassis of the car. Then, all the muscles in his body tensed up, and he exerted strength from his waist and abdomen. "Ah!" Pan Yi roared, his veins appearing. He gritted his teeth and used all the strength in his body to forcefully lift up the front of the SUV, which was nearly 3 tons in weight. Although it was quite strenuous and he was sweating profusely, he still managed to lift the car. After taking a few steps, the front of the car was pushed higher and higher. It looked like it was about to turn 90 degrees and be flipped over. The group of Mount Shu sect disciples all applauded and cheered. To be able to do this with pure strength and not inner force, one had to have a very strong physique. In any case, no one else would even dare to think about it. Ling Qingfeng also had a satisfied expression on his face, feeling that his disciple had helped him gain face. Pan Yi turned around and smiled proudly at Yi Fan. "Brat, have you seen it clearly? Do you want me to demonstrate it to you again?" Yi Fan was a little dumbfounded. It wasn't that he felt that Pan Yi was powerful, but that this group of Mount Shu sword sect fellows really didn't have much experience. With this bit of strength, there were many people in the underground world who could defeat him purely by relying on their physical strength. Not to mention some adepts who were born with divine strength, just the old monsters of the blood race, some dark creatures, and the dragon knights who were cultivation madmen. Even his own brothers, Azazel and Mammon, could overturn this car. Maybe it's because these guys have never been out of the country. Yi Fan thought. Pan Yi and the others thought that Yi Fan was scared and became even more pleased with themselves. They called out, "Brat, it's your turn. It's not too late to admit defeat now. Otherwise, it won't be good if you injure yourself later." Fan Xian was too lazy to bother with him. He walked over to Pan Yi's side and said, "Let me do it." Pan Yi narrowed his eyes, sneered, and put down the car. Clang! The front wheels of the car landed on the ground, giving off an incomparably heavy sound. "Don't sprain your waist," Pan Yi mocked and walked away arrogantly. Yi Fan didn't waste any more words. He reached under the car with one hand and lifted the front of the car. For a moment, the entire place was eerily quiet. The people from Shu Mountain were even more dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open, unable to close. This was because the speed at which Yi Fan lifted the front of the car with one hand was too fast. This was too easy. It was as if the car was made of foam. Ling Qingfeng was also someone who had seen the world, but the old man was still intimidated by this scene. His body felt as if it had frozen. Pan Yi hadn't even walked back when he saw everyone's exaggerated expressions. When he turned around, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. This. Pan Yi's mind went blank, feeling incredulous. Only Su Qingxue and Ning Zimo were mentally prepared and didn't feel that it was too exaggerated. However, Ling Yue, who was still worried about Yi Fan's failure, was already like the others, covering her mouth, unable to say anything. Yi Fan didn't care about their surprise. After lifting the front of the car with one hand, he grabbed the chassis with the other and easily lifted the car up. Then, he pushed it into the air. The Cadillac, which was close to 3 tons, was like a toy car. After being thrown into the air by Yi Fan, it landed in Yi Fan's hands. Yi Fan's 2 hands were like throwing a basketball, up and down, throwing it 3 times in a row, and then throwing it into another parking space in front of him. Clang! When the Cadillac landed on the ground again, everyone felt as if they had woken up from a dream. One by one, they rubbed their eyes. If they weren't sure that the car had changed parking spaces, they would have thought that they were dreaming. Yi Fan actually threw a 5,000 to 6,000 kilogram lump of steel into the air and caught it as if it was nothing. Then how terrifying was the strength of his body and the strength of his arms. Ling Qingfeng was so excited that his face flushed red, as if he didn't know where to start. How is it? This should be considered my win. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving first. Yi Fan patted the dust off his hands and walked back into the crowd. Pan Yi's face was burning as he looked at Yi Fan's pair of arms, puzzled. Actually, the people present couldn't understand. Yi Fan's body and arms weren't that thick, so how could they be so abnormal? Great! That's great! Ling Qingfeng suddenly shouted. Yi Fan was puzzled. Old man, what are you doing? Ha 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 ha. With such innate divine strength, he was indeed a top-grade martial arts seedling. Yi Fan, if you are willing to practice martial arts, you will definitely become an expert of your generation, or even a grandmaster of your generation. With such physical talent, even if I don't touch your muscles and bones, I can be sure that you are a natural-born genius in the sword, or even a 1 in 10,000 natural-born sword body. You must not waste it for nothing. Yi Fan was on the verge of collapse. This old man, not only did he not give up, he even wanted to take him in as his disciple. Old man, I already said that I don't need a master. Yi Fan sighed bitterly. Ling Qingfeng guided him. You are still young. Although your physical strength is astonishing, your strength is still on the surface. As you grow older, it will weaken. Only by truly practicing ancient martial arts and the way of the sword will you be able to fully display your physical advantage. Child, don't be stubborn. You are born to practice the sword. Yi Fan could no longer bear it. He held Su Qingshue's hand and said, Wife, let's go. I can't take it anymore. Su Qingshue couldn't help but want to laugh. This was the first time she saw Yi Fan being driven crazy. However, this Ling Qingfeng was indeed persistent. It seemed that the more he looked at Yi Fan, the more he liked him. Yi Fan pulled Su Qingshue away. Ling Yue and Ning Zimo naturally left as well. Pan Yi and the others planned to chase after him, but were stopped by Ling Qingfeng. Master, this kid really doesn't know what's good for him. I'll go teach him a lesson. Pan Yi said. Alright, isn't it embarrassing enough? A body refinement stage kid is not as strong as a kid without an ancient martial arts cultivation. Ling Qingfeng lectured, we can't rush this matter. Yi Fan is a great talent, I must think of a way to recruit him into Mount Shu and properly train him into the mainstay of our Mount Shu. In the future, he will definitely be someone who can take on great responsibilities. Just him. So stubborn and unruly. Pan Yi said disdainfully. Ling Qingfeng snorted, what do you know? A swordsman needs a temper. A swordsman without a temper, a sword without a temper, without this arrogance, how can he become a peerless swordsman? The female disciple behind, Li Lihong, thought of something and stepped forward with a smile. Master, this disciple has an immature idea. Perhaps it can let Yi Fan understand the importance of ancient martial arts. I don't know if I should say it or not. Chapter 707. 0707 Yi Fan, who had left the tea house, didn't know that Ling Qingfeng wasn't willing to let him go at all. He was still trying his best to use other strategies to lure him into the Mount Shu sect. Ling Yue got into Yi Fan and Su Qingshue's car and headed to the restaurant that Su Qingshue had booked. On the way, Ling Yue curiously asked Yi Fan, Hey, why are you so strong? What kind of external technique did you practice? Yi Fan didn't know how to explain it all of a sudden, so he only said, It's just training my body. If I train a lot, I'll naturally have more strength. Exercise. An ordinary person wouldn't have such great strength even if they trained to death. It seems like my grandfather was right. You are truly talented, and I'm afraid you really are a great seedling for martial arts. How about you go to Mount Shu? I'll take care of little Snow, so don't worry. Ling Yue giggled. Yi Fan looked at Su Qingshue, who was at the side. The woman had a helpless expression on her face, as if she finally understood why Ling Yue had a good relationship with Su Qingshue when she was a bad girl. Seeing the man looking at her with a strange expression, Qingshue immediately knew that the man had misunderstood and hurriedly complained, Don't let your imagination run wild. I don't have that kind of relationship with Wei Wei. Back then, there were other delinquents who blackmailed me in school, and Wei Wei stood up to help me. That's why we became friends. Yi Fan was stunned. Wife, you can still be blackmailed? Yes, isn't that normal? Su Qingxue said. It's not just being blackmailed. Before your wife and I became good sisters, she was isolated. No girl was willing to get close to her. She's super pitiful. TSK. Ling Yuwei said mischievously. Su Qingxue gloomily frowned. Wei, can you not bring up what happened back then? It's been so long. Ling Yuwei smiled complacently and said, who told you to be so pretty, little Snow? Other girls are jealous of you. Only I, who is born beautiful, won't be jealous. Come on. Have you forgotten how you started a conversation with me the first time? Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at her best friend and imitated her tone. Su Qingxue, I'm still short of 100 yuan to buy cigarettes. Lend me 100 yuan and I'll return it to you next week. You clearly wanted to extort me, okay? Ling Yuwei was so angry that she grabbed Su Qingxue's hair. You damned girl, I was just joking. How could you hold a grudge for so long? Besides, didn't you not give me any money? Of course I won't. Have you ever seen me give money when I was blackmailed? Su Qingxue retaliated and pushed Ling Yuwei's hand away. Yifan drove the car and looked at the two women pushing and shoving in the back seat from the rearview mirror. He was speechless. However, this was the first time he saw Su Qingxue having such a side to her. She even played with her best friend, which made Yifan feel very fresh. Honey, how did you two become best friends? She's blackmailing you, yet you still care about her. Yifan asked. Su Qingxue adjusted her clothes and snappily said, why are you asking so many questions? Ling Yuwei curled her lips. Your good wife is a weirdo. She directly went to the police station opposite the school and called the police over. Because of this, I was criticized by the entire school. I just couldn't figure out why a student would go to the police for 100 yuan, so I was very curious and kept dealing with her. Yifan couldn't help but laugh and said, wife, it seems like you've been quite cute since your school days. Su Qingxue's face was red as she pinched Ling Yuwei's waist. You're the weirdo. You're obviously asking me to copy your homework, and you're even asking me to buy you snacks to eat. Ling Yuwei's waist was tickled and she giggled. Yeah, I was very pitiful back then. My family didn't even want to give me much money. It's been hard on me. After playing along the way, the three of them arrived at the dining hall. The restaurant that Su Qingxue chose was Ling Yuwei's favorite restaurant in Huahai back then. They were all local dishes, and it just so happened that they were nostalgic and appetizing. In order not to be recognized, Ling Yuwei wore a mask when she got off the car. She also carried this thing with her. During the meal, Su Qingxue complained that Ling Yuwei had hidden herself really well back then. She was actually a member of an ancient martial family, and she even pretended to be an orphan in Huahai. She was a bad girl who idled around all day. Ling Yuwei was also spitting out her grievances. She was also forced by her family. Since she was young, she had learned that there was a child marriage. Since she was young, she had been taught that when she grew up, she would marry her fiancé, be well educated, and be a lady from a respectable family. However, Ling Yuwei didn't want to live her life as a marriage tool. She wanted to go against her family, which was why she came to Huahai. She would rather live a hard life than be a bad girl. She would let the people of her family, the family she was married to, be disappointed in her and give up on this marriage. Wei, have you seen that fiancé of yours? What if he's actually a talented person and you're very satisfied with him? Why do you have to fall out with your family? Su Qingxue said. Ling Yuwei was eating heartily without the slightest hint of a superstar. Her mouth was full of soup, and when she heard this, she shook her head like a rattle drum. I know that guy. His uncle brought him here to meet me when he was young. In recent years, he has become even more shameless. He even ran to the magnesium country to find me. I don't like him anyway. He's a typical self-righteous idiot. Relying on his family background and talent, people praised him, and he really thought that all the women in the world would not be able to resist him. He thinks that since I have a child marriage with him, I will definitely marry him. It's as if I will fall into his hands sooner or later. Just thinking about it makes me sick. When Qingxue heard this, she couldn't help but frown. This is pretty bad. Why is it that kind of person? Which famous family is it? Can't your family respect your opinion a little? Ling Yue sighed. Xiao Shui, don't ask. In any case, with their family's background, I don't think there are any families in China that can contend against them. It's not something you can imagine. If you know more, it's not good for you. Li Fen Fan Xian heard this, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. He thought of something and asked, could it be? Which clan is it? Ling Yuwei's body stiffened as she looked at Yi Fan in astonishment. You? Who are you? How do you know about the clan? Sure enough. Fan Xian thought that the Ling family was the controller behind the Mount Shu sect, and the Mount Shu sect was already one of the 4 great sects in China. In that case, the status of the Ling family was actually higher than that of the Mount Shu sect. This meant that it was also higher than that of a famous family. In this way, it was very likely that the Ling family was the same as the Zhou family he had met before, belonging to an even more powerful existence that was hidden behind the scenes. Of course, this didn't mean that the Ling family was as strong as the Zhou family. It was just that the Ling family was already connected to the clan. Fan Xian thought for a moment, looked at Su Qingxue, and said, my wife's grandfather is a member of the Zhou family. Last time, he went to a Zhou family village and happened to encounter something, so he found out about the existence of the clan. Chapter 708 0708 Su Qingxue also understood and hurriedly nodded. That's right, Wei Wei, do you know about the Zhou family? They won't let us see grandfather. I'm so annoyed. Just what kind of family are they? Ling Yuwei's eyes flickered for a moment before she sighed and said, a clan, not a clan. It's an existence that's much bigger than a clan. There might be many surnames and clans below a clan. To be honest, although I know about the clan, I don't know much. I only know that the clan exists because of some mysterious bloodline inheritance. Because I left home when I was young, they wouldn't let me know too much before I was officially married. Many things in the clan were kept a secret. If they were to be casually leaked, it would cause a big problem. Therefore, there wouldn't be any news about the clan in the outside world. I don't know what your grandfather's Zhou family is like either. I only know that the Zhou family can be considered a very large clan. You must not provoke or anger them. Large clans are very terrifying. Ling Yuwei's expression was very serious, and it could be seen that she really didn't know much. Since she was young, she had been instilled with the idea that she couldn't casually reveal the clan's secrets. Then your Ling family is also a clan? Yi Fan asked. Ling Yue nodded, yes, but our Ling family is in decline right now. We don't have much say in the clan. My grandfather and my father probably wanted to raise the status of our Ling family, so they arranged this marriage for me. Because the elders of the clan seem to have calculated that whoever marries me will have a lot of benefits. In any case, I don't know if it's true or not. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. It was divination, and it was something really mysterious. The clan was truly a mysterious existence. Ling Yue didn't know much, and she wasn't willing to say much. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue couldn't force her either. After eating, Ling Yue suggested going shopping. Although Su Qingxue was also willing, she still asked, Wei Wei, do you want to tell your manager first? They seem to be going crazy. When Ling Yue heard this, she kept shaking her head, I won't. Once I call, they will definitely come looking for me. I won't be able to play freely again, so I have nothing to do when I go back at night. At that time, you can help me make up a lie and say that I was kidnapped, but I escaped by myself. Who cares what they think? Yi Fan and Su Qingxue were speechless. They couldn't help but feel sad for the manager, Orisani. To be served by such a big star, it was really enough for him. For the entire afternoon, Ling Yue pulled Su Qingxue along to go shopping and have fun. Because it was easy to be recognized when buying things, she held back and didn't buy much. Yi Fan was too embarrassed to leave just like that. If he left just like that, Su Qingxue would lose face in front of her little sisters, so she naturally had to accompany him. Moreover, following behind two great beauties, just looking at them was pleasing to the eye. It had to be said that Ling Yue's figure was indeed very impressive. As night fell, the three of them returned to the Cloud International Hotel after dinner. When Osani saw Ling Yue return, he was so excited that he cried. Only now did Fan Xian and Su Qingxue realize that this seemingly strict fat white man was actually very timid. In front of Ling Yue, he was simply a pitiful worm. However, thinking about it, Ling Yue was a Xiantian martial artist, so she wouldn't allow her manager to ride on top of her. In front of her manager and a group of bodyguards, Ling Yue's temperament immediately changed. She was like a queen who controlled everything. She had the demeanor of a superstar, and every move she made carried a different kind of charisma. When Yi Fan and Su Qingxue saw the change in the woman, even though they knew that she was pretending, they couldn't help but be tongue-tied. An international superstar was indeed extraordinary. As for the reporters who had been waiting at the hotel for an entire day, they finally managed to take a picture of their backs and write some articles. After sending her off, Su Qingxue naturally planned to go home, but Ling Yue was still very reluctant to part with her. Xiao Shui, I have a schedule tomorrow. I'm going to the Huahai International Art Museum to attend Master Paul Francis and Master Su Lingfeng's Eastern and Western art exhibition. Why don't you come with me? Don't you like concerts? There's a concert tomorrow with the Royal Music Troupe of Vienne. It's boring for me to attend the event alone. Can you accompany me? Ling Yue grabbed Su Qingxue's hand and said. Hearing that, Qingxue said in surprise, Paul Francis and Su Lingfeng. Are you talking about Paul, the master of surrealism, and Su Lingfeng, the famous painter of China? Yeah, you must know them as well. They are all masters whose paintings have been auctioned for hundreds of millions of yuan in the world. They will work together to hold an exhibition, and then there will be a royal orchestra to add to the fun. Tomorrow will definitely be very lively. Ling Yue tempted. Qingxue was indeed very moved, but after hesitating for a moment, she still shook her head. Forget it, I don't have any work today, and I have a bunch of things to take care of tomorrow. Moreover, they are inviting you international celebrities. I'm a businessman, so it's not appropriate for me to enter that kind of occasion. Ling Yue was disappointed. Then I'll come find you after I finish my activities tomorrow night. I still want to sleep with you. Su Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. All right, then I'll contact you tomorrow. After leaving the hotel, on the way back to Yigre County, Yi Fan asked, Wife, why didn't you agree to Ling Yue's request? Paul and Su Lingfeng's paintings are quite nice. Qingxue looked at him in surprise. You even know Paul and Su Lingfeng? Do you know them? Yi Fan knew a lot of big shots, so Qingxue was already used to it, so she asked. I don't know them. Yi Fan smiled. I just know that their paintings are valuable. Do you really want me to go? Su Qingxue was puzzled. Yi Fan hurriedly shook his head. No, I was just casually asking. I want to go, but I don't have the time. Moreover, they didn't invite me. They don't think highly of us merchants, and I don't want to invite trouble for myself. Su Qingxue said. Who dares to look down on my wife? I'll kill him. Yi Fan stared at him and said with a serious expression. Hearing the man's words, a hint of sweetness flashed across Qingxue's eyes. She reached out and hugged one of Yi Fan's arms, leaning on Yi Fan's arm. Hubby. Your performance today was really good. Wei Wei must be very envious of me. Hearing this, all the bones in Fan Xian's body went limp, and he chuckled. Why do you say that? Because my husband is not only stronger than those people from the Mount Shu sect, but he is also willing to accompany me everywhere. He is so gentle and considerate. Su Qingxue raised her head, revealing a trace of tenderness on her face. Yi Fan looked at the woman's pure and happy smile, wishing that he could stop the car and hug her for a while. It seemed that not only men wanted face, but women also wanted face. If he performed a little better, Su Qingxue would have face in front of her little sisters, so she would naturally be happy. Chapter 709 0709 What's wrong, hubby? Seeing the change in Yi Fan's expression, Su Qingxue felt that the situation was not good. Yi Fan made a silent gesture and said in a low voice, Wife, after you get off the car, follow behind me. No matter what happens, don't panic. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes moved, and she seemed to have sensed something. She obediently nodded, and Yi Fan didn't drive the car into the underground garage. He directly got off the car from the entrance and calmly walked towards the gate. At this moment, two figures descended from upstairs. Both of them were masked and dressed in black, revealing only their eyes. Their speed was extremely fast. As soon as they landed, they directly headed towards Su Qingxue's location. One on the left and one on the right, they used a capturing technique, wanting to capture Su Qingxue. Yi Fan saw that the two of them weren't coming towards him, but towards his wife. Naturally, he was especially angry. His figure flashed, and after taking a step back, he spread his arms out to both sides. With lightning speed, Yi Fan's big hand grabbed the wrists of the two black-clothed men. Then, with a flip of his body, the two black-clothed men were thrown into the air. The two black-clothed men revealed expressions of fear. They discovered that they were unable to resist Yi Fan's immense force. Furthermore, their body refinement level Jin Qi was actually unable to penetrate Yi Fan's body's defense. However, the two of them didn't have time to think about it. Yi Fan bent his legs, and as his body suddenly descended, he swung his arms towards the ground. The two black-clothed men were like two sandbags as they were heavily smashed onto the ground by Yi Fan. Crack, crack, crack. They could only hear the sound of bones breaking inch by inch. Before the two men in black could react, they were smashed to pieces by the fall. Puff puff, the two of them spat out blood, dyeing the black cloth on their faces red. Before they could even say a word, they were forcefully thrown to their deaths. Su Qingxue, who was at the back, was alarmed, but she was also frightened by the man's unreasonable killing style. Are they dead? Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask. Yi Fan nodded. My internal organs and spine were all broken by me. Even an immortal would find it difficult to save them. Huff. Su Qingxue helplessly sighed. Seriously, there's no need to kill him directly. If they dare to capture my wife, it would be good if I don't chop them into pieces. Yi Fan said unhappily. After all, she had seen it a lot and gradually got used to it. Moreover, these two people were here for her, and the man was here to protect her. Seeing that Yi Fan seemed to be unhappy, he hurriedly went up and comforted him in a gentle voice. All right, I don't blame you. Don't be angry with me. That's more like it. Yi Fan chuckled and said, Come, let's go in and take a look at Aunt Jiang. Is Aunt Jiang all right? Su Qingxue quickly asked. While they were talking, the door opened. Aunt Jiang was wearing a coat and pajamas, looking at the door in surprise. Miss Yi Fan, what's going on? I was sleeping, why did I hear people fighting? Su Qingxue heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that these two people were here for her and did not disturb Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang, the killer was killed by Yi Fan. It's fine now, they're here to capture me. Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan squatted down and pulled off the masks of the two men in black. He discovered that they were two unfamiliar men, and he couldn't tell what organization they belonged to. Two beginner-level assassins, this organization is not simple. Wife, you have to be careful. Tell Rower not to go too far away from you during the day. I still don't know who wants to kidnap you. Yi Fan said seriously. Aunt Jiang patted her chest. It's all thanks to Yi Fan. Could it be someone from the Ghost Valley? It shouldn't be. Zhuge Tianming was beaten away by me last time. If he really wanted to make a move, the people he sent wouldn't be in the body refinement stage. Moreover, he wouldn't dare to fight me head-on. Yi Fan also couldn't figure out who was targeting Su Qingxue. Hubby, what should we do with this corpse? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan said, I'll get Shang'er to find someone and sink the corpse into the river. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Very quickly, Yi Fan asked Fog Knight to send an assassin over and take the corpse away. Using professional methods to deal with it, there wouldn't be any traces at all. To Yi Fan and Su Qingxue, who had already seen the wind and waves, this little matter was naturally nothing. In the middle of the night, they washed up and went to sleep. However, this night, some people were destined to be unable to sleep, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, in a high-class suite of a 5-star hotel in Huahai. The group of people from the Mount Shu sect surrounded Ling Qingfeng, but all of them were frowning. Zijing and Lu Jiang aren't back yet. Ling Qingfeng sat at the round table. There was a wine jug and a few dishes on the table. He had been drinking for almost the entire night. Pan Yi, Li Lihong, and the other disciples who were standing beside him all shook their heads. Master, could it be that they failed? You didn't catch Su Qingxue, so you don't have the face to come back and see Master. A disciple asked. Nonsense, even if they failed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Could it be that I would kick them out of the door? Ling Qingfeng frowned. It's a pity that they didn't bring their cell phones. Otherwise, they would have been able to make a call. A disciple sighed. Pan Yi grumbled, Li Hong, it's all your idea. You said you wanted to kidnap his wife to make him realize the importance of practicing martial arts. Now look at you, not only did you not kidnap his wife, but 2 of your junior brothers are missing. Li Lihong looked unconvinced. I also asked Master about this, and Master agreed to carry out the plan. You mean, Master made the wrong decision? Of course I'm not saying that Master is wrong. Pan Yi hurriedly changed his words. Ling Qingfeng slammed the table, enough. What's there to argue about? Maybe Zijing and Lu Jiang just met with a little trouble. All of you can disperse and rest. They might be back in a few hours. Pan Yi said unhappily, Master, for that stinking brat Yi Fan, is there a need for us to put in so much effort? He's not worth your attention at all, it's just that he's strong. What do you know? With a body full of sword bones and a body full of innate divine strength, such a person could easily surpass all of you after just a few years of training. Your aptitude is already not bad. Being able to reach the body refinement stage can be considered a little genius, but that brat Yi Fan, if I'm not wrong, he is a genius amongst tens of thousands of geniuses. If our Mount Shu can recruit such a disciple, we can surpass the other 3 sects in the future and become the #1 sect in China. Ling Qingfeng said with a fiery gaze. The group of disciples looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't help but be tongue-tied. They didn't expect Yi Fan's talent to be so high. However, what they didn't know was that although Yi Fan had talent, he mainly relied on his own hard work to have his current physical fitness. Chapter 710. 0710. The next morning, although the sky had just brightened, Yi Fan was already sweating profusely from training on the grass outside the mansion. He had even taken off his clothes. With Yi Fan's physical strength, to be sweating like this, one could see how much energy he had consumed. Ever since he found out about the existence of the clan, Yi Fan didn't seem to have changed much on the surface, but the pressure in his heart had suddenly increased by a lot. Naturally, he had to train even harder. Moreover, hearing from Ling Qingfeng yesterday that he was born to practice the sword gave Yi Fan a hint of inspiration. Of course, Yi Fan wouldn't really go and take Ling Qingfeng as his master. However, that old man had been studying the way of the sword his entire life. Not to mention how deep his understanding of the way of the sword was, he was definitely very familiar with some of the basic requirements of practicing the sword. Yi Fan felt that what Ling Qingfeng said was probably true. A very simple reason was that every time Yi Fan used his sword techniques, he would feel extremely comfortable. Compared to other fist intents and palm intents, he was much more comfortable using the sword intent. Could it be that the reason why he was able to quickly learn the ancient sword technique and comprehend the new realm of ancient martial arts from the ancient sword technique was really because he happened to be suitable for the path of the sword? Yi Fan felt that if he wasn't sure, he might as well give it a try. In the future, other than using his mad demon dance to train his body, he would also practice the sword. Comprehending the sword intent, pondering the way to use the sword intent, and cultivating the basic skills of the ancient sword technique. If he could improve significantly, it would mean that he was on the right path. At Yi Fan's current level, finding a master to guide him was actually meaningless. It was also very difficult to find a master of this level. He had to choose a suitable cultivation path for himself. Only by walking the right path would one be able to progress at a godly speed. This was the conclusion that Yi Fan came to 3 years ago after crippling his cultivation and starting from scratch. First, his physical talent was good, and he could walk the path of external cultivation. He had already walked the right path and successfully comprehended the power of heaven and earth. Next, he had to choose a more suitable path when he used the power of heaven and earth. Whether it was fists, swords, or other offensive methods, Yi Fan had been trying to figure it out. Yi Fan. It's time to eat. You're still training. Aunt Zhang's voice sounded. Only then did Yi Fan realize that he had unknowingly practiced for a long time. He responded with a smile, put on his clothes, and walked home. Xu Qingxue was already eating. Women still wouldn't wake up early to practice on weekdays, but the bloodline talent in her body had increased quite quickly. Seeing that Yi Fan was drenched in sweat, Xu Qingxue frowned and said, "Hubby, you've been training too hard recently. Go take a bath, it's all sweaty." "Hee, I'll wash up after eating." Yi Fan sat down first, took a bowl of porridge from Aunt Jiang and started gulping it down. Suddenly, he discovered that there was still a glass jar beside Xu Qingxue, and inside was the little black turtle. "Wife, why did you bring the little turtle down?" Yi Fan asked. "I want to take Momo to the office. I spend more time in the office, so it's convenient for me to take care of it. Moreover, I have a bigger vat there, so it can be its new home." Xu Qingxue smiled. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile. This woman had even given the black turtle a name, Momo. Speaking of that vat, it was naturally the black basin that Xu Qingxue had asked for from the demolished households. It was originally used to raise goldfish. Originally, it was used by women to raise flowers, but now it had a new use. It complemented the color of the little turtle. It seemed that Xu Qingxue was very attentive towards the little turtle that Tong Huizhen left behind. "Wife, I won't be going to work today. I'm going to the orphanage. President Li isn't feeling well, so I have to go see her." Yi Fan only found out after receiving the message from Du Yuner last night. "Were you feeling unwell? Is it serious?" Xu Qingxue also asked with concern. "I'm not sure yet. Maybe it's because of the ruckus caused by Song Xinghe last time. I'm too old to recover in a short period of time." Yi Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll go take a look. It shouldn't be a big problem." Xu Qingxue thought for a moment and said, "Coincidentally, help me give the doll you got last time to Tuan Tuan. Remember to tell her that I gave it to her." Only then did Yi Fan remember that the woman still had a gift for Xiao Tuan, which he had obtained by shooting an arrow. Wife, since you like her so much, why don't we adopt her? Yi Fan said happily. You wish. You haven't proposed to me yet, and you haven't officially held a wedding, yet you want to have a child first. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Yi Fan embarrassedly rubbed his head. It seems like the order is a bit out of order. It's fine if you don't even have a gift on Valentine's Day, but you still want to take advantage of me. Su Qingxue pretended to be angry. Yi Fan had an innocent face. Wife, after that incident on Valentine's Day, you're in a bad mood. Even if I have a gift, I wouldn't dare to give it to you. Then do you have a gift or not? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan smiled mysteriously. Yes, at noon, after I return to the company from the orphanage, I'll take you to see the gift. Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with anticipation. Are you for real? If I don't like it, then it doesn't count. Yi Fan bitterly smiled. All right, my wife, you have the final say. After breakfast, the couple drove away from home, and Yi Fan headed straight for the Ivy League orphanage. Arriving at the orphanage, Yi Fan first gave the big doll to the group. The little girl liked to sleep late, and not long after she woke up, she received a big gift with a brilliant expression. When he found out that Su Qingxue was the one who gave it to her, he became even happier. However, he was still a little disappointed that he didn't see his beautiful sister. Yi Fan didn't expect that unknowingly, Su Qingxue and Tuan's relationship would be quite familiar. It seemed that after returning home, he would have to let Su Qingxue come and see the little guy. Otherwise, this little guy would be too pitiful. Walking into Dean Li's office, he found the old man bent over his desk, wearing reading glasses and reading the newspaper. Yi Fan. Why are you here so early? Dean Li asked with a smile. Dean Li's expression was indeed a lot worse. Yi Fan couldn't help but ask worriedly, I heard from Yuner that you're not feeling well. Dean, should I take your pulse? Actually, President Li had been getting thinner recently, but the old man was stubborn and refused to accept the examination. Hey, I'm fine. It's just a small problem. I'll be fine in a few days. President Li smiled and shook his head. Yuner, that girl, I told her not to tell you, but she refused to listen. However, the more Yi Fan looked at him, the more he felt that something was wrong. It was one thing for President Li to be thin before, but now, his complexion was too poor. Although he wasn't an experienced Chinese medicine practitioner, he was still a doctor. Dean, if you don't let me take your pulse today, then at least let me take you to the hospital for a checkup. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Yi Fan said seriously. Hey, silly child, I already said there's no need. President Li slowly stood up and walked to the door. Come, I'll show you the construction site. Our new orphanage building is progressing smoothly. In the second half of this year, we'll be able to move into the new. Chapter 711. 0711 Dean. The sail caught President Li, preventing the old man from falling to the ground. However, the old man was already unconscious. Fan Xian hurriedly stretched out his hand to take the old man's pulse, and immediately discovered that the situation was not good. Although he wasn't sure what kind of illness it was, the old man's body was already extremely weak, and his pulse was in chaos. Although it had always been President Li who refused to treat him, Yi Fan still blamed himself. If he had known earlier, he would have forcefully brought the old man to the hospital. Yi Fan hurriedly carried the old man downstairs. When the few aunties working in the courtyard saw that the principal was unconscious, they were all shocked and asked what was going on. Yi Fan didn't have the time to explain, so he told them to take care of the children. He would first take the principal to a nearby hospital. He drove all the way to the nearest Huahai University-affiliated hospital, which was also one of the best hospitals in Huahai. Entering the emergency department, a few doctors and nurses recognized Yi Fan when they saw him carrying President Li in. Dean Li. When a middle-aged female doctor called Yang Min saw this, she immediately shouted and hurriedly called for Yi Fan to carry the old man to the sickbed. When Yi Fan heard that the other party knew him, he frowned and said, "Dr. Yang, you know President Li? Do you know what illness she has?" Dr. Yang Min said in surprise, "You brought her here. You don't know what disease President Li has." Fan Xian's heart skipped a beat. As expected, President Li had secretly come to the hospital to check. She didn't want him to bring her to the hospital. She probably already knew about his condition and purposely hid it from him. Sigh. This old man is really something. Why is he still hiding it from the people around him at this time? Yang Min sighed and instructed the intern doctor, "Bring her in first to take a picture and do a blood test." Yi Fan watched as President Li was pushed in and asked, "Dr. Yang, what's the president's condition?" Yang Min said awkwardly, "I have professional ethics. President Li asked me not to tell you about her condition, so I can't tell you directly. Wait for President Li to wake up and ask her yourself." "Don't worry, she will wake up." Fan Xian was burning with anxiety, but he also knew that this doctor was following the rules of the doctor-patient relationship, so he couldn't force her. "Can I have a look at the film later? I'm also a doctor, I can see for myself." Yi Fan asked. Yang Min was stunned. "You're also a doctor. What a coincidence. Then, all right, come with me." After a round of inspection, Yi Fan and Yang Min arrived at a ward. Li Shuhua's condition could no longer allow her to return to the orphanage. She needed to stay in the hospital, so Yi Fan directly asked for a single ward. After Du Yuner received the call from the orphanage's aunt, she also hurriedly rushed over, contacted Yi Fan, and ran into the ward. "Brother Yi Fan. What happened to the dean?" The girl ran into the ward with a pale face, her eyes filled with worry. Yi Fan was holding the newly taken radiographic films and standing at the window of the ward. He was lost in thought and his brows were tightly knitted. Seeing that the girl had arrived, Yi Fan forced a smile. "Principal. He's unconscious, he'll wake up." Seeing Yi Fan's expression, Du Yuner knew that something was wrong. "Brother Yi Fan, don't hide it from me, what exactly is the principal's illness?" Yi Fan sighed and said, "Principal. It's a tumor. Swollen. Cancer." Du Yuner's pretty face paled, and her eyes instantly reddened. "Then. Is that serious? Where is the tumor?" Yi Fan said in a low voice, "There is a huge tumor in the right lobe of the principal's liver. There are also continuous tumor nodules that move along the inferior vena cava towards the right ventricle." Du Yuner was confused. "Brother Yi Fan, I don't understand, just tell me, can you cure it?" Yi Fan nodded. "Although it's very difficult to remove, I think. If we do a happy surgery immediately, it should be possible to remove it. I was just planning to wait for the principal to wake up and ask her if she was willing to do it immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Yang Min, who was at the side, shook her head. "No, Dr. Yi, you only saw this symptom, but you can look at the other medical reports of Principal Li." Hearing this, Yi Fan immediately looked at the other information and his expression immediately became more serious. Yang Min sighed. "Have you discovered that President Li's kidney function is problematic? Using an artificial heart and lung would be very dangerous. It would simply be a suicidal action, so I can't do a happy surgery." "Not a happy surgery. Then how do we remove the tumor?" Yi Fan murmured. "That's right. It was precisely because there was no way to perform this operation that President Li probably knew that there was no other way, so she didn't want you to know about it. She didn't want you to worry about her for too long, right?" Yang Min said regrettably. Yi Fan was completely stunned. The old man actually knew that she wouldn't be able to live for long. She grabbed onto Yang Min's hand with tears in her eyes. "Doctor. Think of a way. There must be a way to save the principal. No matter how much money you spend, no matter how good the medicine is, it's fine. You think of a way. Young Min helplessly said, I'm a doctor, not an immortal. This tumor is too big and too difficult to remove. In addition, President Lee is old and her kidney function is not complete. Conservative treatment to let her live for a while longer is already the limit of what I can do. Your big brother Yi is also an outstanding doctor. He was able to tell the condition at a glance. If you don't believe me, ask him. There's really no way to perform this operation. No. Impossible. Du Yun'er pounced towards Yi Fan and shook the man, Brother Yi Fan. Say something. Since you're so capable, you must have a way to save the principal, right? Yi Fan's heart was in a mess, his head was starting to hurt, and his eyes couldn't help but moisten. He had never felt so powerless before. He could only watch helplessly as his most respected and dearest old man slowly lost his life. As a heart surgeon, he was unable to help her complete the operation, Dr. Yang Min sighed. She had already tried her best, but there was nothing she could do. After comforting her for a while, she went out to work. Li Fan Xian used his hand to hug Du Yun'er, swallowed his saliva, and said, Yun'er, calm down. Let me think about it. No matter what method I use, I will use all my strength to save the principal. Just as he was speaking, a weak voice came from the sickbed. Two silly children, how can a person not die? Li Fan Xian and Du Yun'er looked at the old man and discovered that President Li had woken up with a smile on his face. Principal. Du Yun'er cried as she came to the bedside, why didn't you tell us? If we had known earlier, perhaps it wouldn't have been so serious, sigh. If everyone who was sick could have known earlier, then how could there be so many tumors in the world? This is life. Back then, that old man of mine suddenly left. I've lived much longer than him. I'm afraid the old man is too lonely over there and wants me to accompany him, hee hee. The old man gently caressed Du Yun'er's hair and smiled amiably. But I haven't repaid you yet. I still want to be filial to you and let you live for 100 years. Du Yun'er was crying her eyes out. What are you crying for, silly girl? I've raised thousands of children. You're already the most filial one. You're already good enough. President Li said with a smile. Fan Xian looked at the old man who was comforting Du Yun'er with a smile on his face. In his mind, scenes of his childhood and everything that the old man had done for him appeared. Even though he was a man, his eyes still felt hot. Yun'er, accompany the principal. I'll go out for a smoke first. Li Fan Xian walked out of the ward, quickly walked through the corridor, and arrived at a small pavilion in the hospital. He took out a cigarette, and his hand that lit the fire was still trembling slightly. After taking a puff, he finally stabilized himself. Chapter 712. 0712 At the headquarters of the embroidery group, in the chairman's office. Su Qingxue stood at the edge of the black basin and looked at the little turtle inside. Little Mo found a new home and found that the place was much bigger. He was excitedly crawling around. However, Su Qingxue didn't have the mood to watch her pets play. She looked at the time and saw that it was already noon. He said he would take me to see the gifts at noon. There's no sign of him, not even a phone call. Liar. Su Qingxue was resentful and wronged, but she didn't want to take the initiative to call Yi Fan. It was as if she really wanted to know what the Valentine's Day gift was. At this moment, a phone call came in. Su Qingxue was feeling happy in her heart when she realized that it was Ling Yuwei calling. The woman answered the phone doubtfully and asked, Wei Wei, what's wrong? Su Qingxue. You have face. Are you purposely not participating in the art exhibition with me? Do you think it's too embarrassing to be with me? Ling Yuwei snorted. What nonsense are you talking about? Wei Wei, what are you talking about? Su Qingxue was puzzled. Stop pretending. Right now, the entire Hua Hai is paying attention to you, CEO Su. This time, you have gained a lot of face. I estimate that before long, the whole world will have a lot of your fans. Ling Yue giggled. Hearing this, Su Qingxue became even more confused. What exactly is going on? Explain it clearly. Ling Yue also realized that the woman didn't seem to know anything and asked curiously, do you really not know? Oh my god. Could it be a coincidence? How about this, hurry up and come to the art center. You'll understand when you get there. Su Qingxue was confused, but she couldn't care less. It sounded like something big had happened, so she tidied up her things and immediately walked out. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, two secretaries walked past and immediately lowered their heads with a special smile. Director Su, you're so beautiful. What? Su Qingxue was stunned. Although she knew that she was good-looking, no one in the company dared to praise her like this. The two secretaries thought that Su Qingxue was unhappy, so they quickly apologized and walked away. Su Qingxue felt that it was strange, so she could only take the elevator to the parking lot and drive her Pagani to the art center. When they arrived at the venue, security guards and bodyguards were standing everywhere. There were even armed police officers, preventing ordinary people from entering. However, Su Qingxue was obviously not an ordinary person. Just by looking at the car she was driving and the license plate on it, the security guards didn't dare to stop her. Su Qingxue also felt confused. In any case, she just drove into the art center. Due to the presence of the surrealist master, Paul, and China's top painter, Su Lingfeng, there were already a lot of media reporters and photographers here. Coupled with the help of an international queen like Ling Yue, the gossip media had all rushed in. The appearance of Su Qingxue's limited edition supercar attracted the attention of a large number of media. She planned to get off the car and run into the art center as soon as possible. But who would have thought that as soon as she got off the car, she would be hit by a series of flashes? Did you see that? Donuts. Idiot. That's Director Su of the embroidery group. It really is President Su. He showed up in person. Hurry up. Don't block me. Hurry up and take a picture. The group of reporters and photographers seemed to have gone crazy as they began to rush toward Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, was dumbstruck. She didn't know what was going on, but she was already deep in the encirclement. President Su. May I ask, when did you meet Master Francis and Master Su? Director Su, why did you name your work Donut? Su Qingxue was baffled. When did she know those two big shots in the art world? And what kind of work was called a donut? Just when Su Qingxue was feeling incredulous and didn't know what to say, a few bodyguards rudely passed through the crowd and helped Su Qingxue block the reporters. Miss Su, please follow us into the arena. Miss Vivian sent us here, said a bodyguard leader. Su Qingxue felt that she was finally saved. She ignored the reporters' questions and hurriedly ran into the venue. When she arrived at the hall of the art exhibition, Su Qingxue was about to let out a sigh of relief, but when she raised her head, she was stunned. In the center of the venue, in the most conspicuous position, there were two paintings with completely different styles, but the same theme. These two paintings depicted a woman. The moment she bent her bow and shot an arrow, the woman's beautiful side profile and slim figure were revealed without a trace. A surreal oil painting depicted the woman's image vividly, as if all of this was happening right in front of his eyes. The visual impact was extremely strong. The other ink painting was an elegant and nimble woman shooting arrows. It was without a doubt, as if a fairy had descended to the mortal world. The authors of these two paintings were impressively Paul Francis and Su Lingfeng. They had also given the same name to the painting, Donut. Perhaps, to other people, these two paintings and this name simply did not match. However, to Su Qingxue, the name Donut seemed to announce that this was a painting that purely belonged to her. TSK tisk. How envious. 2 world-class painters painted for you, and they even used the painting as a facade for the exhibition. Shu Qingxue, you really have a lot of face. Ling Yuwei, dressed in a black dress, walked over leisurely. Beside her, there was a bald white foreigner and a man wearing a retro gown. They were impressively the main characters of this art exhibition, the 2 masters of painting. After being called, Qingxue felt as if she had just woken up from a dream. She couldn't help but rub her eyes to make sure that she wasn't seeing things, but it was still like a dream. She couldn't help but ask, Mr. Francis, Master Su, why are you guys? Want to draw me? Shu Qingxue felt a little embarrassed. Although she was confident in her beauty, she wasn't the narcissistic type. If she were to hand the photo over to the painter and draw such a painting for others to see, she wouldn't be able to do it no matter what. Hee, Miss Su, are you satisfied with our work? Paul asked politely. Su Lingfeng also respectfully asked, if there's anything you're not satisfied with, feel free to give me your opinions. No. I don't really understand these things, I think all of you draw very well. Shu Qingxue said sincerely. She didn't expect that she would be so beautiful in the painting. Then we're relieved. If you're not satisfied, the 2 of us won't be able to explain it to Mr. Beryl. Paul heaved a sigh of relief. Beryl? Shu Qingxue was stunned for a moment. She was puzzled at first, but then she remembered, wasn't this the blonde handsome guy from Inferno? Yi Fan and the others called him a lazy bum, and he was like a funny juggler in a group of demons. However, because he had blocked a fatal injury for Yi Fan, he was still a trustworthy character at a critical moment. Shu Qingxue had only seen Beryl once, but that guy was really a bit funny, so she could still remember him all of a sudden. Chapter 713. 0713 Su Qingxue knew Beryl, but she didn't even know that she had such a photo, let alone let Beryl take it to find someone to draw it. Obviously, this was definitely the result of Yi Fan telling Beryl about Beryl. Qingxue was puzzled as to why Ling Yuwei knew about Beryl, so she asked, yeah, you also know Beryl? Don't you know? Ling Yuwei said as a matter of course, Beryl is considered a socialite in all sorts of upper-class social situations in the Magnesium country, whether it's the entertainment circle, the film and television circle, the business circle, or the art circle. In any case, as long as it was a lively circle, he would appear. Although he wasn't an actor, a businessman, or an artist, he could touch a little of everything. Singing, dancing, drawing, playing the zither, drinking, chatting with women, and even helping you barbecue and cook. The key was that he was willing to take on any job and never felt ashamed of himself. He was a jack of all trades and didn't have any enmity with anyone, so he seemed to know all sorts of people from all walks of life. There is a saying in the entertainment circle of the Magnesium country, you don't need to know anyone, you only need to know Beryl. It means that he has a wide range of connections, and just by relying on his connections, no one dares to underestimate him. When Paul and Su Lingfeng heard this, they both smiled and nodded. It was obvious that they were very interested in Beryl. She didn't expect that among Yi Fan's brothers, there would be people who became famous by mingling in various circles. It seems like Beryl is indeed very powerful. You even know Little Snow. Could it be that this guy came to Huahai to open a party? Ling Yuwei sighed. Su Qingxue shook her head, no, Beryl is Yi Fan's friend. I met him through Yi Fan. Your husband. I didn't expect that. In other words, it was your husband who asked Beryl to find these 2 masters? Ling Yuwei was surprised. Paul smiled and said, when we received the photo, there wasn't much time left, but Mr. Beryl said that we had to finish it before the exhibition. We were so anxious that we painted overnight. You guys really give Beryl face. Ling Yuwei said. Paul and Su Lingfeng looked at each other in dismay. Su Lingfeng smiled bitterly and said, Miss Ling, Mr. Beryl is not only a socialite. You should know that without true strength, it would be impossible to know so many people in so many circles. That's right, Miss Ling has always been in the film industry and hasn't really participated in other circles. Mr. Beryl's background isn't simple. He specially asked us to paint, so there must be some important reason. How could we dare to refuse? Paul said. Ling Yuwei was puzzled. If you say that, then wouldn't my best friend's husband be very powerful? He can even order Beryl to look for you. This. We don't know. Su Lingfeng shook his head and said, Our duty is to draw well. Even the way we display it is not up to us. This is the tacit agreement of the organizers to put these two donuts in the most conspicuous position. When Qingxue heard this, she didn't need to think too much to know that this was all planned by Yifan. She was happy and shy at the same time. This man's Valentine's Day gift was too ostentatious. Now, the media must be reporting this matter. No wonder everyone in the company looked at her strangely. Did they think she was narcissistic? Mr. Francis, Master Su, please put away the painting. Don't show it, I feel that this is too strange. Su Qingxue said. No problem. This painting originally belonged to you, Miss Su. Previously, there were wealthy businessmen who wanted to spend $100 million to buy these two paintings, but they were all rejected by us. They were just waiting for you to come over. Su Lingfeng said. After all, it was a rare combination of two masters from the East and the West. Naturally, there would be rich people who wanted to buy it for their collection. Qingxue couldn't help but be surprised by the price of this painting, but to her, the meaning of this painting was even more priceless. However, although he was happy in his heart, the man who planned this surprise had yet to appear. Qingxue felt a little puzzled and couldn't help but take out her phone and call Yifan. Not long after, the call connected. Wife? Is something the matter? Qingxue felt a little wronged as she said, Where are you? I'm driving, Yifan said. Oh. I saw the painting, Qingxue said. Yifan suddenly thought of this and said in annoyance, Wife, I forgot about this in a hurry. I originally wanted to take you to the art center to see the paintings. How is it, do you like it? The Valentine's Day gift was a bit late, but it was indeed completed on Valentine's Day. That's right, why did you let them display it? I feel embarrassed, just take a look at it at home. Qingxue said. Doesn't this seem more stylish? In the future, this pair of works will become classics. Yifan said with a smile. Qingxue felt sweet in her heart, but she also asked curiously, Hubby, why are you in such a hurry? Li Fanxian sighed, knowing that he couldn't hide it, and said, President Li is sick, in the hospital. I need to think of a way to cure her. Hearing this, Qingxue immediately understood. She was no longer angry at the man and quickly asked where President Li was hospitalized. Wife, don't worry, nothing will happen for the time being. You can go after work. Yifan said. You can't even think of a way to treat it, it must be very serious. I'll be there in a while. Qingxue said solemnly. All right then, but remember to bring the painting with you. If Paul and Su Lingfeng dare to ask you for money, just tell me. Yifan said. Qingxue couldn't help but feel pity for these two great painters. Hundreds of millions of paintings really had to be given away for free, but even if she wanted to give them money, they wouldn't dare to accept it. They definitely knew the consequences of daring to accept money. On the other side, after Yifan hung up the phone, he drove his car and coincidentally entered the parking lot. After getting out of the car, Yifan went straight to the front door. It was the Cloud Club. Just now, Yifan had already spoken to Chu Yunyao on the phone. After knowing that the woman was here, he directly came to find her. When the people in the clubhouse saw Yi Fan, no one dared to ask. Yi Fan directly walked to Chu Yunyao's office and saw that the woman was sitting there working. "What's the matter? You came to find me in such a hurry." Chu Yunyao was a bit wary as she said, "Let me tell you, although the inflammation from last time has healed, I'm on my period." Yi Fan, however, was not in the mood to pay attention to the woman's explicit words. He walked to the desk, propped up the table with both hands, and said seriously, "I want the medical technology in the Earth axis. I don't have time to wait." Chapter 714 0714 You might be charged with treason, and I might be considered an enemy of China. Yi Fan said. Chu Yunyao said, "It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. Didn't you already agree on the conditions with the Dragon King? Why are you suddenly unwilling to wait?" "I can wait, but President Li can't." Yi Fan clenched his fists. "President Li?" Chu Yunyao was stunned. What happened to President Li? Li Fan Xian told the woman what had happened. After Chu Yunyao finished listening, her eyebrows slightly knitted as she fell into deep thought. "I know this is very risky, but I can't just watch as the opportunity to save President Li slip away. What I want is not the technology to make weapons, but medical skills, advanced medical skills to treat illnesses and save lives. This will not be a loss to China, and the agreement between me and the Dragon King will not be voided. I will just treat it as me taking the technology first and then helping them do two things." Yi Fan said. "Then why didn't you talk to the Dragon King?" Chu Yunyao asked. "Because even if I find the Dragon King, isn't the only one who can understand the Earth's axis still you? Besides, how could my relationship with you be confused with the Dragon King?" Yi Fan said with a smile. Chu Yunyao looked at the man's gaze and said with a complicated expression, "The Earth axis. Ever since it was almost stolen from Luchun Island, it has always been in the Military Research Institute in the capital. Although I have the right to research, all of the research results are real-time feedback and monitored. Once they find out that what I'm studying is not the content of the plan, they will most likely become suspicious." Li Fan Xian frowned. "So you're saying you have no other choice?" Chu Yunyao shook her head. "The information in the Earth axis is massive. I think according to the advanced civilization inside, there will always be a way to treat President Li. But if I want to find the relevant information and give it to you without being discovered, I think the probability is less than 1%. Even if it's 1%. That's still a chance." Yi Fan said. Chu Yunyao was startled for a moment. She was very confused. "Although President Li has done you a favor, you are not related to her. At her age, it's normal for her to die from a tumor. Do you really want to fall out with the Chinese military for a President Li?" From the woman's point of view, Yi Fan's thoughts were very stupid. She simply couldn't understand why he would work so hard for an old lady who had no blood relations with him. Fan Xian let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. "I forgot. You can't understand this kind of emotion. You must think that it's a very stupid move for me to stand against the Chinese military for President Li's sake, right? It's not stupid, it's extremely stupid." Chu Yunyao said, "I don't think it's worth it. Even if my grandfather was terminally ill, I wouldn't steal information about the Earth axis for him." Fan Xian felt a bit of regret, but also looked at the woman with pity. "I thought. Your personality disorder is slowly changing, it seems. I was thinking too much. Are you blaming me?" Chu Yunyao didn't know why, but she felt very uncomfortable in her heart, but she couldn't tell why. He was clearly discussing the matter as it stood. There were many things in the world that could not be changed or disobeyed by humans. Yi Fan shook his head. "I don't blame you. This is you. You have your values, and I really don't have the qualifications to ask you to bear the crime of treason for this matter." Hearing the man's words, Chu Yunyao felt even more uncomfortable. She felt uncomfortable all over and turned her head away, not looking at the man. Leaf Fan Xian smiled in relief and said, "Little Yao Yao, just pretend that I've never been here. I'll go talk to the Dragon King about this matter." Chu Yunyao didn't say anything, her face expressionless. Yi Fan didn't have the leisure to say anything. After walking out of the clubhouse, he lit a cigarette and continued to call Xia Linfuan. After Xia Linfuan found out about the situation, he promised to immediately talk to the Dragon King. Not long after, the Dragon King called. "I heard you want to get the medical technology of the Earth axis in advance," the Dragon King asked. "That's right, our agreement won't change. I will still promise you two things. I just want to save people as soon as possible," Yi Fan said. The Dragon King pondered for a moment and said, "You should know that this is not a small matter. The Earth axis is closely watched by several leaders. Moreover, an agreement is an agreement. Even if you are the king of hell, Lucifer, and we respect you, it doesn't mean that we can make an exception for you. Could it be that in your eyes, the matter of saving lives is not worth your attention?" Yi Fan's voice rose a notch. The Dragon King smiled and said, "Every minute, every second, there are people dying. Birth, old age, illness, death, this is human nature. Perhaps this old man is very important to you, but in our eyes, with all due respect, she is not enough to make the highest levels of the country change their minds. Then hurry up and King tell me what you want me to do. Once I'm done, give me the information on the Earth axis immediately." Although he knew that President Li's life was insignificant in front of the country's machinery, he still couldn't help but want to curse out loud. The Dragon King was able to keep his cool. After thinking for a while, he said, "I do have something that I might need your help with, but I have to ask the chief. I'll tell you after the meeting is agreed. If you're lucky, after you finish one thing, we can provide you with some information. Request for instructions, hold a meeting." Yi Fan sneered, "You guys are really tired of living. It's hard to catch up, I can't afford to wait. I'm just saying that it's possible, there's no guarantee. But I want to warn you, do not challenge the dignity of the Chinese military. You've already seen the Zhou clan last time, so you should know by now. In China, it's not a place where a demon like you can act as you please," the Dragon King warned. Yi Fan's face was ice cold, and he said in a low voice, "Back then, when I said that I wanted to leave OD1s, my master, the Black Emperor, also said something similar to me. Thus, 2 years later, I defeated him. I have never felt that living in this world is a matter of course. I have the belief that I will perish together at any time. So, you'd better hurry up with your requests and meetings." The Dragon King was silent for a while, but didn't say anything more and hung up. Yi Fan took a few deep breaths, then sat back in the car and returned to the hospital. He knew that it was crazy for him to talk to the Dragon King like this, but there were some people that he had to do his best to save, and there were some things that he had no choice but to do. Although doing so would be unfair to the women around him, and would be somewhat selfish. Chapter 7:15. 0715. After returning to the hospital, he discovered that other than Du Yuner, Su Qingxue had also come to visit the old man. President Li was sitting on the bed. Although his complexion wasn't too good, at least he had a smile on his face. Du Yuner had already asked for a leave of absence from the school. She planned to stay in the hospital to take care of the old man. Even if President Li kept trying to persuade her, the girl still insisted on staying by the old man's side. According to the doctor, President Li's condition could flare up at any time and worsen, so Du Yuner didn't want to leave for even a moment. Yi Fan also understood the girl's thoughts. He promised Du Yuner that he would do his best to save the principal. Only after 9 o'clock in the evening did he return home with Su Qingxue. On the way home, Su Qingxue was also in a low mood. She asked, "Hubby, is there really no way to perform the surgery? Don't you know Dr. Ronida from the Magnesium country? Even with their technology, they can't do it." Yifan regretfully shook his head. Just now in the afternoon, I had already spoken to Ronida on the phone. With the current surgical cases and techniques, I still can't find a way. She is also helpless. Su Qingxue let out an "oh" in disappointment. The new building of the Ivy League Welfare Institute is only a few months away from completion. If President Li doesn't see it completed and leaves, he must be very unwilling. Yifan remained silent. After the two of them returned home, Yifan didn't have the mood to sleep that night. He kept searching through the internet to see if there was any plan to complete the operation. The next day, at dawn, when it was time to eat breakfast, Yifan walked downstairs. Aunt Jiang had also heard about President Li's matter last night and comforted Yifan. Yifan forced a smile, but it was hard for him to relax. Just as Yifan was drinking the porridge, but it was tasteless, a phone call came in. Yifan took a look and saw that it was the number that the Dragon King had called yesterday. He immediately picked it up. Did your meeting come to a conclusion? Yifan asked straightforwardly. On the other side, the Dragon King said in a strange tone, Lucifer, can't you wait a few more hours? Yifan frowned. What do you mean? I never thought that your charm would be so great that even a woman like Chu Yunya would be willing to take such a risk for you. I almost thought that this daughter of the Chu family was fake. The Dragon King sighed. Yifan's entire body trembled, and he suddenly stood up. What did you say? Could it be that she? It seems that you really don't know. Just an hour ago, she tried to steal part of the Earth's core information and was arrested after being discovered. The Dragon King smiled bitterly and said, she rushed to the capital last night to steal the information about the Earth axis for you. For you, she might be charged with treason now. He had originally thought that Chu Yunya would definitely not sacrifice her personal interests in order to help him. But Chu Yunya actually helped him steal the information without saying a word. This woman could always do things that he did not expect, but this time, Yifan felt a strong warmth that warmed his heart. I'll take responsibility for this matter. She only listened to my instigation. Yifan immediately said. This is not up to you to decide. Now that she has been imprisoned, I do not wish for China's military to lack such a key talent. As for how to deal with it, I'll have to discuss it with the leaders first. But before that, I think you can come to the capital first. Whether it's to meet Chu Yunyao or to deal with other matters, I think you should make a trip here. Li Fanxian was indeed worried about Chu Yunyao. At this moment, the woman was captured alone, and it was all because of him. Of course, he wished that he could grow wings and fly over. I understand, I'll go to the airport now. Yifan said. All right, when we arrive, I will have the military advisor pick you up. I need to have a meeting with the leaders first. After the Dragon King finished speaking, he quickly hung up the phone. Yifan's action of hurrying out of the door was coincidentally seen by Su Qingxue. The woman thought that something had happened to President Li, so she quickly asked Yifan what was going on. Yifan didn't know how long this trip to the capital would take, and he didn't know the specific situation either, so he simply explained the matter of Chu Yunyao being arrested. After Su Qingxue heard this, her expression was complicated. She had always hated Chu Yunyao, but after Chu Yunyao did such a thing, it was hard for her to hate her. Su Qingxue also knew that at this time, she shouldn't throw a tantrum and stop the man. She could only tell Yifan to be careful and return quickly. After Yifan tidied up a little, he went straight to the airport, bought the nearest plane ticket, and flew straight to the capital. This was the first time Yifan had come to the capital after returning to China. Unfortunately, he wasn't in the mood to look around. As soon as he got off the plane, he received a call from Xie Linfuan. The two of them met up and headed straight for the military district of the capital. In the car, Xie Linfuan couldn't help but say regretfully, "Boss, you're really too anxious this time. There's no need to let Superintendent Chu take such a risk. If it wasn't for the fact that she was of great importance to the military, this would basically be a crime of treason. It's too dangerous. Yifan also felt guilty in his heart, and bitterly smiled. Old Xia, she rejected me face to face. I didn't expect that she would secretly come over and do this kind of thing again. I only found out this morning. Xia Linfuan was stunned for a moment before he sighed. I never thought that Superintendent Chu would have such a sentimental side. After the two entered the military district, they stopped at the entrance of a heavily guarded building. Chu Yunyao was temporarily imprisoned here. Although it wasn't a prison cell, it still restricted her freedom. She was no different from a prisoner. Xiao Linfuan brought Yifan to the door of a room where Chu Yunyao was imprisoned and said, "Boss, you can go in." Yifan nodded, pushed the door open, and closed it. In the room, there was a bed, a table, and a chair, as well as a simple bathroom. Chu Yunyao was hugging her knees as she sat on the bed, staring at the window in a daze. Only when she heard the sound of the door opening did she turn her head. Yifan saw the woman's slightly haggard face, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He grinned and walked to the bedside and sat down. "Little Yao Yao, do you want to give me a surprise? Didn't you say you wouldn't steal the information?" Chu Yunyao didn't seem to be afraid. Her face was still expressionless as she calmly said, "I just thought that if I helped you this time, you would owe me a huge favor. I just didn't expect that I would fail." "Ha!" Yifan chuckled, "Is this what you really want to say?" Chu Yunyao was silent. After a while, she said, "I just feel uncomfortable in my heart, there's nothing special about it." Without waiting for the woman to finish speaking, Yifan forcefully pulled her into his embrace and hugged her tightly. Chu Yunyao's delicate body trembled, her beautiful eyes widened, and her breathing quickened. She felt something special surge through her heart. "Thank you for everything you've done for me. I won't let my woman become a prisoner unless I die." After Yifan said this solemnly, he let go of Chu Yunyao. Chapter 716. 0716 Yifan stood up, smiled at Chu Yunyao, then turned around and walked out of the room. "Don't let my woman suffer," Yifan said to Xiao Linfuan. Xiao Linfuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't worry, I can still open this back door. I've already told them that other than restricting her freedom, I can try my best to make her more comfortable." Only then did Yifan nod his head in relief and head towards the small conference room where the Dragon King was. The Dragon King, who was dressed in military uniform, was standing in front of a map, silently thinking about something. Seeing Yifan come in, he grinned. "Long time no see, Lucifer. I didn't expect to see you again in such a situation. Call me Yifan." Yifan went straight to the point and said, "Did your meeting come to a conclusion?" The Dragon King smiled and said, "Looks like you don't have the time to talk to me." "All right, I'll be straightforward." The Dragon King pointed to a mountain range in the north of China on the map. "A few months ago, our people discovered that the Azura had been sending people to our northern border to secretly search for something. We didn't alert them and wanted to see their specific goal. Until last week, we noticed that they were secretly transporting some large digging tools into this mountain range. The Azura will spend a lot of effort to enter this mountain. We think it's very likely that they're looking for something important. We previously sent out a team of elite agents with Xiantian strength, but before they could even reach this mountain range, all of their communications were inexplicably cut off, and not a single one of them came back. Therefore, the higher-ups ordered us to enter this mountain range this week, find out the true purpose of the Azura, and defeat and stop them. The last time you brought back the news, you told us that behind the Azura, there was a high chance that the White Queen, Sylvie Somlet, was related. Sylvie was now the chairman of the Saite Association, and had an even higher position. If the Azura really has something to do with the old rulers, then that means that their background is unfathomable. Our normal agents and soldiers will only be cannon fodder when we enter, and large weapons will find it difficult to accurately strike in this high-altitude mountain range." Hearing this, Yifan already understood the Dragon King's meaning and said, you want me to help you take a look? The Dragon King nodded. That's right. After all, the blood that flows in your body is that of a descendant of China. Furthermore, you probably don't want to see an organization like the Azura's Association develop smoothly, right? There's no problem with this operation, but I want to make sure that if I fulfill my responsibility, Chu Yunyao will be acquitted, and I want to obtain the medical technology of the Earth axis. Yi Fan said. The Dragon King narrowed his eyes. If you carry out the operation according to our requirements, I can guarantee that Chu Yunyao will be fine. However, I can't guarantee the technology of the Earth axis. Because we still don't know what kind of return we will get from this operation. Fan Xian cursed in his heart. This group of old fellows had to get some benefits before they were willing to hand over the information on the Earth axis. However, the first thing he had to do right now was to ensure Chu Yunyao's safety, so he could only agree first. Any more questions? The Dragon King stretched out his hand. Fan Xian sighed and shook hands with the Dragon King. I just want to finish this quickly. The Dragon King nodded in satisfaction. The helicopter is already waiting outside. It will take you to the nearby military airport and then fly straight to the destination. Fan Xian walked out of the door. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered something and asked, "Is there anyone else who will go with me?" "Of course, the Phoenix girl will go with you, and the military advisor will also go. He is the commander at the front. Otherwise, if someone else were to be the commander, you probably wouldn't buy it either." The Dragon King laughed. Fan Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "You guys really put in a lot of effort. Since the Azura might be related to the White Empress, then letting the two of you legend rank experts go together would be double insurance, wouldn't it?" The Dragon King said. Yi Fan thought about it and felt that it made sense. Although he didn't think that the White Queen would really appear, the background of the Azura's association was so evil. Last time, he had even bribed the skeleton wizard, Skeleton, so it was hard to guarantee that something bad would happen. Letting the Phoenix girl go with him would be much safer. Although Fan Xian was also curious about what these guys were looking for in the high-altitude mountains, he didn't want to take too much of a risk just because of this. Very quickly, the helicopter picked up Yi Fan and Xiao Linfuan and arrived at the nearby military airport. As they walked towards a military plane, Xiao Linfuan, who had already changed into a set of camouflage clothes, excitedly said, "Boss, I can finally fight alongside you again. I've been waiting for a long time." Fan Xian pretended to be disdainful and said, Your cultivation has only increased by so much. Half a year ago, I saw you at the Xiantian Great Circle, but now you're only half a step into the body refinement realm. With your level, it's better to hide at the back and obediently hide. When the time comes, I'll have to spend a lot of effort to protect you. Boss, you can't compare everyone to yourself. Our army is busy, so it's already good enough that we have time to improve by a small step. Xiao Linfuan felt wronged. The two of them chatted as they boarded the plane. There were already more than 20 Dragon Soul agents waiting inside. This group of people were all at least at the Xiantian realm, and a few of them were even at the body refinement realm. Judging from their internal energy, it could be seen that they were all from the four great sects, Shaolin, Taiji, Mount Shu, and Kunlun. When they saw Xiao Linfuan bring Yi Fan up, this group of agents all revealed puzzled expressions. This was because in their eyes, Yi Fan was an ordinary person without any cultivation. However, Xiao Linfuan wouldn't explain too much. The fewer people who knew Yi Fan's identity, the safer it would be. Are we still not leaving? Yi Fan saw that the plane was not moving and asked in bewilderment. Xiao Linfuan looked at his watch. I'm waiting for Xiao Axioner. This crazy girl, every time she carries out a mission, she has to wait until the last minute. Just as he was speaking, a beautiful red figure not far away moved like the wind into the plane after a few times of shrinking the ground into an inch movement technique. Shameless Xiao Linfuan. What are you saying about me again? As soon as Xiao Axiner entered, the plane was filled with her voice. How would I dare? Miss Xiao, you must have heard wrongly. Xiao Linfuan hurriedly defended himself. Xiao Axiner snorted, if I hear you again, I'll burn your tongue. Yi Fan had also seen this woman since the last time they parted in Europe. Last time, because of the conflict between Su Qingxue and her, their relationship had become a little awkward. Now that he saw her, Yi Fan didn't want to be too stiff, so he took the initiative to smile. Miss Xiao, how have you been? Xiao Axiner had also seen him a long time ago, but when she heard Yi Fan greet her, her expression was a little strange, as if she was a little embarrassed and bashful. Why are you here too? A trace of redness appeared on Xiao Axiner's face. Yi Fan looked at the woman's appearance and felt that it was strange. He didn't seem to have done anything to her. Why did it seem like there was a special relationship between the two of them? The group of agents didn't seem to have seen Xiao Axiner act in such a reserved manner, and all of them had strange expressions on their faces. Chapter 717. 0717. The plane flew straight into the clouds. At a normal speed, it would take about an hour to reach the predetermined coordinates. Xiao Linfuan did the work of commanding, and after arriving at the destination, he made clear the division of labor. Yi Fan and Xiao Axiner were the absolute main force of the battle, and their concealment skills were also good. Needless to say, they knew what to do. The Azura's secret gathering place was the intersection of the snowy mountains and the plateau. The terrain there was steep, and the mountain peaks towered into the clouds. It could be said to be an uninhabited area. In a place like that, even the slightest sign of human activity would be magnified infinitely. Therefore, when the plane was in the air, everyone would parachute down. This way, they could avoid being alerted by the Azura. On the way, Yi Fan and Xiao Axiner sat opposite each other. Yi Fan discovered that Xiao Axiner didn't dare to look him in the eye. She didn't dare to meet his gaze, as if she would be very shy when she saw him. Yi Fan didn't know why, but such a delicate phoenix girl was too different from before, making him feel very uncomfortable. Miss Xiao, is there any misunderstanding between us? Yi Fan couldn't help but ask. Seeing Yi Fan lean over, Xiao Axiner hurriedly shrunk back. No. Nothing. Then why did you feel like you were deliberately avoiding me when you saw me? Yi Fan almost asked her what she was shy about. Xiao Axiner hurriedly argued, no way. You're thinking too much. Seeing that the woman didn't answer, Yi Fan could only stop asking and quietly wait for the plane to arrive. About an hour later, the plane arrived at its destination. Everyone carried their parachutes on their backs and prepared to jump. When a special agent sent a parachute bag in front of Yi Fan waved his hand. I don't need it, I can just jump. The parachute is too slow, I'll go down and see if there's anything going on nearby. Although Xiao Linfuan had just said that Yi Fan was an expert invited by the Dragon Soul, this was a height of thousands of meters. If he jumped down directly, wouldn't any expert be smashed into meat paste? Xiao Linfuan smiled and said, there's no need to be in a daze. That's my boss. If my boss says there's no need, just believe him. Yi Fan was too lazy to explain to them. After opening the cabin door, he directly jumped down and instantly disappeared into the clouds. I don't need it either. Xiao Axiner refused to admit defeat. After throwing away her parachute bag, she also jumped down. The group of agents was dumbfounded. In their opinion, it was almost impossible for them to survive. In fact, this kind of fall was nothing to Yi Fan. After the sail landed in the forest, it used its hands to grab the tree twice. Two of the thick branches were broken, and then it steadily landed on the ground. Xiao Axiner followed closely behind, but the way the woman descended was rather explosive. She directly used her phoenix flames to release a raging flame towards a rock on the ground, and the reaction force allowed her to land lightly on the ground. Miss Xiao, Your landing method is too conspicuous. Isn't this exposing your whereabouts? Yi Fan said. None of your business. If even this can be seen, then it means that the people from the Shura Association are not far from here. Won't they be seen when they jump? As soon as Xiao Axioner finished speaking, she sensed that something was amiss. Yi Fan also discovered the situation. There's someone here. The two of them immediately looked in different directions, only to see a fierce man wearing mountain camouflage clothes and special combat gear quickly emerging from the forest in the distance. This group of people were all wearing gas masks, holding equipment similar to flamethrowers in their hands, and carrying storage devices on their backs. When Yi Fan saw the appearance of this group of people, he remembered that time in Europe, when he saved Princess L from the hands of the Azura. It's the Azura's poison gas weapon. Do not inhale it, it will quickly suffocate. Yi Fan said. Xiao Axioner disdainfully said, this lady is impenetrable, you should worry about yourself. Only then did Yi Fan remember that the woman's phoenix bloodline was ridiculously strong. This bit of poison gas was probably not a big deal, but the problem was, what about the people who fell down? Not good. Let's make our move first. Otherwise, the people who jump down will not be able to withstand the power of this poison gas. In the blink of an eye, a group of well-trained members of the Azura's Association had already begun to madly spray poison gas at Yi Fan and Xiao Axioner. The vast expanse of white poisonous gas was like a fountain, rapidly spreading in the forest, concealing everyone's figures. However, Yi Fan and Xiao Axioner's speed was extremely fast, and they had an extremely strong resistance to poison gas. The two of them held their breaths and focused, directly slaughtering this group of Azura's members. With one hand, he broke one person's neck, and with a kick, he sent the other person flying into the rock. He came and went like the wind, and with one move, he was able to instantly kill one of them. This group of Azura's members' martial strength was not strong, and they were only at the level of ordinary Special Forces soldiers. Facing the attack of a legend rank expert, they naturally had no way of resisting. However, there were too many people. Seeing the poisonous gas cover the entire mountain, Xiao Axioner became anxious. The woman's hands suddenly ignited with phoenix flames, planning to directly attack from afar and quickly burn these people. But as soon as the phoenix flames were ignited, the air seemed to have been ignited in an instant. Boom! The flames directly wrapped around Xiao Axioner, causing a violent explosion. No! Li Fen Xian reacted and wanted to dissuade him. It was too late. He should have thought that the Azura's poisonous gas would first be used to ambush and kill the Dragon Soul's people without bloodshed, and secondly, it would definitely have considered restricting the Phoenix Girl. Once the poisonous gas was added with flammable ingredients, then once Xiao Axioner set it on fire, it would be equivalent to burning herself as well. Fortunately, Xiao Axioner was naturally immune to fire. However, the key point was that with this fire, the poisonous gas that filled the mountains and plains was ignited, and the entire forest was equivalent to a forest fire. After this group of Azura's Association members were engulfed by the flames, their screams rose and fell one after another. The rest of the people didn't need to be killed, they were directly burned to death. Although Xiao Axioner wasn't afraid of flames, the explosion still caused her to suffer some internal injuries. She quickly relied on the flames to recover a little. When the woman came back to her senses and searched for Yi Fan's figure, she discovered that Yi Fan had already jumped onto the top of a towering tree that was 30 to 40 meters tall. How could this be? Xiao Axioner also jumped onto another big tree. Looking down, the fire was raging and was about to ignite several mountains. Fan Xian smiled bitterly. The Azura should have already known that the Dragon Soul would be able to find this place. They had already been ambushing and knew that you, the Phoenix Girl, might come. What do we do now? This is a sea of fire. Even if the two of us can resist, the others will just parachute down. Xiao Axioner blamed herself. She didn't think so much and just wanted to end the battle quickly. Chapter 7:18. 0718 Don't worry, with old Xia's experience, he should have a trick up his sleeve. Yifan pressed the communication device used by the dragon soul beside his ear and said, Old Xia, did you guys jump? Xia Linfuan's response immediately came from the other side, I didn't jump. Boss, you already jumped down to see the situation. Why would I be in a hurry to jump? The plane is still circling. Yifan smiled, I knew you were a chicken thief. There's an ambush here, and there's already a big fire. You guys should choose a new jumping point. No, boss, we will retreat directly to the rear base. This time, only you and the Phoenix girl can carry out this operation. If we need support, we can directly enter. Furthermore, the forest fire must be extinguished as soon as possible. You guys don't care, but we have to consider the problem of national property. Yifan was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he said in relief, That's right, then you guys can just retreat. We'll go straight to the target. After cutting off the communication, Xiao Axaner asked curiously, Xia Linfuan and the others aren't coming. There's no point in coming. Since the other party is already on guard against you, it means that they have enough confidence that they can do what they want with you, the Phoenix girl. If the other party's strength has already reached that level, do you think that group of body refinement and Xiantian realm agents will be of any help here? It would be better to wait and see. When the time comes, if we need reinforcements, then let them in. Otherwise, it would just be a waste of our lives. Yifan said. Xiao Axaner understood and said disdainfully, I don't believe that an Azura would have such an ability to burn one after another. Yifan helplessly smiled, he admired this woman's burst of confidence, let's go, we're still 5 kilometers away from the coordinates. Because the ground was on fire, although Yifan could resist it, he didn't want to burn his entire body naked. Thus, he quickly jumped from the top of the tree and left the area where the flames were concentrated. With their speed, it would only take them 5 to 6 minutes to travel a distance of 5 kilometers, even in special terrains. Without a group of people holding them back, the two of them were able to move more freely. After crossing a cliff in the mountain range, a high slope appeared in front of them. The mountain mist lingered around it, making it look like a fairyland. What shocked Yifan and Xiao Axaner was that there was a huge sky crater on the high slope. This seemed to be a naturally formed sinkhole. It was over 100 meters wide and bottomless, and one could see white mist surging out of it. This was clearly the natural appearance of the sinkhole caused by the temperature difference. If the two of them had not come here to search for the people of the Azura Association, they would have really been attracted by this beautiful scenery and stopped to admire it. Why is there no one? Isn't this the coordinates found by the satellite? Xiao Axaner looked around in confusion. There's the smell of blood. Yifan, on the other hand, sensed that something was wrong. Immediately, his sharp eyes discovered that there were actually some corpses in the grass in front of him. The sail quickly ran over to take a look, and immediately saw that these were the corpses of the Azura's Association members. Each of them had died a miserable death, and it was very strange, as if they were dried corpses that had been drained of blood. After a careful search, he discovered that there were corpses everywhere. There were at least 30 to 40 of them, and there might even be more. It was just that they had fallen into the sinkhole. Who killed these people? Xiao Axaner frowned, feeling a wave of disgust. Strigoi. Yifan muttered. What? Xiao Axaner was stunned, why is the Strigoi here? Could it be that the Azura's Association is related to the Dark Council? Yifan rolled his eyes, Miss Xiao, if the Dark Council is the backer of the Azura's Association, then why would the Strigoi kill the people of the Azura's Association? It's clearly an opposing relationship. Only then did Xiao Axaner realize that she had made a mistake. Her face flushed red, I only said that there was a connection, but I didn't say if they were in the same group. Yi Fan was too lazy to waste words with her. The situation was more complicated than they had imagined. He hurriedly wanted to use the communication device to contact Ciel Infuen. However, after pressing it twice, he realized that the signal could not be transmitted out. He didn't know if there was a signal interference or if there was some special geomagnetic field here, but he was temporarily unable to contact them. At this moment, the sound of an explosion came from the bottomless pit. "He's down there." Xiao Axaner also heard it. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, then said, "How about this, I'll jump down and take a look at the situation. You stay up there and guard." "No. Do you think you're better than me? You guard, I'll jump down. I can still fly up if the situation isn't right." "Can you fly up?" Xiao Axaner refused. Yi Fan was speechless. In terms of flying, he really wasn't as free as Xiao Axaner's phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. He could only jump up. However, Xiao Axaner's battle experience was still insufficient, so Yi Fan was not at ease. "Forget it, then let's go down together so that we can take care of each other," Yi Fan said. Xiao Axaner snorted, "If you're alone and timid, just say so. This young miss will protect you. Today, I'll let you see my true strength." Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, Xiao Axaner still remembered the last time the two of them fought without a victor. Without further ado, the two of them jumped down. The depth of the sky cavern was hard to estimate. After jumping down for a full 600 to 700 meters, they still hadn't reached the bottom. Finally, when they were about 1,000 meters away, Yi Fan and Xiao Axaner discovered that the scene below had changed. The surroundings had suddenly become even wider, like a vase, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. There were strange rocks all around, stalactites and crystal-like ores everywhere. The flowers and plants were luxuriant, and there were several cold ponds scattered around. It was as if this was an underground paradise. However, what surprised Yi Fan and Xiao Axaner even more was that there were actually several helicopters here, as well as some excavators, and all kinds of machines used to dig holes. No wonder they found out that the Azura would bring in a large machine, but there was no trace of it. So they were all directly sent to the bottom of this sky cavern. However, Yi Fan and Xiao Axaner were not allowed to watch any longer. The sounds of fighting came from the side, causing them to raise their spirits by 120%. Two groups of people were crazily fighting each other in an area that had been excavated. There was already a large pile of corpses of the Azura's members on the ground. However, this group of members seemed to be of average strength, as if they were workers who had come here to work. In the middle of the pile of corpses, a mage wearing a green robe and with a dark green beard and hair waved a magic staff inlaid with a huge turquoise stone in his hand. Thick, greenish-brown vines were summoned around his body. The vines seemed to be conscious whips as they crazily swept in all directions. Upon closer inspection, those vines had sharp thorns, as if they were poisonous. They were definitely not to be trifled with. Around him, there were 7 or 8 figures dressed in black clothes moving at high speeds like ghosts. Blood-colored beams of light constantly flashed. It was a group of Strigoi experts. However, this mage was truly powerful. His defense was watertight, and he could even counterattack the group of Strigoi. Chapter 719 0719. When Xiao Axaner heard this name, she also thought of something, Ulysses, one of the 3 great judges of the old days. Yi Fan nodded and immediately looked to the other side. It was a necromancer. His entire body was shrouded in an aura of death. His head, chest, and hands and feet were all covered in a layer of armor made of white bones. Only a pair of scarlet eyes could be seen on his head. It was extremely terrifying. He held a spear made of white bones in his hand and was engaged in a fierce battle with a golden-haired Strigoi dressed in a black tuxedo. The long-haired white Strigoi had a pair of wings condensed from blood magic on his back. In his hand was a long sword condensed from blood magic. His speed was extremely fast as he circled around the mage. One of them stood on the spot, brandishing their spears, while the other flapped their blood wings and slashed with their blood swords, not giving way to each other. Yamo. Prince Obara. After Yi Fan recognized the two of them, his brows knitted even tighter. When Xiao Axaner heard this, she was also very surprised. Necromancer Night Devil. Two of the three great judges had come. The Strigoi Prince has also come. Is this a war between the old rulers and the Dark Council? The person with the highest authority among the great old ones was naturally the Dominator. Under the Dominator, there were three adjudicators. In addition to assisting the ruler, the judge also had the responsibility of deciding whether or not to accept new members. Normally, two judges would be allowed to join if they passed the examination. Of course, as the ruler, he had the right to veto new members. However, those who could become judges were usually old and powerful figures in the old ones. Therefore, the ruler would trust them a lot and would not interfere too much with the decisions of the three judges. Although to the outside world, the ruler was the most famous, but within the old ones, most of the time, the ones who held the real power were actually the three judges, who were equivalent to the three protectors. The nature mage Ulysses and the necromancer Yima were both famous experts in the underground world. Although many young people didn't know their names, Xiao Axayen still understood them from the dragon's soul. When Yi Fan first entered the old ones, he was still a child. Back then, these two were already candidates for the judge, and now, they had already been judged for nearly 10 years. However, Prince Obara, who had led a group of Blood Clan elites to fight against the two of them, could not be underestimated. Although the Blood Kindred was mainly represented by Prince Sebastian, the legendary powerhouse, the number of princes within the Blood Kindred had always been a secret. This Obara was one of them, and his strength was definitely not inferior to Sebastian's. If Yi Fan hadn't interacted with the Dark Council quite a few times back then, he wouldn't have been able to recognize this Strigoi. No wonder everyone else is dead. Prince Obara brought such a group of elites here, and only these two judges can resist them. Yi Fan suddenly said. But why are they fighting here? I don't see anything special here. Xiao Axayen looked around. Although it was very vast, she could still roughly see what was going on. Yi Fan wasn't too sure either, so he simply walked towards the two groups of people who were fighting to the death. In fact, Prince Obara and the two judges had also noticed the appearance of Yi Fan and Xiao Axayen. However, they were in the middle of a great battle and had no time to ask. Lucifer. You came at the right time. Take advantage of this moment to join hands with this king and kill these two old enemies of yours. Obara shouted. Yama's blood-red eyes glanced at Yi Fan. Lucifer. The holy war is over. Do you still want to be with this group of stinky bats and become enemies with us, old ones? Ha! Yama, Ulysses, you old rulers secretly formed an organization like the Azura's Association. Everyone has the right to punish you. Obara mocked. Yi Fan was not in a hurry to make a move, and said, the Phoenix girl and I just arrived. What exactly happened here? Prince, how did you know that the Azura would act here, and why did you come to stop us? When Prince Obara heard this, he loudly ordered a group of Strigoi elites to withdraw their troops and retreat. The battle suddenly came to an abrupt end, and the two sides once again confronted each other. Lucifer, since you have also come to participate in this matter, I presume you have cooperated with the Dragon Soul. Then, shouldn't your enemy be the Azura's Association? I can clearly tell you that our Dark Council already has conclusive evidence that the Azura's Association and the old rulers are inextricably linked. They are in the same group. As for their purpose in coming here, it is for an ancient treasure of your country. As for what it is, we do not know. Obara naturally hoped that Yi Fan would join their camp, so he patiently explained. Treasure. You don't understand, yet you still want to fight like this. Xiao Axian doubted. Obara's handsome face grinned and said, Phoenix girl, this is an order from Antediluvian. We must stop the Azura's actions, so we don't need to understand, we just need to carry it out. Antediluvian. Yi Fan was shocked, and finally realized the seriousness of this matter. Xiao Axian, on the other hand, didn't know much about the situation of the Strigoi. She asked in bewilderment, what is that? Antediluvian, the ancient Strigoi, is a king above the prince, is the grandson of the ancestor of the Strigoi, Cain, and is also the ancestor of the 13 clans of the Strigoi. He is also the most powerful generation of the Strigoi. Most of the blood arts were created by them. For the Dark Council to be able to stand tall for thousands of years without falling, the sacred royal court and the countries and organizations of the various eras were all in awe of the Dark Council. It was just that they were not sure if the 13 ancient Strigoi kings were still alive. But now it seemed. Even if not all of them were alive, at least some of them were still alive. Yi Fan gave a simple explanation to Xiao Axian, but at the same time, he felt a wave of confusion in his heart. Could it be that the few old fellows he had seen in the 18 levels of hell were antediluvian? If that was the case, then he was really lucky to be able to kill his way out of there. It was all thanks to them letting him go. Because, if it was a true ancient Strigoi, then their strength would definitely be at the epic level. This also happened to confirm a rumor that the outside world had about the Dark Council. There was a hidden epic ranked expert in the Strigoi. Of course, this was only Yi Fan's guess, because the 18 levels of hell were prisons after all. Could it be that the most powerful ancestors of the Strigoi had always stayed in the prisons they had built? This was really inexcusable. When the two judges, Ulysses and Yama, heard antediluvian, their expressions turned serious. Chapter 720. 0720 inches old acquaintances, you should know that I don't like to hear such words. Yi Fan's gaze turned cold. Ulysses stretched out his hand to stop Yamo and said with a smile, Lucifer, don't misunderstand. We don't mean to threaten you. Fan Xian looked around. Right now, I just want to know, did you guys find any treasures? There are holes everywhere here, but I can't see any treasures. Yi Fan's purpose in coming here was to obstruct the Azura's actions. Since the Azura was here to search for treasures, then as long as they couldn't find them, it would be fine. What nonsense are you spouting from this stinky bat? We are old ones, how could we be the Azura's association? We are only here to search for some medicinal herbs so that we can go back and study some magic potions. We are not looking for any treasures. Yamo said in a rough voice. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I've heard that you mages have started to use excavators to dig up medicinal herbs. Furthermore, you've brought a group of subordinates who are obviously from the Azura's association. This is too unreasonable. How do you know these people are from the Azura's association? Ulysses was puzzled. Leaf Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders. I'm sorry, two judges. In the past year, I've had a lot of dealings with the Azura's association. It's just that the two of you are probably in a high position and don't know about it. Ulysses and Yamo immediately fell silent. They knew that they couldn't argue any further. Lucifer, did you see that? They are at a loss for words. Quickly help this king kill them. Obara said proudly. Yamo immediately retorted, Lucifer, have you thought it through? Do you think that these dark creatures would come to China to help the dragon's soul for no reason? They were simply here to snatch the treasures. Because they planted spies among us, they knew that we were here and tried to take advantage of the situation. Leaf Fan Xian did indeed have this doubt. In his opinion, the Strigoi had always pursued practical rewards. If they were really just here to stop the Azura's association, there was no need for them to personally come over. If they told the Dragon Soul about this news, the Dragon Soul would naturally send someone over. Since the Dark Council had sent Prince Obara and a group of powerful elites to sneak in, they must have some ulterior motives. As a result, Yi Fan and Xiao Axaner had to face two groups of people, and they couldn't trust either side. Just as Yi Fan was feeling a headache, Xiao Axaner, who was at the side, took a step forward and said, "I don't care what you guys are doing here. This is the territory of China. You guys came here to dig around without permission and have already violated the laws of China. The Azura will kill the people of our Dragon Soul, so all of you must accept punishment. As for your Dark Parliament, all of you better scram now. Otherwise, all of you will stay here, and no one will be able to leave." When Fan Xian heard this woman's words, his head immediately exploded. Although that was the case, he couldn't say it so straightforwardly. The faces of the two judges, Prince Abula, and his entourage darkened. How arrogant! "Lucifer, do you have the same idea as the Phoenix Girl?" Prince Obara asked. Although the Sails couldn't be considered allies with the Dark Council, they still had some friendship. If they were to fall out with each other for the sake of the Dragon Soul, it wouldn't be worth it. "Prince, since you guys don't plan on getting any benefits, then we'll just stop the Azura. You guys can leave now. The Phoenix Girl's temper is a bit straightforward, there's no other meaning." Yi Fan smiled. Obara laughed out loud and said, "If the two legend rank experts join hands, I, Obara, will naturally give them face. Originally, I wanted to lend you a hand and kill these two hypocritical fellows, but since you don't need my help, then we'll leave so as to avoid being misunderstood as having any ulterior motives. I'll leave this place to you, Lucifer, Phoenix Girl, we'll meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, Obara gave the order. A group of Stragoi elites released their blood wings, flapped them, and quickly left the sky cavern. However, even if Obara brought his men and left, Yi Fan didn't dare to let his guard down. The upper echelons of the Stragoi were all scheming people, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't make a comeback. Seeing this, the two mages, Ulysses and Yama, knew that they had nowhere to retreat. Their eyes revealed ruthlessness as they planned to take the initiative. Rotting poison vine. Ulysses waved the green staff in his hand, and magic power suddenly surged out. A dozen or so thick vines that emitted poison shot out from the ground, aiming straight for Yi Fan and Xiao Xaner's limbs and necks. Bone sawing cage. At the same time, Yi Mo made his move. A large hand covered in white bones slapped the ground. Around Yi Fan and Xiao Xaner's bodies, dozens of sharp white bones that were full of spikes appeared. Magic usually needed to be chanted, combined with the mage's own spiritual force, to mobilize the elements in the air to achieve its release effect. However, the higher the mage's cultivation, the stronger their spiritual force. Many spells could be cast instantly without chanting. Yi Fan and Xiao Axaner reacted quickly. The moment they felt that there was an abnormality underground, they started to dodge. At the same time, they avoided the vines and bone spikes, but it was difficult for them to close the battle distance in an instant. The corrosive and poisonous vines were like thick and strong venomous snakes, weaving between the bone spikes and launching an aggressive attack towards the two of them. Yi Mo continued to move around, releasing bone spears and bone arrows one after another, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The scene was immediately filled with poisonous gas. As the caster, Ulysses would be fine, and Yama happened to be a necromancer, so he would not be affected by the poison. The spells of these two judges complemented each other. As the sail moved back and forth, it punched and kicked, shattering a pile of bone spikes and vines. At the same time, it discovered that new vines were constantly popping out. It was truly quite troublesome. "Lucifer, Phoenix Girl, even if you are legend rank experts, you might not be able to gain an advantage against us. Don't forget, in terms of experience, we have a lot more than you do. Ulysses laughed loudly as he quickly waved his staff. Streams of green ripples entered the vines, and huge bud-like balls appeared on the vines. Man-eating flower. These huge flowers suddenly opened their bloody mouths, and yellow-green sour liquid flew horizontally, biting towards Yifan and Xiao Axiner. Seeing this, Xiao Axiner said angrily, "Yi, get lost." She couldn't bear it any longer. She didn't care if she would hurt Yifan by setting a fire here, so her entire body ignited with phoenix flames. The golden phoenix flames were like a bomb exploding inside, instantly burning the surrounding vines and man-eating flowers into nothingness. Moreover, they spread out, directly burning out an empty space. The sail dodged quickly, creating a gap and running to the outside. Finally, it wasn't burned, but it was still a little frightening. After all, the feeling of being burned by fire wasn't good. If he and Xiao Axiner were to fight one-on-one, they might be above the other two, but in terms of teamwork, they really didn't have any. As soon as Xiao Axiner broke through the encirclement, she shot out a rain of fire towards Ulysses. The phoenix flames bombarded the area indiscriminately like 10,000 stars, whistling towards Ulysses. At this time, Yemo suddenly arrived and summoned a huge bone shield, blocking in front of the two of them, forcefully resisting this move. Chapter 721. 0721 inch. You all, listen to the call of the wind, listen to the gurgling of the spring, look at the changes in the ancient times, draw the essence of the earth. Shattered land, a million stone beasts. Ulysses' staff was planted on the ground. In an instant, the countless rocks at the bottom of the sinkhole began to move restlessly. Rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. The stones seemed to have a life of their own. All kinds of ores began to gather together, turning into ferocious beasts. Some were as big as elephants, while others were shaped like cheetahs. They either rolled down the stone walls or leaped up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of stone monsters appeared from all directions. It was as if the cave had turned into a spirit as they madly rushed towards Yifan and Xiao Axiner. A powerful magician was an army. Seeing the scene in front of him, this sentence was even more confirmed. Yifan and Xiao Axiner instantly fell into the encirclement of the stone beasts. The stone beasts that were crazily dashing about didn't know what fear was. They obeyed the summons, using their strong and heavy bodies to brutally attack the two tiny humans. If it was a few or a dozen of them, it would be fine. However, in this sky crater, there were countless stone beasts, and they were simply unable to handle them. Yifan punched and kicked. Although these stone beasts were fierce, Yifan's strength was not child's play. Every punch and kick could cause these stone beasts to collapse and shatter. However, these stone beasts relied on magic elements to appear. Even if they were shattered, they would immediately reassemble after landing on the ground, turning into another stone beast and attacking once again. F*CK, I can't kill them all. Only then did Yifan realize that the reason why this magic required chanting was because it was reasonable. It really wasn't an ordinary grindstone. If it was an ordinary ancient martial artist, just the pressure of these stones would be enough to crush him to death, not to mention being continuously consumed like this. In all directions, it was already impossible to see where Xiao Axiner was. One could only see the phoenix flames continuously rising and falling. Yifan simply leaped up, planning to escape from the encirclement of these stone beasts and take Ulysses' life. After killing the caster, this magic would naturally stop. However, as soon as he arrived, he discovered that there was something below that was trying to hold him back, causing Yifan's movements to immediately slow down. This is... Yifan lowered his head to take a look and discovered that a large amount of death aura had already begun to spread on the ground. Necromancer Yama stood in the distance, opening a soul-amassing urn in his hand. Souls kept flying out of the small, grayish-black container. These were the souls he had absorbed from the battlefield or disaster zone. Through magic, he had refined them into ethereal warriors who obeyed his orders. Countless undead shuttled between these stone beasts, lingering under Yifan and Xiao Xaner's bodies. They stretched out their arms one after another, dragging Yifan and making it difficult for them to move quickly. Just as Yifan was about to get up, he was dragged into the air and was unable to get up again. The two stone beasts above him were like Mount Tai pressing down on him as they pounced towards Yifan. The sail simply stomped its foot on the ground, raised its body and brandished a fist intent, directly smashing the two stone beasts into pieces. Shao 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 fan to of melt them. Yifan took advantage of the time and shouted. With the temperature of the phoenix flames, Yifan believed that as long as Xiao Xaner didn't purposely restrain herself, it shouldn't be difficult to melt these stone beasts. Most importantly, the phoenix flames were of extreme yang and could destroy these Yin spirits and disperse the aura of death. I don't need you to teach me. Xiao Xaner was also annoyed by the stone beast's interference. At this moment, her eyes seemed to be ignited with golden flames, and the phoenix flames all over her body suddenly surged. It was as if a golden sun was slowly rising from the bottom of the sinkhole. Phoenix burning blood. The phoenix flames were like a giant flame beast. As they continued to expand, they devoured the stone beasts in all directions. Facing such a powerful phoenix flame, both Ulysses and Yama revealed shocked expressions, but they did not lose their will to fight. Ulysses waved his staff and continuously mobilized his mana, causing magic ripples to spread out. The stone beasts quickly turned into lava, but due to the effect of magic, the liquefied lava was still trying to form lava monsters. However, Yifan would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Taking advantage of the time when the phoenix flames were dispersing the death aura, Yifan could clearly see the figures of Ulysses and Yimo, who were more than 100 meters away. Seeing this, Yimo knew that the situation was not good. He hurriedly put away the soul-gathering urn, slapped the ground with one hand and muttered something. A few seconds later, a few huge mud puppets that were 3 to 4 meters tall, surrounded by the aura of death, stood up in front of them. I'll block it. Hurry up and cast the spell. Yimo said to Ulysses who was behind him. Seeing this, Ulysses was about to continue casting when he realized that the situation was not good. Be careful. While he was speaking, Yifan had already leaped into the air. His hand formed a sword finger and suddenly struck towards the position where Yimo was standing. A sword intent that used the power of heaven and earth to unleash the profound meaning of the sword tore through the air. It was as fast as lightning as it shot straight towards the night demon's head. Although the two mud puppets were blocking in front of Yifan, Yifan had already locked onto his target. This sword thrust did not dodge at all, and went straight for the center of Yimo's eyebrows. Puff puff. With two sounds, the mud puppet was directly pierced through, but the sword's intense momentum did not decrease. Pfft. With the third muffled sound, the sword intent had already pierced through the white bone mask on Yimo's head. A dark red line of blood flew out, and the dignified old judge had already lost his life. He didn't understand how Yifan did it at all. If they had known that Yifan could kill people from a distance like this, they wouldn't have been so careless as to think that such a tactic would be effective. Even Xiao Xaner had seen Yifan's sword intent for the first time. She could feel that this was a powerful force in the world. She couldn't help but be secretly shocked that Yifan actually had such a skill. Damn you, Lucifer, you traitor. You will die a horrible death. He summoned a bunch of vines to block his front and back, then turned around and ran in the direction of a helicopter. Leaf seeing him run away, Fan Xian frowned, but was not in a hurry to chase after him. However, Xiao Xaner was very dissatisfied with Yifan taking the opportunity to kill Yimo. She was the one who destroyed the magic, so why did Yifan steal her head? Didn't this mean that she had lost to this guy? Don't even think about running away. How could Xiao Axaner be willing to let Ulysses go at this moment? No matter what, she had to kill one each. A white flame ignited on his back. It was the swan wings. His figure suddenly accelerated, charging straight towards Ulysses. Don't go over. Yifan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The key was that the girl wasn't willing to listen to him. Xiao Axaner's swan wings were too fast. In the blink of an eye, she had already closed in on Ulysses' back. At this moment, an evil smile appeared on Ulysses' face as he placed his staff on the ground. Boom! Chapter 722. 0722. When Yifan saw this scene, he knew that his guess was right. Even if Ulysses wanted to leave the pit, he could use magic to escape. It was obviously unreasonable for him to drive a helicopter. Then, the only reason he did this was to lure them into chasing. This well-hidden formation had been set up a long time ago. It was obviously a trump card at a critical moment. When Xiao Axaner realized that she had fallen into a trap, it was already too late. She could only move forward, wanting to use a stream of phoenix flames to burn Ulysses to death. However, for some reason, Xiao Axaner suddenly lost sight of Ulysses. Soon after, Xiao Axaner discovered that her surroundings were filled with a vast expanse of gray. She couldn't see what was outside at all. She frowned and ignited a phoenix flame in her hand. She shot out a stream of phoenix flames, only to find that the phoenix flames quickly extinguished and were of no use at all. What made Xiao Axaner even more uneasy was that she felt as if her body was getting more and more tired. The more she released the phoenix flames, the faster she got tired. She could only keep walking forward, but there was clearly only such a small area. No matter how hard Xiao Axaner walked, she couldn't reach the edge. From the outside, Xiao Axaner seemed to have lost her soul. In this 10-meter-wide gray magic array, she was surrounded by a wall of light. He released the phoenix flames a few times, but they were extinguished as soon as they were ignited, as if they were useless. Xiao Axaner walked back and forth, as if she was lost. Every few steps, she would turn around and then spin in circles, doing useless work. Xiao Axaner. Eldest Miss Xiao. Yifan rushed over and shouted a few times from outside the magic array, but Xiao Axaner couldn't hear him at all. Yifan didn't dare to directly walk in like this. Not to mention whether or not he could enter. Once he did, it was very likely that both of them would be trapped. Naturally, he couldn't take the risk. At this time, Ulysses had already walked out of the array and proudly said, "Lucifer, there's no need to shout. Even if she's a phoenix girl, once she enters this array, don't even think about coming out." Yifan said in a deep voice, "No matter what kind of spell you have, do you think you can escape just like that? Ha! Lucifer, you are so naive. Why should I run away? The one who should be thinking of running away is you, right?" Ulysses smiled strangely. Fan Xian frowned, suddenly feeling a chill on his back. Something was rapidly approaching. Yifan dodged to the side, only to see a magic arrow condensed from platinum magic elements, almost hitting his body. Sylvie. Yifan turned around and saw a woman appear out of thin air from a ripple in the air. It was the White Queen, Sylvie Somlet. Sylvie was dressed in a long black dress that outlined her slender and graceful figure. Her light blonde hair was also scattered, and her entire temperament was much more charming and arrogant than before. "Lucifer, why aren't you calling me Master's wife anymore? The way you're looking at me right now isn't very friendly." Sylvie giggled. Fan Xian sneered, "A woman who ambushed me with an arrow in the back is not my mistress. Although I know that you should have something to do with the Azura Association, but if you are the Azura King, then I can figure out a lot of things." Ha 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 ha. Sylvie raised her head and laughed. "Do you think I'm the Azura King? You're thinking too much. The Azura Association is just a terrorist organization that can be sacrificed at any time. How could I take the risk to become some Azura king? Sacrifice at any time. Yifan understood and said, "It seems like you guys are just using the Azura Association as a disguise, so that you can do these sneaky things." Sylvie teased, "Lucifer, do you still have the mood to care about this? You almost ruined my plans in Europe, and now you're with the Dragon Soul, and you almost ruined my plans with the Phoenix Girl. You're going against me like this, you really don't care about your old feelings at all. Back then, when I left OLD1s, you guys didn't even think about old relationships when you chased after me and my brothers and sisters. How much is old relationships worth in the underground world?" Yifan shrugged his shoulders. Sylvie playfully said, "I originally wanted to give you a way out and let you come to our side. After all, I have always cherished talents, but unfortunately, you don't seem to buy it. Lucifer, you only have one person left, and the people of the Dragon Soul are still at least 10 kilometers away. Do you think you can defeat me and Alice's working together?" Yifan looked at Xiao Axian who was in the magic array beside him. "I'm not alone. This magic array of yours can't trap the Phoenix Girl. Naive. This is the unreal nether realm that Yi Mo and I set up together. Once they enter it, the trapped person will hallucinate, as if they have fallen into an endless world. All of their judgments will be biased. I thought I was walking in a straight line, but I was taking a detour. I thought I had released my Jinqi, but in fact, I hadn't released it at all. It's as if I've become mentally retarded, and I can't even think about walking out." Alice laughed evilly. Yifan expressionlessly said, "You and Yi Mo combined might not be able to match up to a Phoenix Girl. I don't believe that your magic array can be that powerful. You underestimate the Phoenix Girl's strength too much. The effort she put in her cultivation is not something you can imagine. She will definitely be able to walk out on her own. It seems like you are filled with blind confidence in the Phoenix Girl." Sylvie narrowed her eyes. "Then do you think that before she comes out, you will be able to stop the two of us working together?" Yifan sighed and said, "Just now, Prince Obara brought a group of Strigoi elites with him. You purposely hid yourself and didn't show yourself. You should be trying to kill Obara through a sneak attack. Sylvie, although I don't know exactly how strong you are, you don't have the heart of an expert. You only know how to do these things in the dark." Whether it was secretly setting up the Azura's Association, scheming to seize the chairman of the Sai Te Association, or even coming to China to search for treasures, you didn't dare to show your true face in public. You are afraid of challenges, afraid of death. You would rather watch Yi Mo be killed by me than show yourself in advance. You have to wait for the Phoenix Girl to enter the magic array before coming out to ambush me. You are not qualified to be my opponent." When Sylvie heard these words, her face became more and more gloomy, and her eyes became more and more ferocious. She was completely different from her original holy image. "Shut up. You traitor. Don't think that just because you are also one of the top 10 legends, you can really be compared to me, Sylvie. I am the disciple of the great Shakyamuni apocalypse. You're just a lowly being who betrayed your sect and was lucky enough not to die. Since you are so untactful, then today I will let you understand how insignificant you are in front of absolute powerful magic." Before she finished speaking, a powerful dark magic element surged out from Sylvie's body. It was as if a ball of black hellfire had suddenly erupted from Sylvie's body. Chapter 723. 0723. Even if Yifan wasn't a mage, he could tell at a glance that this was definitely not white magic, nor was it magic that a holy healing magic could release. This Sylvie had become a legend with her healing magic and had the title of White Queen. She didn't expect that there would be such a powerful dark magic hidden in her body. "Have you finally revealed your true appearance?" Yifan's mind was focused. Since Sylvie had begun to reveal her trump card, then it must be because Sylvie felt that she had the confidence to kill him, so she began to reveal her true identity without any worries. Moreover, he didn't forget that there was still an Ulysses behind him, eyeing him covetously. Today is the day of the fall of the King of Hell and the Phoenix Girl. I'll let you all experience what true magic is before you die. It was as if there were tens of thousands of black tentacles beneath Sylvie's feet, lifting her body up into the air 4 to 5 meters high. With one hand, he quickly drew a hexagram in the air, and a black-purple magic array appeared. Obsidian Star. The magic array suddenly expanded, like a 7 to 8 meter wide wall of void. Countless black magic arrows shot out from the wall, densely packed like locusts, bombarding towards Yifan from all directions. Yifan retreated to avoid this wave of attacks, but discovered that Sylvie was moving the magic array and continuously following him. The dense rain of magic arrows was still unavoidable. Rumble. The carpet bombing and the violent dark magic were like a flood that poured down for 1,000 miles. Some of the corpses on the ground were corroded by this magic and quickly shriveled up, as if their flesh and blood had been sucked out. Yifan's body exploded into countless pieces of rubble. Although his speed was fast, the area he covered was huge, and his arms and legs were scratched a little. As soon as he came into contact with it, Yifan discovered that traces would be left on the surface of his body. It was as if a layer of dead skin had been peeled off, and his cells were rapidly dying. It was hard to imagine that Sylvie, who was famous for her healing magic, would be able to viciously take away her life force when she cast a killing spell. Yifan moved quickly, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. However, Sylvie was in hot pursuit. She had a wide field of view in midair and was on guard against Yifan from all directions. Ulysses was not idle either. He continuously controlled the poisonous vines to restrict Yifan's movements. Their coordination was very tight. Lucifer. There was no need to be delusional in looking for an opportunity. I won't let you use the move you used to kill Yama. Sylvie was also very clear about Yifan's intentions, so she was very vigilant, not giving Yifan the chance to display his sword intent. His heart was like a pool of calm spring water. While looking for an opportunity, he was also thinking about a strategy to deal with it. Finally, through the serpentine movement between the two rocks, Yifan found a gap and shot out a sword intent towards Sylvie. Naive. However, Sylvie had already noticed this flaw and dodged in advance. At the same time, she drew another magic array with one hand and quickly chanted, Sinful Abyss, Scarlet Blood River, Savage Breath, Purgatory Rainbow. Dozens of black balls of light landed on the ground. Each of the balls of light unfolded and turned into dozens of blood-red magic formations. Blood-colored tentacles extended out from these magic arrays towards Yifan. Yifan had never encountered such magic before. After dodging a few times in a row, he was unable to avoid it. A tentacle wrapped around his left ankle, and he immediately felt the blood in his body flow in reverse, as if it was about to be sucked out. Even with Yifan's physical fitness, there was still such an obvious situation. It could be seen that if an ordinary person was entangled, their blood essence would be completely sucked dry. Yifan hurriedly stomped on the ground, creating a huge pit. His body also forcefully rose from the ground, breaking free from a tentacle. However, Sylvie was already prepared. She drew another formation with her other hand, waiting for Yifan to jump into the air. Night Beast, Heavenlock Thunder. A black magic array opened up in the air. As it rotated, black electric currents gathered in all directions, directly enveloping Yifan in a huge black electric light. Yifan really wanted to curse out loud. Sylvie's casting speed was really too fast. It was actually so difficult for him to even dodge, let alone get close to her. It was obvious that before fighting him, Sylvie had already studied a lot of his fighting habits and came prepared. A bolt of Heavenlock Thunder directly struck Yifan, and his entire body felt as if it was being burned by fire. Yifan's body heavily fell to the ground, and his skin was filled with the smell of burning, and even emitted a rotten smell. But in reality, relying solely on his body to withstand this attack was already something that surprised Sylvie. Yifan's face became much paler. Seeing that the second bolt of nether thunder was about to strike, Yifan gritted his teeth and quickly ran out of the area of the array. For this reason, he had no choice but to break a few more poisonous vines. For a time, the siege of Sylvie and Alice's made Yifan feel overwhelmed, unable to attack or defend. Lucifer. No matter how strong your body is, I can still exhaust you to death. This is the result of your arrogance. Today, you will die here. Sylvie let out a crazy laugh. Facing the already injured Yifan, she once again summoned countless black magic arrows and chased after him with all her might. Yifan clenched his teeth, seeing that the distance between him and Sylvie was about 30 meters. He suddenly turned around, ignoring the magic arrows that were coming at him. He suddenly waved his arm, and a sword intent that was like a huge invisible sword suddenly slashed down. More than half of the magic arrows were scattered, but a large number of them still landed on Yifan's body. But at the same time, Yifan's sword intent also caught Sylvie, who was immersed in the pursuit, off guard. Poochie! Blood spurted out. Although Sylvie made a dodging movement, her right arm was still cut off. Ah! Sylvie screamed miserably, the pain tearing her heart and lungs apart. Yifan was also not feeling well. A large amount of dead skin appeared on his body, and many parts of his body were black. At the same time, his body felt much weaker. It was obvious that this black magic had the effect of seizing a person's vitality and physical strength. This was also the killing effect of many black magic. Alice, who was behind him, took this opportunity to summon a hurricane, sending Yifan flying and crashing into a rock. Yifan's bones cracked from the impact, but seeing Sylvie's broken arm, he didn't eat these two attacks for nothing. Lucifer. Sylvie's face was ferocious, no longer as beautiful as before. Do you think you can hurt me like this? Chapter 724. 0724. When Yifan saw this scene, his heart suddenly sank. Although this woman's black magic was so crazy, her healing magic was still powerful. If she was injured, she would heal herself. This was like bringing along a top medical team at any time. At first glance, it seemed like there was no solution. I swear, I won't give you a second chance. I was just careless just now. Sylvie gritted her teeth. After moving her healed arm, she made another move. She actually summoned several magic arrays from the air. Although these black magic arrays had shrunk, 6 or 7 bolts of black lightning struck down in an instant, causing Yifan to be busy dodging. Moreover, his range of movement was getting smaller and smaller. If Yifan only needed to deal with Sylvie, he would still have a way to circle around and attack from the back through long-distance attacks. Of course, if Xiao Axiener was here, she would be able to help him stall one of the two enemies and end the battle. However, right now, he was alone, and Alice, a nature mage, was not someone to be trifled with. He continuously used vines and hurricane magic to restrict Yifan's movements. For a time, Yifan was fighting 1 against 2, so he naturally fell into a bitter battle. Lucifer, despair. You are now a slow death, let's see how long you can run for. Alice laughed loudly and said, Today, we will kill you, traitor, and avenge Emo. As Sylvie summoned the black nether thunder, she teased, It's a pity that we can't spread the news of today's battle. Otherwise, the reputation of our old rulers would greatly increase. Boom. A bolt of nether thunder struck in front of Yifan. It was only a hair's breadth away, and Yifan dodged it with a retreat. His forehead and body were already covered in cold sweat. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Xiao Axiener, who was in the nether realm. The girl was already sitting cross-legged on the ground, as if she had given up on walking back and forth and using the phoenix flames. You guys underestimate the Phoenix girl too much. Do you think that this kind of illusory spell formation can really trap her forever? Yi Fan grinned. Oh. You still expect your comrades to come out and help you. Lucifer, keep dreaming. Sylvie raised her hand and condensed a black energy ball on her fingertip. The energy ball floated in front of the woman and shot out a black laser. The black beam of light continued to expand, launching a new round of fierce attacks towards Yi Fan. At the same time that the sail dodged the black energy, it was also struck by a bolt of nether lightning. Its body felt sore and limp, but it could only grit its teeth and continue to resist. Facing the increasingly fierce attacks, Yi Fan could only think in his heart, Miss Xiao, although you have a bad temper, you should be able to rely on me at critical moments. If you don't come out, I can only fight with my life on the line. Capital City, Lingyun Temple. The ancient temple surrounded by green pines and cypresses was quiet and pleasant. A girl dressed in red, who seemed to be only 13 or 14 years old, sat cross-legged on a futon under a Bodhi tree in the backyard of the ancient temple. Although the girl was meditating, her beautiful eyebrows were slightly knitted together and the corners of her mouth were tightly pursed. She was unable to calm down. Xan Air, why is it so hard for you to calm down? Bikuni, who was dressed in a long gray robe, opened his eyes in front of the girl and asked. Xan Air opened her eyes wide and said dejectedly, Master Miao Yun, I think of my father. He quarreled with my mother again. He doesn't seem to like my mother, and he doesn't like me either. I don't understand. Since he doesn't like my mother, why did he choose to marry my mother among the clansmen, and why did he give birth to me? When I thought of this, my heart has always been stifled. Master Miaoyun fiddled with the Buddhist beads and pondered for a moment before asking, Xin Air, what does the matter between your father and your mother have to do with your meditation and cultivation? If you think about it, you will be obsessed with it, understand? Xiao Axianer nodded, I understand. I only need to let go of the obsession in my heart and pretend that nothing happened. However, Master Miaoyun sighed and shook his head. He pointed at the Bodhi tree beside him and said, there is no tree in the Bodhi tree, and the mirror is not a platform. If you have an obsession, then that obsession will become an object, and there is an obsession. You don't have any obsession in your heart, so why do you have to let it go? As the saying goes, there should be no place to live, and one's heart will be born. There was originally nothing, and there was no appearance, so there was nothing. Since there was nothing, where did the trouble come from? What do you not understand? Xan Air was silent. After sitting quietly for a long time, her eyes became clear and peaceful. She clasped her hands together and said, Thank you, Master. Xan Air has learned her lesson. Miao Yun nodded, your grandfather sent you to me because he thought highly of your aptitude. You are the heavenly fate Phoenix Maiden, immortal and indestructible. The only thing that can stop you from soaring above the 9 heavens is yourself. After saying that, Master Miaoyun closed his eyes and began to chant the Heart Sutra, Sarira, form is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from form is emptiness, emptiness is form, and so is feeling, thinking, and knowing. Sarira is the emptiness of all laws, neither life nor death, neither filth nor purity. Inside the dark realm formation, Xiao Axaner sat cross-legged on the ground and withdrew her mind from her memories. Form is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from form is emptiness, emptiness is color. It is the emptiness of all laws, neither life nor death, neither filth nor purity. Xiao Axaner opened her eyes once again. Her eyes were burning with golden flames. The formation in front of her was completely different from the grayish-white primal chaos from before. She could clearly see where the boundaries of the formation were. She could clearly see that there were crystals set up in more than a dozen locations on the ground. These crystals were obviously used to continuously supply magic elements to the formation. Mage, I did it. Xiao Axaner was overjoyed in her heart, but she didn't have much of a reaction. She stood up, her mind completely under control, no longer being disturbed by the magic elements inside. With her as the center, a ball of golden flames rapidly burned and spread out. The magic crystals on the ground were quickly melted, and the formation shattered inch by inch like a glass barrier, suddenly exploding. Boom! With a loud sound, the raging flames at the bottom of the sinkhole swept out once again. Xiao Axianer was like a phoenix that had been reborn from the flames as she walked out of the formation. Sylvie and Alice's both revealed looks of surprise. They hurriedly retreated dozens of meters due to the scorching heat. How is this possible? No one has ever been able to come out of the void realm by themselves. Alice's face was pale. When the sail, who was tired of dodging, saw this scene, it finally heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile. I knew it, you would definitely be able to come out by yourself. Chapter 725. Shadow in the Darkness 0725. Yi Fan didn't mind being mocked. Although he didn't use his full strength, he was indeed a little disheveled by magic. Then why don't you come and share some of the firepower? Yi Fan smiled. Xiao Axianer's cold eyes swept towards Sylvie. White Empress, you don't look white at all right now. Although I guessed that you were up to no good, you're too confident in touching the territory of China. Sylvie's eyes flickered a few times, and she sneered, even if you can get out of this illusion array, it doesn't mean that the two of you can defeat the two of us. Alice's, trap them. Alice's was already prepared. He waved his staff and summoned a large number of vines from all directions. It was as if he was surrounded by plants, continuously shrinking towards Yi Fan and Xiao Axianer. His goal was very clear. After reducing the range of movement between the two of them, it would be convenient for Sylvie to give a thunderous blow. However, at the same time, Xiao Axianer unfurled her white swan wings on her back. Her body was burning with phoenix flames as she suddenly flew into the air, bringing with her a white rainbow as she charged straight towards Alice's. Alice's crazily summoned huge vines and built a high wall, forming a fortress around his body. Youngling Sword. A scarlet flame ignited in Xiao Axianer's hand, and a flaming longsword suddenly appeared. It brought along a thunderous flame, and the longsword tore apart all the vines in front of it. A white rainbow flashed, and when Xiao Axianer's body appeared behind Alice's, the youngling sword brought with it a scarlet light, directly splitting Alice's body in half. Bam! By the time Alice's realized that his magic had been completely countered by the phoenix flames, it was already too late. A ball of fire was produced from within his body, and it directly exploded. Xiao Axianer floated in the air and looked at the corpse that had been smashed into pieces on the ground. She disdainfully said, "White Empress, the helper you brought doesn't seem to be very useful." Sylvie also didn't expect that Xiao Axianer's explosive power would be so unstoppable. She hurriedly summoned several magical formations, attempting to release the nether thunder towards Xiao Axianer, who was in midair. However, a cold and murderous aura had already appeared behind Sylvie. Lucifer. Just a moment ago, while Xiao Axianer was diverting her firepower, Yi Fan had already circled behind Sylvie. Even if they were still more than 10 meters away, it was still close enough for Yi Fan. A sword intent condensed on his fingertip, and he fiercely stabbed at the back of Sylvie's head. Pooh! The powerful impact brought about by the sword intent directly tore the air apart, producing a muffled sound. After all, Sylvie was a mage. No matter how fast she was unable to react fast enough to Yi Fan's close combat sword intent. The sword intent was like an invisible laser, piercing through Sylvie's head. Sylvie opened her eyes in a daze. The black magic elements around her dissipated and she floated down to the dusty ground. The bottom of the sinkhole suddenly quietened down. Yi Fan and Xiao Axianer teamed up and killed the two judges. They even killed the White Queen, a legend of a generation and the leader of the old dominators. If news of such an achievement were to spread, it would definitely cause a sensation in the world. However, the person in question wasn't too excited. This was because in the underground world, since ancient times, there had been too many legends that had fallen. All of this was just an insignificant fragment in the long river of history. Both of them were very clear about this. Yifan let out a sigh of relief, smiled and said to the Phoenix girl, "Eldest Miss Xiao, as expected, men and women working together is not tiring." "Humph, you didn't even use your full strength." "Don't think that I don't know. Why did you keep waiting, afraid that I won't be able to come out?" Xiao Axaner also withdrew her phoenix flames and landed on the ground as she said with dissatisfaction. Yifan smiled. He was indeed worried that the other party would have some way to threaten Xiao Axaner, who was in the formation. He had been dodging and didn't use his body to fight them with his life on the line. He just wanted to use the tug of war to stall for time and let Xiao Axaner come out first. Fortunately, Xiao Axaner hadn't cultivated for nothing since she was young. She had defeated the magic array's misleading effect on her spiritual world and walked out. "Of course I know. This little bit of trouble is not difficult for you, the Phoenix girl. Don't misunderstand," Yifan said with a smile. Xiao Axaner rolled her eyes at him and looked around. "They're all dead, but why don't I see any treasures worth digging up here? They've dug holes everywhere on these stone walls. Just where is the main point?" Yifan was also puzzled. He really didn't see anything special about this place. However, just as the two of them were looking around, Yifan suddenly felt an ominous feeling in his heart. "That's not right." Yifan shouted, suddenly turned around, and looked at Sylvie's corpse. A wave of black magic power had actually healed the wound on Sylvie's head. Sylvie's body swayed as she slowly stood up. Her skin was even paler, and her face looked more than 10 years older. There were some fine wrinkles on her face, and her light blonde hair had quite a bit of white hair on it. However, she was still alive. How is this possible? You should have shattered her brain just now." When Xiao Axaner saw this scene, she also felt a chill run down her spine. A mage's spiritual force and magic power are both in the brain, so she shouldn't have any magic power. Could it be? Her magic didn't originate from herself. Yifan murmured. "Not her own. Then whose is it?" Xiao Axaner was astonished. Yifan was silent. He thought of a very terrifying possibility. A possibility that he really didn't want to face. "Ha! Ha!" Sylvie let out a sinister laugh. She raised her head and said in a low voice, "Lucifer. I didn't expect that you would be able to force me into such a situation. Unfortunately, I am invincible. You and the Phoenix girl should take advantage of the time before I revive and scram. Now, you can only fall into the endless abyss forever." Xiao Axaner coldly snorted, "If you live, then so be it. At most, I'll kill you again. If you have the ability, then come back to life." As Xiao Axaner spoke, she condensed a phoenix flame golden wool in her hand and threw it towards Sylvie. The golden wool rose with the wind, and by the time it landed in front of Sylvie, it was already 3 to 4 meters wide. The blazing phoenix flame seemed to want to cut Sylvie in half. However, just as she was about to be hit, an even darker magic power surged out from Sylvie's body. In a trance, a hideous and terrifying monster head covered in all kinds of eyeballs appeared in the midst of the dark mist-like magic power. The phoenix flames were directly blocked by this magic power and dispersed, unable to cause any damage. Chapter 726. 0726. When Xiao Axaner heard this, she was also shocked. She had heard of this kind of spell before, but she didn't expect that someone would actually practice it. There really is such a spell. Yifan nodded. The demon summoning technique is a forbidden technique even in black magic. It is extremely dangerous. It relies on summoning all kinds of demons and monsters from other dimensions and signing life contracts with them to obtain the power of demons. The life force of the human body will be tied to the demon, making it very difficult to kill. Only when the possessed demon dies will it truly die. Is there really such a thing as a demon? Xiao Axaner found it hard to believe. Yifan sighed, since you can have the phoenix bloodline, why can't you have a demon? After Xiao Axaner heard this, she immediately fell silent. That's right, since her bloodline came from the legendary phoenix, then it wouldn't be strange for there to be monsters like demons in other spaces. Lucifer, you really know a lot, but this won't change your fate. On Sylvie's originally fair face, some fine black lines appeared, as if they were the tattoos of some monsters. Yifan said, I had thought that you were a magic genius. You were able to cultivate healing magic and other black magic at the same time, and you were even able to cultivate it to such a superb level. So, this was all the power that the demon you possessed gave you. Sylvie, you really like to go astray. As long as I can obtain power, so what if I have to make a deal with a demon? What I pursue is much greater than you can imagine. Wasting time on cultivation is simply meaningless. Sylvie said disdainfully. Your pursuit. Yifan frowned and said, could it be that you still naively believe that the belief of the old ruler, eternal chaos, can still be accepted by this world? The times have changed, and modern wars will only bring about the destruction of the world. What are you still pursuing? Ha 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 ha. Sylvie laughed maniacally and said, Lucifer, you are so silly and adorable. Do you think that I only have old ones in my eyes? The old rulers, the Seth Society, the Shura Society, all of them are just tools that I use to complete my dreams. Ants with narrow horizons like you will never understand what it means to transcend human civilization, and what it means to truly pursue a supreme existence. Yifan narrowed his eyes. From this woman's words, he thought of something. Xiao Axaner frowned and said, Crazy woman, what nonsense are you spouting? In any case, it's just killing the demon in your body, so you should just die. I'll end you right now. Xiao Axaner was too lazy to waste her breath. She used the 9 Heavens scroll and a pair of swan wings ignited on her back. She released the youngling sword with one hand and directly soared into the sky, flying towards Sylvie. Sylvie opened her arms, and at the tip of her slender and fair fingers, a black and slender demon claw actually condensed. Her eyes also flickered with scarlet flames, completely the eyes of a demon. Seeing Xiao Axaner attack her, Sylvie was not afraid at all. Her face was filled with malevolence and madness as she charged towards Xiao Axaner. Seeing this, Fan Xian felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Sylvie to fight Xiao Axaner head-on. Since she dared to fight in close combat, there must be some sort of conspiracy. Miss Xiao! Retreat! Yifan roared, afraid that Xiao Axaner would fall into another trap. However, how could Xiao Axaner listen to Yifan? In her world, there was no such thing as retreat. Watch me cut her down with my sword. Xiao Axaner's body almost turned into a ray of white light. The crimson sword in her hand brought along a raging flame ripple. As her body descended, she raised her sword diagonally, aiming straight for Sylvie's waist. Sylvie's eyes flashed for a moment. Her body seemed to have predicted it and actually reacted in advance to dodge. With a bend of her body and a diagonal step, she avoided Xiao Axaner's attack. At the same time, one of Sylvie's demon claws pierced into Xiao Axaner's back. Ah! Xiao Axaner screamed and hurriedly released a ball of phoenix flames in an attempt to repel Sylvie. However, the demon in Sylvie's body appeared once again, blocking the phoenix flames. On Sylvie's 5 fingers, the slender black demon claws were like straws, absorbing waves of energy from Xiao Axaner's body. Very quickly, wrinkles appeared on Xiao Axaner's skin. Her black hair also turned white, and her face seemed to have aged by 20 to 30 years. Pfft. A sword intent arrived, and another hole appeared in Sylvie's head. Only then did the woman stop absorbing. Although Fan Xian had already reacted as quickly as possible, Sylvie's absorption speed was too fast. He rushed to Xiao Axian-er's side, kicked her body away, and hugged the paralyzed Xiao Axian-er. Xiao Axian-er's eyes were lifeless and filled with disbelief. Looking at her old palms and arms, the woman was dumbfounded. Yi Fan also felt a chill in his heart. For a moment, he didn't know how to comfort Xiao Axian-er. Sylvie's head was pierced by Yi Fan, and a large number of her bones were broken by a kick, but she still quickly recovered. Her skin had also become much younger, and the white hair on her head had also disappeared. She had once again become beautiful and moving. He 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 he. Sylvie laughed complacently, the life force that I just lost has been replenished again. I really have to thank you, Phoenix Girl. Your young life force belongs to me now. Li Fan Xian immediately understood something. The demon in your body absorbs life force. Discovered. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Sylvie couldn't stop laughing. When Xiao Axian realized this, tears streamed down her cheeks. Even if she was a Phoenix Girl, she was still a girl. How could she not care about her own appearance? Li Fan Xian saw the woman crying, his heart twisted, but at this moment, he couldn't think of a way to help her. You rest, I'll deal with her. Yi Fan placed Xiao Axian on the ground. At this moment, the woman was very weak and couldn't fight against Sylvie at all. Xiao Axian-er's eyes were filled with despair. She suddenly looked like an old man in her 50s. Her mind was already blank, and it was impossible for her to stand up. Yi Fan stood up and walked towards Sylvie, saying, Your eyes shook a little just now. That must be the ability given to you by the demon in your body. Oh, you've noticed it. Sylvie didn't try to hide it. That's right, my demon eye can predict your attack route. As long as I focus, you won't be able to hit me. Li Fan Xian nodded. What a powerful demon. I've fought countless battles with humans, and this is the first time I've fought with a demon. I hope you won't disappoint me. Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan had already disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Sylvie. Chapter 727. Great Escape from Danger 0727. It was as if Sylvie had eyes at the back of her head. Her body spun in advance and dodged the punch. At the same time, she waved her claws and attacked Yi Fan's waist. Yi Fan relied on his consciousness to dodge, and at the same time, he kicked towards Sylvie's abdomen. Sylvie still changed directions ahead of time and clawed at Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan's close combat awareness was naturally more mature than Xiao Axian-er's. Although he couldn't hit Sylvie, he wasn't injured either. He once again retreated to avoid it. The two of them fought back and forth for dozens of moves, but neither of them touched the other. Lucifer, it's useless. I've seen through all your moves. I can predict your movements, you can't defeat me at all. Sylvie sneered. Yi Fan stood still and nodded, it's about time. Sylvie narrowed her eyes, what do you mean? Of course the test is almost over. Now, I know the use of your demon's eye. Yi Fan said. What are you talking about? Sylvie felt a wave of unease. Leaf the Sail didn't say anything more. It turned around and ran towards a nearby pile of rocks. Its figure moved quickly between the rocks and the stone walls. Sylvie saw that Yi Fan was moving around her, as if he didn't have any intention of approaching her. But just when Sylvie was filled with doubts, Yi Fan suddenly hid behind a rock and stopped moving. Lucifer! What the hell are you doing? Sylvie couldn't bear it any longer and took the initiative to rush behind the rock. But at this moment, the rock exploded with a boom, causing a large amount of rubble and dust to fill the air. Sylvie's eyes were filled with grey mist. Just as Sylvie felt a bad feeling in her heart, Yifan suddenly appeared beside her. Just now, Yifan had used a collapsing fist to shatter the stone. It wasn't to injure Sylvie, but rather to use it as a decoy to disrupt Sylvie's line of sight. After testing, he discovered that Sylvie would always wait for him to make the first move and react through the observation and judgment of the demon's eye. In other words, Sylvie's perception of a martial artist's aura wasn't very sharp. It could even be said that she didn't have any. Because she was a mage, even if she had a demon's possession, she wouldn't be able to change her disadvantage in close combat. Then he might as well make it so that Sylvie couldn't see it. With dust flying in front of his eyes, he naturally couldn't predict it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yifan circled to the side and raised his hand, sending a sword intent straight towards Sylvie's head. Regardless of the consequences, even if the other party could recover, he would first blow up her head. But just when Yifan thought that the battle plan had succeeded, a black shadow suddenly flew out from Sylvie's body. She opened her mouth and swallowed Yifan's sword intent in one gulp. The sword intent broke through the black shadow, but was unable to injure Sylvie. When Sylvie discovered that Yifan was at the side, she turned around and extended her demon claw towards him. At the same time, the slender black claws of her 5 fingers rapidly extended and grabbed towards Yifan's head. Yifan didn't expect the woman's counterattack to be so fast, and also had such a long fingernail ability. He hurriedly retreated more than 10 meters. "Lucifer. Do you think I'm fighting alone? The guy in my body will not allow me to die early. It still wants to follow me and eat to its heart's content in this world." Sylvie laughed loudly and once again sprinted towards Yifan. At the same time, streams of black demonic energy appeared behind Sylvie. They were like tentacles that swayed in the wind as they coiled towards Yifan. Yifan didn't even need to think about it. These tentacles were definitely used by the demonic creature to absorb life force. They absolutely couldn't be touched by it. For a time, Yifan kept retreating, while Sylvie chased after him relentlessly. If Yifan was here alone, he would rather go out first and fight with Sylvie after coming up with a countermeasure. However, Xiao Axioner was still here, and in such a weak situation, Yifan naturally couldn't leave her alone. After chasing for a while, Sylvie seemed to realize that her speed was still unable to catch up to Yifan. However, she also noticed the reason why Yifan wouldn't leave. "Lucifer, it seems like your relationship with the Phoenix girl isn't bad. For her sake, you're actually forcefully dealing with me here." Sylvie smiled evilly and suddenly extended a black tentacle towards the place where Xiao Axioner was sitting. Seeing this, Yifan cursed in his heart. Xiao Axioner's will was depressed and her body was weak. If her life force were to be extracted again, she would not only age, but die. He quickly chased after her and swung out his sword intent, forcefully cutting off the black tentacle. At the same time, Yifan also realized that this place was not suitable to stay for long. He picked up Xiao Axioner and planned to escape from the sky cavern. He was unable to fly, so he could only jump back and forth through the rocky cliffs to achieve the effect of leaving the pit. "There's a flaw." Sylvie was just waiting for this moment. The 4 tentacles that followed closely behind were like orioles following behind Yifan to capture him. After Xiao Axioner was picked up, she woke up from a dream and realized that she had become a burden. Her eyes were red and swollen as she said, "Just leave. Don't worry about me. What nonsense are you spouting? Come in together, then go out together." Yifan shouted. Xiao Axioner stared blankly at the man, speechless. Although this was what Yifan thought in his heart, he knew that it would be difficult to bring Xiao Axioner along in this situation. As soon as he arrived at the cliff, he discovered that his movements had been locked onto. His feet, shoulders, and waist were all wrapped up by tentacles. "Lucifer. It's over." Sylvie saw the hope of victory and laughed maniacally. Eating the life force of the King of Hell and the Phoenix Girl in one fell swoop is truly a worthwhile trip. Leaf Fan Xian clenched his teeth. Although he wasn't sure if Sylvie had used her full strength, he couldn't hold back anymore. Disintegrate. Ever since he had comprehended the power of heaven and earth, this was the first time Yi Fan had used disintegration. This kind of method that consumed a lot of energy but could instantly increase his combat strength, Yi Fan was not willing to take the risk until the very last moment. Because you never know when the battle will end. It's very dangerous to exhaust yourself in advance. This time, the disintegration was vastly different from the previous one. Yi Fan felt a special power surging within his body, filling his limbs and bones. This power was like the power of heaven and earth, but it was also different. It was more like something hidden within his body had been awakened. Yi Fan felt an unprecedented powerful force surging through his body. However, the muscles and bones in his body, due to the recent arduous training, did not grow as much as before. Instead, they became even firmer and tighter, and their strength was restrained. Chapter 728. 0728. Could it be that his unremitting efforts, using his body cultivation technique, had allowed him to train his strength to a whole new level? Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised. No matter how he looked at it, this seemed to be good news. Xiao Axiner, who was in Yi Fan's arms, also noticed the changes in Yi Fan's body. The power that erupted from Yi Fan's body caused Xiao Axiner's eyes to focus. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't have the time to think about what had happened, because his body was about to be entangled by these black tentacles and his life force was absorbed. This was something that could happen in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Yi Fan's sensory acuity had increased by several times. Even if he didn't look, he could still clearly capture the position of the tentacles behind him. The speed of his feet suddenly increased, and the direction of his body also became more agile. With a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye, Yi Fan quickly ran up and down the stone wall, as if he had broken free from gravity. The demon in Sylvie's body seemed to be unable to keep up with Yi Fan's speed after he disintegrated. In a trance, he lost track of Yi Fan's figure. When Yi Fan appeared behind Sylvie again, Sylvie suddenly turned around. Don't even think about stealing. Ah! Before the word attack could leave her mouth, Sylvie had already been sent flying by Yi Fan's kick. After Yi Fan's disintegration, his physical fitness had already exploded to an unprecedented level. Although Sylvie could use the demon's eye to predict in advance, she was no longer able to keep up with Yi Fan's speed. This feeling was that you clearly knew where he was going to hit you, but you didn't even have time to dodge before his attack arrived. The power of Yi Fan's kick this time was like a heavy cannon striking Sylvie's chest. Sylvie's sternum was shattered and deeply caved in. Her spine was also broken, and her entire body was bent. After being kicked 30 to 40 meters away, she heavily crashed into a pit in the mountain wall. The pit had originally been dug 4 to 5 meters by the Azura's excavator, and with this impact, it had dug another meter in. If it was a normal human, even if it was a martial artist of the spirit condensation realm, this kick would have killed him. However, Sylvie's demonic power still began to heal her, quickly recovering her muscles and bones. Of course, Sylvie's appearance had once again aged by a dozen years, because she was consuming her own life force. Yi Fan carried Xiao Axiner and slowly walked over. Seeing Sylvie's condition, he nodded and said, "I understand. If it's not fatal, you can use healing magic to treat it. Although the demon in your body can resurrect you, it will consume your life force. In that case, it's not that you can't be killed, it's just that I have to kill you until you have no more life force." Sylvie swayed as she walked out of the stone pit. She gritted her teeth and said, "Lucifer, don't be complacent. You were just lucky to succeed just now, is that so?" Yi Fan didn't mind. He raised his hand with a faint smile, "Then why don't you try again?" Just as the sail was about to unleash a stab sword intent, it was about to condense the power of heaven and earth and condense a sword intent move, it discovered that a sword intent had already been released. In fact, Yifan didn't even form a sword finger, he just raised his palm, boom. A light golden sword intent, which was very different from before and carried a mysterious and dignified pressure, was like a vigorous dragon breaking through the clouds. It shattered the air and pierced through the void, roaring towards Sylvie. If Yifan's previous sword intent was an ordinary tree that was more than 10 years old, then this sword intent was already like a 100-year-old tree. Whether it was speed, impact, or power, they were all incomparable. The key was that after Yifan disintegrated, he discovered that he could use the power of heaven and earth more freely, and that it was too easy to release his sword intent. Sure enough, the improvement of one's physical fitness was directly linked to the ability to use the power of heaven and earth. Yifan excitedly realized that this sword intent was released by fusing with the faint golden energy emitted from his body. This kind of golden energy in his body was a powerful force that he had never experienced before. It wasn't true energy, it wasn't magic, but it was a bit like Xiao Xaner's phoenix flames, Su Qingshue's ice true qi. Just as Yifan was feeling surprised, Sylvie felt despair. She only saw a flash of golden light in front of her eyes. An extremely sharp and destructive sword intent had shattered her head, neck, and chest that had just recovered. No! Sylvie's screams resounded throughout the sinkhole. The demon in her body that was absorbing her life force let out a series of low roars of pain until there was no more sound. Yifan was surprised. One must know that his sword intent had been offset by the demon just now, but this time, the sword intent that had fused with the golden energy actually made the demon feel unbearable pain. Xiao Xaner was held in the man's arms. She had felt awkward before, but now that she saw Yifan display this sword intent, the complicated expression in her eyes was hard to describe. Boom! The sword intent destroyed another large pile of rocks inside. When the smoke and dust dispersed, other than Sylvie's body that had fallen to the ground, a dark cave was revealed. This is... When Yifan and Xiao Xaner saw the cave, they looked at each other. They suddenly realized that the Azura was indeed not shooting without a goal. They were indeed digging for something here, but before they could dig it out, it was Yifan's sword intent that revealed the secret they were looking for. Perhaps, if the Azura used magic to forcefully bombard the place, they would be able to dig out the treasures they wanted even faster. However, they were worried that they would damage the treasures, so they used machines to slowly dig them out. I never thought that there would be another world below this pit. Xiao Xaner murmured. Yifan walked towards the cave and said, "This should be an underground cave or something like that. It might not be the place where they are looking for treasures. Is this woman dead?" Xiao Xaner looked at the corpse on the ground and realized that Sylvie was unable to recover. Yifan looked at the headless corpse, blood flowing all over the ground, and sighed, "Why don't you set her on fire?" Xiao Xaner raised her hand, as if she wanted to release phoenix flames, but the golden flames danced for a moment before extinguishing. Xiao Xaner felt dizzy from her weakness. "No. I'm already crippled." The woman's eyes were filled with despair and sorrow. If it wasn't for her firm mind and the dignity of the phoenix bloodline, she would have already burst into tears. Yifan hesitated, wanting to give Sylvie a few more blows, but when he remembered the first time he saw the Black Emperor and the White Empress couple and called them master and mistress, Yifan still gave up. Sylvie's corpse was already incomplete, so he couldn't bear to cripple her any further. Cultivation, after all, cannot take the evil path. Mistress, rest in peace. Chapter 729. 0729 inch with my appearance. What kind of young miss am I? Just call me Grandma Xiao. Xiao Xaner laughed bitterly at herself. Fan Xian asked doubtfully, "The last time you fought with me, you could use the rebirth of flames to recover. Could it be that you can't do it this time? What are you thinking?" My rebirth from the flames recovers my physical strength and true energy. That demon extracted my life force, just like how people can recover their physical strength by eating, but it is impossible for them to recover their youth. Life is difficult to reverse, this is different. If I could recover just by being reborn from the flames, would have tried it a long time ago, but that would be meaningless. Xiao Axaner said. Li Fanxian frowned. Don't be sad, the world is so big, I don't believe that there's no way for you to recover, and with your background, it's hard to guarantee that some expert will help you. Besides, appearance is just a skin bag, who won't grow old. Don't comfort me, I'm not that weak, let's go into the cave and take a look. If there's really any danger, we might as well go in together with Xie Linfuan and the others. Xiao Axaner said. Li Fanxian thought about it and agreed. Not to mention the trouble of calling people over, even if he called a bunch of people over, it would be useless to go in. Although Xiao Axaner didn't have much fighting strength at the moment, she had recovered a bit of her strength, so walking wasn't a problem. The two of them slowly walked into the cave. It wasn't dark inside, but instead, there were some glowing ores everywhere. Most of them were blue in color, causing the entire cave to be very bright, and even carried a trace of immortal aura. So beautiful. Xiao Axaner sighed from the bottom of her heart. Yi Fan nodded. If this place could be developed into a tourist attraction, it would definitely make a lot of money for the developers. However, it was better not to let too many people know about this kind of paradise on Earth. This cave seems to be just a passageway into this place. This place should be the movement of the Earth's crust, which is why it sank underground. Look, the space in front of us is getting bigger and bigger. Yi Fan said. After walking for a few dozen meters, the cave had already become a small underground world. At a glance, there were sparkling ores everywhere. How strange, this place is underground, but there are actually no traces of underground water. On the contrary, there are so many small pools outside. Yi Fan had thought that there would be stalactites or something like that forming here, but he didn't see them. Is it possible that this place wasn't formed naturally? If it's natural, how could it be watertight? Xiao Axaner guessed. The sail was stunned for a moment. It looked at the glowing ores that were densely packed in all directions, and considered the possibility that it was man-made. Yi Fan couldn't help but think of the ancient tomb of Xinqi's descendant that he met the Copper Man last time. This made Yi Fan feel that there might really be immortals in the ancient times. If this place was man-made, then it must have been done by an immortal. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't say anything, Axaner said, "Let me guess, why are you so serious? This kind of place, if it really was man-made, how powerful would the ancient people be? They would be even more awesome than the pyramids." Yi Fan smiled, but in his heart, he muttered, maybe it really is that awesome. After the two of them walked for another 200 to 300 meters, the scene in front of them left them dumbfounded. What did you just say? Yi Fan asked. Pyramid. Xiao Axaner mumbled. In the distance, in what seemed to be the center of this underground world, stood a building that resembled a pyramid. This pyramid was built entirely from these glowing ores. It was completely blue and looked like a crystal castle. They were still several hundred meters away, but it was already very majestic. When the two of them walked closer, they discovered that the building was 40 to 50 meters tall and 50 meters wide. It was truly magnificent. How do we get in here? Not to mention the door, there isn't even a window. When she recovered from her shock, Xiao Axaner realized that there was actually no door here. After circling around the pyramid-shaped building, he couldn't see any entrances or gaps. Yi Fan was also a little doubtful. After thinking for a moment, he said, "If this isn't a place for people to enter, does that mean that there's no need for a door?" What do you mean? What do you mean it's not for people to enter? Xiao Axaner asked. Li Fanxian smiled and said, "What I mean is, if the person who built this thing did it to prevent people from entering from the beginning, then this is actually something like a protective barrier. Wouldn't that mean that there's no need for a door at all? Xiao Axaner suddenly understood. Then what should we do? Li Fan Xian said, since we're already here, I'll go in and take a look. I'm not willing to give up. Since there's no door, we'll make one ourselves. Saying that, Yi Fan picked up Xiao Axaner without any explanation, and with 2 leaps, he arrived at the top of the pyramid. Xiao Axaner was being carried by a man. Although there were many wrinkles on her face, she still couldn't help but blush. Yi Fan didn't have much time to look at the woman's expression. At the tip of the pyramid, there was a huge block blocking it. At first glance, it weighed at least 3 to 4 tons. However, with Yi Fan's strength, such a rock wouldn't be able to stop him. After moving it with all his might, the stone let out a rumbling sound. As it loosened, Yi Fan slowly moved it away, revealing a hole that was big enough for a person to enter. As soon as he moved it away, a gust of air that was different from the outside, carrying traces of white mist, rushed up. This was a refreshing air. After inhaling it, it was as if one's entire body was filled with vitality. What the hell is this? It smells so comfortable. Xiao Axaner's tired face also became a lot more spirited. Yi Fan looked down and found that it was a vast expanse of whiteness. It seemed to be a large amount of water meshed, making it hard for people to see clearly. No matter what it is, at least it doesn't seem to be a dangerous place. I plan to go in. Miss Xiao, will you wait for me outside or, of course I want to go down. This is the property of the country. What if there are treasures that you secretly hide? Xiao Axaner said. Li Fan Xian couldn't help but admire this woman. Her face was already like this, but she still hadn't forgotten her official duties. All right then, I'll carry you down. No need. I'll jump myself. Yi Fan didn't care about her. He hugged her and jumped down with ease. When they landed on the ground, the 2 of them discovered that the surroundings were empty. The key point was that there was even the sound of Tunton water. Although it was very soft, it could still be heard. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that behind the 2 of them, there was a spring that was 2 to 3 feet in size. The spring water came out from the ground and filled the space of the pyramid, which was why there was so much white water vapor. Could it be that you built such a big thing just to protect this spring? Xiao Axaner asked in surprise. Leaf the Sail walked closer and discovered that there seemed to be 3 ancient characters beside the spring. Chapter 730. Must be destroyed. 0730 Danger. Yi Fan's fighting instincts told him that this was an extremely dangerous thing approaching, but when he came down, he didn't feel anyone inside at all. Besides, if there really was someone lying in ambush to ambush you in such a big fellow, that would be too terrifying. Yi Fan subconsciously took a step to the left and tilted his head. The moment he moved aside, a sharp aura just happened to slash past his cheek. Taking a closer look, it was a scarlet longsword. Obara! Yi Fan finally understood why he didn't immediately notice someone approaching. It was actually the Blood Clan Prince, Obara, who had snuck in. With the stealth and concealment abilities of the Strigoi and Obara's cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for them to get close to him. As expected of Lucifer, you were even able to detect him like this. Obara held the long sword condensed from blood magic and said with some regret. I knew you wouldn't leave so easily. I didn't expect you to be able to endure it until now. Yi Fan frowned and said, Obara, I have no enmity with you. What are you trying to do? Lucifer, you don't have any enmity with us, but unfortunately, you saw something you shouldn't have. Obara sighed. Yi Fan pointed to the spring at the side. You mean this? What exactly is this? Don't you recognize the words on the side? Obara said, with your erudition, it shouldn't be difficult for you to understand the ancient characters of China, right? Yi Fan was on guard against another sneak attack, while he clearly saw the three ancient characters written on the jade-like stone tablet. Those three ancient characters were already very close to hieroglyphics, and it was hard to tell if they were the orthodox characters of a certain dynasty. However, because the characters weren't complicated, Yi Fan could roughly guess their meaning. No. Old. Spring. After Yi Fan muttered these three words, he suddenly realized something. The Azura is looking for the elixir of immortality. What Sylvie kept saying was that in a world that surpassed human knowledge, a world that was higher than human civilization, something even greater. It was eternal life. Perhaps only an immortal divine medicine was something that a person like Sylvie truly wanted to pursue. To the Blood Clan, the fact that humans had a long lifespan was a devastating blow to them. That was because the Blood Clan's advantage was their lifespan. That's right. Money and power are unable to satisfy the highest echelons of the human world. What they pursue is the secret of eternal life. Obala sneered. But our Dark Parliament, our sacred Blood Clan, will never allow such a thing to exist. Obara, this is only written as the fountain of immortality, but that doesn't mean that this spring water can really make people immortal. If it really had such a miraculous effect, wouldn't the people back then not have died? Where did the person who carved this stone tablet go? Don't tell me that you think this spring water is really a medicine of immortality just because you saw these three words. After being questioned by Yi Fan, Obara's eyes flashed. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Our mission is to stop anyone, whether it's the Azura's Association or China, from finding the treasures here. This is the instruction given by the ancient people. We don't need to confirm it, we just need to eliminate all possibilities." Xiao Axioner, who was at the side, said unhappily, "This is the territory of China. Regardless of whether this spring is the immortal spring or not, it's still ours. Do you still want to take it away?" She didn't say anything, but when she did, Yi Fan was surprised. Because Yi Fan suddenly heard that Xiao Axioner's voice was a bit clearer than before. Looking through the mist, Xiao Axioner's body had actually undergone some changes. Xiao Axioner. Your face, your hair. Why are you so surprised? What's wrong with me? Xiao Axioner subconsciously touched her face, but when she did, she was shocked as well. Her face, which originally had a lot of wrinkles, had actually become a lot less wrinkles. Her hair, which was originally a lot of white, had now returned to a lot of black. The moment the two of them noticed this change, they both turned their gazes towards the small spring water. Could it be that just because Xiao Axioner had breathed in a large amount of water vapor from the spring water after entering, she had really regained her youth and was about to recover? Then this spring. Was it really the key to immortality? Obara also realized the seriousness of the situation, and his face darkened. As expected, this is the elixir of life. Such a thing must not be allowed to exist in this world. Perhaps, the only people in the world who hated the elixir of life were the Strigoi, who had an almost infinite lifespan and didn't have much talent for growth. The treasure that humans yearned for in their dreams was a nightmare for the Strigoi. Yi Fan knew that Obara would definitely not listen to his explanation, so he immediately said to Xiao Axioner, "I'll stall him, quickly go drink the spring water." Before he finished speaking, Obara had already turned into a black shadow and charged towards Yi Fan. The blood sword in his hand turned into a dense rain of sword starlight, crazily attacking Yi Fan. Although the sail did not disintegrate, with its current strength, it was not a problem for it to deal with Obara. He also did not want to cause too much of a commotion, afraid that this damned place would have some sort of trap or destroy the immortal spring. As a result, Yi Fan dodged while restricting Obara from approaching the spring. The battle was in a stalemate. When Axioner thought about how she could rely on the spring water to recover her youth, she was naturally very excited. Just as she was about to pounce over to drink the water, she thought of a question: how much do I drink? Will I become a child if I drink too much? It was no wonder that Xiao Axian Air asked this. She breathed in the air and her body became younger. If she drank it, what would she do if she turned into a baby in one gulp? Are you stupid? Do you think I'm getting younger again? This spring water will definitely not make you younger than your actual age. Yi Fan shouted as he fought with Obara. Xiao Axian Air thought about it and agreed. Yi Fan didn't change at all. She cleared her doubts and quickly used her hands to grab the spring water to drink. Seeing this, Obara retreated and a pair of blood-red wings suddenly spread out from his back. The magic power in his body rose to an unprecedented level. Lucifer, Phoenix Girl, this king does not want to waste any more time with you. This place must be destroyed. Following Obara's furious roar, his wings flapped, and a blood-red shockwave began to spread out from his body. The strong wind caused Yi Fan to have to use all his strength to stand. Blood contract, listen to my call. Might of fury, roaring blood lion. Obara condensed a blood-red ball of light in his hand and fiercely smashed it onto the ground. Chapter 731. Little Abacus 0731. Yi Fan knew that once the Blood Clan Prince got serious, not only would his body be strong, his blood arts would also be no small matter. However, he didn't expect that when Obara made his move, he would actually have such power. Seeing the Blood Lion continue to expand and charge towards him and Xiao Axianer, Yi Fan took a step back and stretched out his right hand. It was as if he was pushing out a ball, gentle yet filled with hidden strength. This was a set of palm techniques from the Taiji sect. It was called the Wind Calming Palm. It wasn't very profound, but it was one of the more basic mysterious fist palm techniques. Yi Fan simply felt that it was suitable to be used to face the enemy. Feeling the palm intent of the Wind Calming Palm, it carried the power of heaven and earth and pushed out a shockwave. It was as if a large hand of Buddha was covering the huge head of the blood lion. Boom! A burst of explosion, bloody light shot out in all directions, and the air wave crazily wreaked havoc. Yi Fan thought that he had broken this move, but he realized that something was wrong. The entire ground was actually shaking. How is this possible? Yi Fan was very puzzled. Just based on the shockwave just now, it was impossible to create such a situation. Lucifer, after all, you still don't know enough about our Stragoy's blood arts. Obara laughed evilly. Yi Fan suddenly realized that the blood-colored energy that Obara had shot towards the ground just now was not to release the blood lion. This Blood Clan Prince pretended to fight with him head-on, but his real goal was to destroy this pyramid. Obara's hands didn't stop. He quickly formed a blood-colored magic array on his hands, opened his palms, and struck out towards both sides. Immediately, two magic arrays rotated between his palms, as if they were pulling on the blood arts underground. Streaks of blood-colored light emerged from the ground. The ground seemed to be shaking, and the pyramid began to rumble. Are you crazy? You want to bury yourself alive? Yi Fan shouted. Obara, however, was not afraid at all. He roared, the sea of blood surged, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The border of blood boiling. The blood technique was like thousands of slender pipes that pierced into the ground, dyeing the entire ground scarlet red. Yi Fan did not hesitate any longer, and his sword intent shot out. Obara, who was casting the spell, was naturally unable to dodge, and his right chest was pierced by the sword. Fan Xian could kill him, but to be honest, it would be very difficult for him to form a blood feud with the Stragoi for the sake of this spring, because it would not benefit him at all. This would only benefit the dragon soul, but he would have one more powerful enemy in the world. Ah! Obara was in pain, but the physical injury did not affect him much. Prince, I have no intention of falling out with your Stragoi. Let's stop here. I am also cooperating with the dragon soul once, not hostile towards you. Yi Fan said. Obara covered his wound and grinned. I know it's impossible for you to submit to the dragon soul, but... Lucifer. It was too late. This king's blood curse spell has been cast. This land will become a wasteland. With that, Obara flapped his wings and flew out from the entrance he had just entered from. The sail discovered that the entire ground was shaking, and blood-red light was shooting out from everywhere. It knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long, so it turned around to look at Xiao Axayan and found that the woman was still trying her best to drink water. Miss Xiao. Have you had enough? Yi Fan shouted, hurry up and get out. Otherwise, we will be buried alive. The stones on top of it added up together, and it was unknown how heavy they were. Even if it was Yi Fan, it would be difficult for him to ensure his own safety. Xiao Axayan turned around and couldn't help but burp. Her stomach was bulging from drinking so much that it was bulging. What are you in such a hurry for? I'll drink more so that I can get better faster. When she turned around, Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised to discover that the woman was clearly about to regain her youth just like before. All right. You're already done. Let's go out first. Yi Fan shouted. When Xiao Axayan heard this, she noticed that the condition of her body seemed to be the same as before. Not only were the wrinkles on her hands and face gone, her physical strength had also recovered. For a moment, Xiao Axayan was about to cry, but this time, she was crying tears of joy. Then what about this spring water? Xiao Axayan had just been happy for a short while when she started to worry about the spring water again. She couldn't bear to destroy the spring water. It was such a good thing to be able to maintain her youth and beauty for a long time. If he goes out, he can just come back and dig out the spring water. Are you waiting to be buried alive? Yi Fan said. Xiao Axayan knew that there was nothing she could do to stay here, so she scolded, it's all your fault. If the spring water is destroyed, it's all your responsibility. How could he know that the stinky bat was using a trick? The ginger was still the spiciest. It wasn't difficult for the two of them to leave this place. After jumping out of the hole, they heard the sound of explosions coming from within the building. The entire pyramid collapsed, and the rocks fell with a loud bang. The ground was covered in a bloody light, and it had completely turned into ruins. Prince Obara led the group of elite Strigoi and stood in the distance. Seeing this scene, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. That place has already been affected by this king's blood technique. You don't have to count on finding that spring water again. Even if you dig it out, it will already be contaminated. After saying this, Obara turned around and planned to leave with his men. How could Xiao Axayan be willing? Phoenix flames ignited in her hand as she clenched her teeth and said, Obara. You destroyed the treasure of our China and still want to escape. Obara turned around and chuckled, Phoenix girl, are you sure? Can you represent the dragon's soul and start a war with our Dark Council? Xiao Axayan was at a loss for words. No matter how arrogant she was, she knew that casually killing a Blood King and provoking the Dark Council was no joke. Li Fan Xian shook his head at her, forget it, Miss Xiao. The spring water has been buried, so the Dragon King definitely wouldn't want to fall out with the Dark Council. Moreover, if Obara wants to escape, we won't be able to catch up. Smart, Lucifer understands. This king is definitely no match for you two legend rank experts, but if this king wants to leave, you won't be able to stop him. Obara said confidently. Since he now knew that there was a mysterious clan in China, and that there might be more than one epic-ranked expert, then there were most likely many epic-ranked experts hiding overseas. From Obara's words, he could tell that there really were ancient people in the Strigoi, who were the third-generation Strigoi. If these third-generation Strigoi were the old fellows that Yi Fan had seen back then, Rather than falling out with the Strigoi, it would be better to maintain a good relationship. He might even be able to rope in a few epic-ranked allies in the future. Chapter 732. You're so lucky 0732. She could roughly guess what Yi Fan was thinking, but Yi Fan had saved her life and accompanied her to regain her youth. To her, Yi Fan's position in her heart was slowly changing, and she was unwilling to reveal it. The group of people did not make a move. When they arrived outside the cave, Yi Fan discovered that something was wrong. Prince, you destroyed the White Queen's corpse. Yi Fan was stunned to discover that Sylvie's headless corpse had actually disappeared from the cave. What White Queen's corpse? Obara was just about to leave when he heard this and asked in bewilderment, "Did you guys encounter Sylvie?" Yi Fan saw that he didn't seem to be lying and asked in surprise, "You guys didn't see it?" Obara shook his head. "When we went in, we didn't even see Sylvie's shadow. I didn't even know she was here." Yi Fan's heart trembled. He and the Phoenix girl looked at each other, their faces filled with worry. Sigh. A single thought of benevolence. Yi Fan could not help but bitterly smile. He deserved to suffer, and actually made the same mistake as the last time he let Song Xinghe go. However, come to think of it, Sylvie was clearly dead to the point where she couldn't be more dead. To be able to survive like this, it had already surpassed Yi Fan's understanding. It was likely that the demon that was residing in her body had deliberately pretended to be dead in order to deceive the heavens. If you really did kill Sylvie and she slipped away after coming back from the dead, then you have to be careful. She is the disciple of Shakyamuni Apocalypse and Shakyamuni Apocalypse. He does not allow his disciple to fail, Obara said meaningfully. Then, he led a group of Strigoi elites, flapped his wings, turned into several streaks of bloody light, and flew out of the sky cavern. Xiao Axaner said in annoyance, "If I had known earlier, would have burned her to death." Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders, "Let's go out first and let people in as soon as possible. Let's see if we can dig out that spring." Although Yi Fan could open up the ruins by himself, he wasn't interested in taking the secret of this place for himself. Moreover, he couldn't hide it. After the two of them left the sky cavern, they ran a few kilometers before contacting Xie Linfuan. After explaining what had happened in the sky cavern, Xie Linfuan broke out in a cold sweat. He felt that it was inconceivable and quickly reported it to the Dragon King, waiting for his orders. On the other hand, Fan Xian was in a hurry to return to the capital. He didn't want Chu Yunya to be imprisoned for even a second longer. When he returned to the Beijing military district, Yi Fan was directly led to a war conference room. The Dragon King was discussing something with a few staff members. What made Yi Fan feel gratified was that Chu Yunya was already sitting there. However, the woman was absent-minded and did not seem to be interested in what the Dragon King and the others were talking about. Little Yao Yao. He didn't care about the strange looks from the people around him. He walked over and picked up Chu Yunyao, kissing the woman on the cheek. Chu Yunyao wasn't shy either. Seeing the man return, a faint smile appeared on her face. "Are you that happy to see me?" "Of course, I thought they would continue to lock you in that small room," Yi Fan said. "I heard you found the legendary Immortal Spring," Chu Yunyao asked. As soon as this question was asked, the group of military bigwigs in the meeting room all looked over with serious gazes. Yi Fan curled his lips, "At least that's what's written on that stone." Chu Yunyao's eyes immediately lit up. "Did you bring a sample back?" Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Little Yao Yao, at least in order to save you, I've experienced a bloody battle. We've just finished suffering and you're already asking me for a sample. This is too unromantic. The mood isn't as interesting as the immortal medicine," Chu Yunyao said. Yi Fan spread out his hands. "It's a pity that I really don't have any samples." On the other hand, Miss Xiao, she drank quite a bit. With that said, Xiao Axayan, who had just walked in, was immediately focused on by a group of people. Xiao Axianer felt uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Yunyao said with a smile, Miss Xiao, do you mind if I take 3 tubes of your blood? Chu Yunyao, are you crazy? You even dare to draw my blood? Do you believe that I won't burn you to death? Xiao Axianer's beautiful eyes widened. Then 1 tube is fine too. Chu Yunyao was not afraid of the Phoenix girl at all. Right now, she only wanted to know the truth about the immortal spring. The Dragon King sighed helplessly. Superintendent Chu, Phoenix girl, stop fighting. I've already sent people to dig out the buried spring. When the time comes, there will naturally be samples to analyze. Leaf Fan Xian didn't care about the immortal spring. He directly asked, Dragon King, are you ready for the medical information I want from the Earth axis? This matter still needs to be discussed with the leaders. You should wait first, the Dragon King said. Leaf Fan Xian frowned. You don't want to go back on your word, do you? If you keep the immortal spring, then I can tell you without hesitation. I can give you the information, but now. At least wait until the immortal spring is excavated. 2 days later, I can give you a definite answer, the Dragon King said. Leaf, 2 more days. Leaf Fan Xian immediately became anxious. Just as he was about to flare up, Chu Yunyao pulled his hand. Chu Yunyao walked to Yi Fan's side and said in a low voice, Are you stupid? If the immortal spring is real, then you might be able to directly use the spring water to cure President Li. What's the harm in waiting for 2 days? Fan Xian was stunned for a moment. Hearing this, it seemed to be the case. When he thought of President Li's illness, he was too anxious and almost forgot about the miracle that happened to Xiao Axianer. Although he was very anxious, in order to wait for the excavation of the immortal spring, Yi Fan could only stay in the capital for 2 more nights. The Dragon's soul and the military secretly began to work. Relying on advanced technology, they dug out the buried spring the next day. Because the upper layer of the land was polluted and all of it was scarlet red and rotten, the Dragon's soul carried out a deep excavation. Only after digging more than 100 meters underground did he discover a clear underground spring water. He immediately sent the sample back to the capital. Also sent back to the capital were some stones and stone tablets with words and totems found in the underground caves. These were also the information that Yi Fan and Xiao Axianer had missed out on at that time. Chu Yunyao led a team of elites from various fields to do all kinds of appraisals and tests. After a day and a night of research, everyone came to the conference room to listen to the results of the research. This time, not only did the Dragon King come, a few of the leaders that Yi Fan had only seen on TV before were also present. The military alert was raised to the first level, and a large number of hidden martial artists were lying in ambush in all directions. In the meeting room, the only people that Yi Fan was familiar with were Xie Linfuan and the Phoenix girl. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Fan was the leader of this operation, he wouldn't have had the chance to sit here. After the door opened, Chu Yunyao, who was wearing a white coat, walked in with a stack of documents. The woman had been in the laboratory for 2 consecutive days. Her hair was a mess, and she had a slovenly look. Seeing a group of people who could shake the entire country with just a stomp of their feet, Chu Yunyao didn't feel the slightest bit nervous or uneasy. She slapped the information in her hands on the table, facing the attention of a group of people, and looked at Xiao Axianer. Chapter 733. 10 Continents 0733. These words caused everyone to be confused. They looked at each other in dismay, and even Xiao Axianer herself felt that it was strange. Cough cough. Superintendent Chu, what are you talking about? What do you mean? The Dragon King was a little helpless. In front of so many leaders, Chu Yunyao was too casual. Chu Yunyao patted the information on the table. Here is a detailed test report. After we analyzed the minerals, spring water, and air in the underground cave, we came to the conclusion that the minerals there contained a large amount of rare elements that could emit light, but they were actually phosphorescent bodies, nothing special about them. As for the spring water, whether it was contaminated by the blood technique or the clear spring water that was dug out from the deepest part of the ground, it was just ordinary groundwater. There was nothing special about it. The only thing that was special was that there was a very small amount of special active factors in the air captured inside. According to the norm, it would be difficult for active factors to exist in that kind of environment for so long. This means that the active factor is different from what we know. It is a factor that we do not know. After everyone heard this, they roughly understood. The Dragon King said, "Are you saying that the thing that allowed the Phoenix girl to regain her youth is actually the factor in the air?" "That's right." Chu Yunyao said, "According to my deduction, this spring of immortality has already lost its function. Once, a long, long time ago, perhaps it was indeed the spring of immortality, but now, it is just an ordinary spring water. However, in the long history of the spring of immortality, along with its water vapor, the special elements that remained in the spring of immortality filled the building, and that sealed building retained the gases that were truly made up of the spring of immortality. When the Phoenix girl went in, the gas that she breathed was the real spring of immortality. As for what she drank, instead, it was just ordinary water. Who would have thought that the truly precious thing was the vast expanse of white gas, and not this spring? That's why I said that the Phoenix girl is really lucky. You might have tasted the last spring of immortality in the world." Chu Yunyao said. Li Fan Xian was puzzled, "Then I also breathed it, why is it just a refreshing feeling?" "I don't know either. Maybe the so-called immortal spring is just a type of tonic to replenish one's life force, and not really rejuvenate one's youth. After all, the Phoenix girl's life force being extracted is actually a kind of injury, not a natural aging." Chu Yunyao wasn't very clear either. That's Superintendent Chu, whether it's the ruler of the old days or the Azuras Association, how did that White Queen Sylvie know that there was such a spring there? What's the basis of their search? A senior official asked. Chu Yunyao turned on a screen in the conference room, and a few stone tablets appeared on it. Some were painted with patterns, and some were written with ancient characters. These are paintings that were found in the grotto. The expert's opinion is that this is the meaning of a legendary cultivator seeking the path of immortality. He met an immortal here and thanked the immortal for bestowing the immortal medicine. As for some of the texts, they were just too ancient, not belonging to any dynasty. He could only roughly understand that they were describing that place, what kind of auspicious holy land it was, and that there were immortals roaming about. The only thing I can be sure of is that that place is called Yuan Continent, because there are a few stone tablets that mention it. Moreover, these two words can basically be confirmed. Chu Yunyao said. Yuan Continent. The Dragon King was shocked, "It's that Yuan Continent." Chu Yunyao obviously knew as well, and nodded, "It's that." Li Fan Xian thought for a moment, then said with a frown, "Could it be the legendary Yuan Continent in the 10 continents of the sea?" It was said that Emperor Wu of Han heard from the Queen Mother of the West that there were 10 continents in the sea, so he summoned the alchemist Dongfang Shuo and asked him what kind of immortal objects there were on the 10 continents. This was just an ancient legend, just like some made-up novels. No one believed in these things. Historians also scoffed at this, thinking it was all nonsense. That's right, according to the 10 continents, this Yuan continent is in the North Sea. There are Lingji immortal herbs and immortal spring water. Although it's different from the discovery this time, there are many similarities. Chu Yunyao said. But the 10 continents of the sea is fake. Isn't that just a legend? Xiao Axanura asked in surprise. The Dragon King had a strange expression on his face. He exchanged glances with the other leaders and said, Superintendent Chu, Phoenix Girl, and Yi Fan, military advisor, all of you can leave. I have something to discuss with the leaders first. At this critical juncture, how could Yi Fan be willing to go out when he suddenly had something to spy on? Hey, Dragon King, even if you don't trust me, you can at least trust old Xia and the Phoenix Girl. Is there a need to be so evasive? Moreover, the more you don't let me listen, the more I want to know. Do you think you can hide it from me? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. The Dragon King hesitated for a moment with a complicated look in his eyes. One of the leaders suddenly said, "Forget it, Long Ting. Paper can't wrap fire, and the future belongs to the young. We have to believe in them." When the Dragon King heard this, he smiled and nodded. He said to Yi Fan and the others, "All right, since the leaders have said so, then I'll tell you. Actually, the 10 continents of the sea is not completely fake." "What do you mean?" Yi Fan asked. The Dragon King said, "Dozens of years ago, there was a family in the eastern province who claimed to be the descendants of Dongfang Shuo. They hid an ancient map in their house, which depicted the appearance of the world recorded in the Book of 10 Continents. However, the world at that time was still very different from today. Several old scholars and experts believed that it was fake. Although it was a cultural relic, it had no research value. That family, after handing over the relics, discovered that no one paid much attention to them and did not receive the benefits they had imagined, so they applied to us to take the map back and continue to keep it as their family heirloom. After that, no one paid any attention to these things. Until more than 10 years ago, that family suddenly lost their map and the map was stolen. Our Dragon Soul Special Agent Department did some investigation, but there was no news of the map. When Yi Fan heard this, he guessed, a family from the eastern province, a descendant of Dongfang Shuo. Could it be one of the 5 great underground families, the Azure Sun Association's Dongfang family? Yi Fan had interacted with the Dongfang family a lot because of Feng Yuying's family matters. He had saved Dongfang Bai's son, Dongfang Ming, and had become a distinguished guest of the Dongfang family. Even now, the Dongfang family was still very close to the purple bamboo forest, and both sides maintained good communication. You guessed it. Back then, the Dongfang family wanted to get rid of their underground gang identity and rely on contributing maps to obtain the status of a descendant of Dongfang Shuo, but they failed. Chapter 734. Missing 0734 inch. That is to say, the one who stole the map of the 10 continents back then was very likely the Azura's Association. They found the Yuan continent by studying the map. Chu Yunyao said in surprise. She didn't expect such a thing to exist, and became rather excited. Xiao Linfu sighed, the Azura's Association is no longer a threat. It is just a shell, and the real leader behind the scenes is probably an S-class organization like the old rulers. Of course, in terms of the background of the White Empress, it might have something to do with the Armageddon Shakyamuni. Many of the ancient legends are not groundless. Throughout the dynasties, many emperors wanted to keep some secrets. After all, there were only a few heavenly and earthly treasures, and no one was willing to share them with others. In order to confuse all living beings, they would purposely let people cover up some of the truth, write it as fake, and say that it did not exist. The truth can only be grasped by a few people, just like the Phoenix girl's bloodline. This kind of existence cannot be known by the public. It's the same principle, the Dragon King said. Li Fan Xian lightly tapped the table with one hand and said, if many of the things recorded in the 10 continents of the sea are true, then who knows how many treasures there are. If that place really was the Yuan continent, logically speaking, there should still be Ganoderma immortal grass. However, since they were all gone, it was very likely that the treasures recorded had long since been used up by the legendary immortals of the ancient times. No wonder. I was still thinking, if there really is an immortal spring, how could it be so easy to get in and drink it? It should be the person who built that pyramid. He already knew that the immortal spring is no longer magical. But even if we know that the Yuan continent no longer has the immortal spring, we still can't let our guard down. God knows how many maps those people have cracked. We can't let these enemies of China get their hands on any of the treasures. The Dragon King solemnly said, "Military advisor, this secret is no small matter. Personally bring some people to the Dongfang clan and ask them if there are any other copies of the 10 continents map. If we can still have a map, then we will be able to take the initiative." Xiao Linfuan immediately accepted the order and couldn't help but ask Yi Fan, "Boss, do you want to go with us? I remember that you and the Dongfang family are considered acquaintances." "I'm not interested. I can't save Deanly with just the 10 continents." Yi Fan said, "The research is over. Dragon King, it's time to give me the medical information on the Earth axis." The Dragon King smiled helplessly and shook his head. "I knew you were impatient. The things have already been handed over to Superintendent Chu. After you return to Hua Hai with her, you can open the contents of the encrypted chip." Hearing that, Fan Xian couldn't help but look at Chu Yunyao. The latter nodded, indicating that she had already obtained it. "I didn't gain much this time. Logically speaking, I shouldn't have given you such precious information. But you saved the Phoenix Girl at the critical moment, and the Phoenix Girl told us everything. If not for you, our Xia would have suffered a great loss this time. So, you don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank her," the Dragon King said. Fan Xian looked at Xiao Axioner in surprise, only to see her face turn red. She snappily said, "What are you looking at? This young lady doesn't like owing favors." Yi Fan smiled in his heart, suddenly feeling that this woman was quite cute. Since he had obtained the information on the Earth axis, Yi Fan naturally didn't want to stay in the capital any longer. He flew back to Hua Hai overnight. After calling Su Qingxue, who was at home, to study the information on the surgery and might not be able to go back for the time being, Yi Fan began to read the contents of the Earth axis in Chu Yunyao's laboratory. Chu Yunyao had only taken out the medical information within the Earth axis, but to truly decipher it and organize it would still take some time. As Chu Yunyao deciphered it, Yi Fan watched. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he looked, he discovered that the medical technology recorded in the Earth axis was truly astonishing. There were many technologies that Yi Fan was still unable to understand with his ability. It was just like asking a primary school student to suddenly understand a university curriculum. This was impossible. Yi Fan clearly knew that there were many techniques that could cure presently, but the current scientific foundation was still weak. Without the assistance of those scientific and technological methods, it would be useless to have this theory. Therefore, Yi Fan could only try his best to find those relatively simple and basic techniques that could be used right now. On the third day after returning to Hua Hai, Yi Fan was buried in the laboratory's big table, looking at the information and pondering over the operation plan when he heard his phone ringing. Seeing that it was a call from Su Qingxue, Yi Fan picked it up. "Wife, what's wrong?" Yi Fan asked. "Hubby, have you found a way?" Su Qingxue asked faintly. "I'm still reading. What's the matter?" Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment and said, "I know I shouldn't disturb you at this time, but that elderling Qingfeng from the Mount Shu sect and his disciples suddenly came to our house. They're looking for you, Mount Shu sect." Yi Fan thought of the old man who wanted to take him as his disciple and said impatiently, "Tell them to scram, I don't have the time to bother with them. I said that you're very busy and have something important to do, but that disciple of his said that he won't leave our house until he sees you. What should we do?" Su Qingxue was also very distressed. Yi Fan frowned. "What exactly is going on with them?" "They said 2 disciples are missing," Su Qingxue said. "His disciple is missing, what does it have to do with us?" "Tell him to call the police. The people of the Mount Shu sect don't even have this bit of culture." Yi Fan was puzzled. "No. They said that those 2 disciples came to find us. They wanted to ask us if we had seen them before, but I said I had never seen them before. They didn't believe me and insisted on asking you again," Su Qingxue said. When Yi Fan heard this, he suddenly realized something. Could it be that the two killers that he killed that day? Thinking of this, Yi Fan wished that he could immediately beat up those idiots from the Mount Shu sect. What rotten idea were they thinking? If he really wanted to kidnap Su Qingxue so that he could learn from his master, then he might as well have crippled those idiots back then. This was great. He had already killed them and sunk into the river. They had probably been eaten by the fish until not even their bones were left. If he were to tell them the truth, he would definitely become enemies with Mount Shu. Of course, Yi Fan wasn't afraid of the Mount Shu sect. He had already beaten one of the four great sects, the Taiji sect, to the point of begging for mercy, so killing his way up to Mount Shu wasn't a big deal. But the key was that he was very busy right now and didn't have the time to play with these people. Yi Fan believed that with Su Qingxue's intelligence, she would definitely be able to guess that the killer that day might have been a disciple of Mount Shu. However, when a woman made a phone call in front of a group of people from Mount Shu, she would definitely have to pretend that she didn't know anything. Yi Fan thought for a moment this matter still had to be handled properly, so he said, "I understand, I'll go back now." Chapter 735. 0735 Chu Yunyao was lying on the control panel. She had actually fallen asleep. Yi Fan walked to the woman's side and saw her haggard appearance. Only then did he realize that Chu Yunyao had been helping him decipher the information in the Earth axis for the past 3 days. Yi Fan was made of iron, not eating or sleeping for a month wouldn't have any problems, but Chu Yunyao couldn't do it. It was just that she endured it and didn't say anything. Yi Fan couldn't help but blame himself. He wholeheartedly wanted to save Principal Li, but he neglected that the woman beside him also needed to be taken care of. He also couldn't bear to wake Chu Yunyao up, so he quietly left the laboratory and got someone to bring a blanket over the woman. He left a note, telling Chu Yunyao that he had to go back and take care of some matters before leaving the Cloud Clubhouse. When he returned home, Ling Qingfeng was sitting in the living room with Pan Yi, Li Lihong, and a few other disciples. Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang were entertaining the unfamiliar guests, and the atmosphere was very stiff. Seeing that Yi Fan had finally returned, Su Qingxue heaved a sigh of relief and stood up, saying, "Hubby, Elder Ling said that his disciple came to find us, but I really don't know. Do you know?" As Su Qingxue spoke, she quietly gave Yi Fan a meaningful look. It was obvious that she wanted Yi Fan to pretend that he didn't know and vaguely pass by. Yi Fan patted the woman's shoulder. "Got it, I'll take care of it." Ling Qingfeng chuckled and said, "Yi Fan, we meet again. I heard that you are very busy, but my 2 disciples, one is called Zi Jing and the other is called Lu Jiang, have both disappeared a few days ago. Before they disappeared, they came to find you. Do you have any clues?" Yi Fan walked in front of the people from the Mount Shu sect and asked without a change in expression, "Since those 2 are looking for me, what is their purpose?" As soon as this question was asked, everyone from the Mount Shu sect had strange expressions on their faces. No one said a word. Li Lihong said, "Yi Fan, did you not encounter anything special? Our 2 fellow apprentices were acting together. You might have met them, but there was some misunderstanding." Li Fan Xian said with a smile that was not a smile, "After talking for a long time, you guys are still being vague. Just tell me, why are those 2 looking for us? Only after you explain it clearly can I tell you guys if you met them or not." Pan Yi shouted, "Stinking brat, don't be too insolent. Just answer me directly, don't ask unnecessary questions." Fan Xian's gaze turned cold. "Your own sect's disciples have disappeared, yet you came to our house to behave atrociously. You don't even have a reason. Why don't you let me ask a few more questions? If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Yuwei is my wife's best friend, would have asked you to scram right now." Pan Yi was about to get angry, but he was stopped by Ling Qingfeng. The old man sighed and said, "What a sin." This old man was muddle-headed for a moment. "I'm old and muddle-headed." When Li Lihong heard this, she quickly cupped her hands and said, "Master, this idea was suggested by this disciple. This disciple should bear the responsibility. How can it be master's fault? Saying that, Li Lihong explained, Yi Fan, that day, my master wanted to accept you as a disciple, but you refused. My master saw that you were talented and had a great future, so he couldn't bear to waste a piece of good jade like you. Therefore, I suggested an idea to master. Let us two brothers secretly pretend to be kidnappers and capture your wife so that you can understand the importance of ancient martial arts. At this point, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue were completely sure that those two assassins were undoubtedly disciples of the Mount Shu sect. Ling Qingfeng smiled bitterly and said, this old man was confused, but he really only wanted them to scare you. He didn't really want to hurt your wife. That night, did you see my two disciples? Shu Qingxue clenched her fists and looked at Yi Fan uneasily. Yi Fan sneered, so... those two masked assassins were from the Mount Shu sect. You really saw it. Ling Qingfeng was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, where are they now? Yi Fan did not hesitate to reply with 4 words, Hades. What? The people of Mount Shu were stunned. Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang also covered their mouths and tensed. Li Fanxian shrugged and said, to me, just pretending to be a killer to scare my woman is enough for them to die 100 times. I killed them, is there a problem? You're talking nonsense. Xi Jing and Lu Jiang are both experts of the refinement stage. Just their Jinqi alone is not something a person like you can withstand. Even if you have boundless strength, you can forget about hurting them, let alone killing them. Pan Yi said angrily, don't even think about deceiving us. Ling Qingfeng's face paled as he frowned, Yi Fan, these words are not child's play. Killing my Ling Qingfeng's disciple and the elites of the Mount Shu sect is not a small matter. Yi Fan said indifferently, if it wasn't for their corpses being thrown into the river a long time ago, I would have shown them to you. How many times do I have to say it before I can hear it clearly? I killed them. Shut up. A brat with a mouth full of nonsense. Let me teach you a lesson. I'll let you know how **t your words are. Pan Yi was furious. He gathered his Jinqi and took a step towards Yi Fan. He used a grappling hand, wanting to grab Yi Fan's shoulder and press him down to the ground. However, after Yi Fan nimbly turned around and dodged, he grabbed Pan Yi's hand and threw it towards the door. The tall and sturdy Pan Yi seemed to have become a huge sandbag. He couldn't control himself at all and directly smashed into the mahogany door. Clang! Pan Yi fell to the bottom of the stairs and fell to the ground in a daze. He lay on his back with his mouth agape, unable to believe what had just happened. Yi Fan clicked his tongue, pointed at the people of the Mount Shu sect and said, our family's door is very expensive, you guys have to pay for it. The group of Mount Shu sect disciples watched in disbelief. They felt that the situation in front of them was beyond their understanding of ancient martial arts. How could a person without Jinqi rely on his body to resist the Jinqi of the body refinement stage? Ling Qingfeng's expression turned serious, You really killed my disciple. Yi Fan calmly said, you first sent a disciple to pretend to be a killer and kidnap my wife. I protected my wife and killed the evil thief, which was a matter of course. This matter, no matter how far I go, I am the one in the right. What do I not dare to admit? If your Mount Shu sect wants to start a war with me because of this, I, Yi Fan, will be waiting for you at any time. Who do you think you are? A single person dares to challenge our Mount Shu sect. That's right. Master, let us teach him a lesson. A few disciples of the Mount Shu sect were filled with righteous indignation. Ling Qingfeng stretched out his hand and stopped the disciples from shouting. He sighed and said, this old man has underestimated this young man. None of you are his match. When the disciples heard this, they felt as if cold water had been poured over their heads. Looking at Pan Yi, who was barely able to get up, they silently lowered their heads. But Zijing and Lu Jiang have been with me for more than 20 years. This time, because of my momentary foolishness, I lost my life here. As their master, even if I have to be thick-skinned, I will still avenge them. Chapter 736. 0736. Seeing this, Qingxue immediately said anxiously, Elder Ling, this is just a misunderstanding. My husband doesn't know that they are your disciples. There's no need to become enemies because of this. She had a good relationship with Ling Yue, so she naturally didn't want Yifan to fall out with the Mount Shu sect. However, Ling Qingfeng thought that she was worried about Yifan, so he stretched out his hand to stop her. Miss Su, in this matter, it was our Mount Shu who was in the wrong first. I just want to vent my anger for my two disciples. I definitely won't kill them. Don't worry. Although his disciple was thrown out by Yifan in one move, Ling Qingfeng was still full of confidence. This was because he was in the spirit condensation realm, which was completely different from the body refinement realm. Shu Qingxue was speechless. She wasn't worried about Yifan, but worried for his old bones. However, it wasn't easy to say this out loud, so he could only say to Yifan, hubby, for my sake. How about we forget about it? Wife, it's not like I wanted to hit him. This old man wants to teach me a lesson. Yifan spread out his hands. Ling Qingfeng said with a straight face, Yifan, I don't want to destroy the things in your house. If you have the guts, follow me out. After saying that, Ling Qingfeng took the lead and walked out. A group of Mount Shu disciples arrogantly followed him out. The meaning in their eyes towards Yifan was very obvious. You brat, you're finished. Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know where this group of people from the Mount Shu sect got their confidence from, or perhaps it could be said that they were already blind to their master's worship. They were truly frogs at the bottom of the well. Yifan didn't care. If he wanted to settle this matter, a fight with Ling Qingfeng was unavoidable. He walked to an empty lawn outside and confronted Ling Qingfeng. Elder Ling, after the fight, we'll write it off, but you still have to compensate for my family's door. Yifan said. Ling Qingfeng proudly said, our Mount Shu sect is a righteous sect. If we damage your property, we will naturally compensate you. You don't have to mention these small matters. Come, you're a junior, so I'll let you have 3 moves. Yifan hurriedly waved his hand, no need, you are an elder, you are old, you can go first. Cut the crap. I told you to make a move, so make a move. Could it be that you look down on this old man? Ling Qingfeng glared at him. Fan Xian thought, alright, since this old fellow is so strong, then I'll just casually spar with him. Holding back a bit of my strength, I shouldn't be able to hurt my muscles and bones. After all, Su Qingxue was still watching from the side, so he was too embarrassed to hurt her best friend's grandfather in front of her. Yifan pretended to make a gesture, then ran over and exchanged a few blows with Ling Qingfeng. Although Yifan had already restrained himself, in the eyes of the people from the Mount Shu sect, his speed was already very fast and his strength was very great. On the contrary, they felt that Yifan was only at this level. Good, 3 moves have passed. It's my turn now. With a serious face, Ling Qingfeng displayed the basic sword fist of Mount Shu and launched a quick attack at Yifan. The sword fist of Mount Shu was derived from the sword technique. Although it was a fist technique, it had a unique sword technique trajectory, which was tricky and sharp. Although it was a basic martial art, it also had its own characteristics. However, to the current Yifan, this kind of ancient martial arts was already child's play. From Yifan's point of view, this kind of fist technique was a bit like drawing a tiger but not a dog. The essence of the fist technique and sword technique could not be perfectly explained, it was just a flowery display. The two of them exchanged more than 20 moves on the grass. Yifan had been using both his hands and feet to block, causing Ling Qingfeng's attack to be completely useless. What an impenetrable defense. It seems that in terms of fist and leg skills, this old man really can't get any advantage. Ling Qingfeng jumped away and waved towards his disciple. He saw a simple and unadorned longsword fly out with a clang and land in his hand. It was his sword. Next, this old man will use a sword. Yi Fan, if you feel that it's unfair to not have a weapon, I can lend you a sword. How about it? Ling Qingfeng asked. Yi Fan shook his head, no need. According to Yi Fan's current understanding of the way of the sword, he felt that the sword was actually useless. The sword intent was much more powerful than swinging a sword around, so Yi Fan didn't think of finding a sword to use. Occasionally, he needed to use a branch to practice. In any case, he just needed to find the feeling of having a sword in his hand. He didn't really need to rely on the sword itself to hurt people. Master, I don't think this kid knows how to use a sword at all. It's useless to give it to him. The few Mount Shu disciples were disdainful. In their eyes, Yi Fan was a brute. How could he use the noble lord of 100 soldiers? Yi Fan was too lazy to waste words with them. He was interested to see how the famous sword techniques of the Mount Shu sect would be effective when they were used by the top experts of the sect. Ling Qingfeng held his sword with one hand and lightly swung it backwards. His entire body displayed the sharpness and heroism of a swordsman, and a strong gust of wind suddenly swept up. Kid, be careful. Ling Qingfeng seemed to have become 20 years younger in an instant. With a few agile steps, he arrived in front of Yi Fan. The sword attack was like a reflection of the moon in the water. The sword light overlapped and was as fast as a mirage. Yi Fan was not in a hurry. Although Ling Qingfeng's speed was fast and his sword was sharp, he did not fight seriously at all. This little bit of strength was still not enough to make Yi Fan feel strenuous. Yi Fan's figure dodged to the left and right a few times, directly dodging the seemingly complicated sword light. At the same time, he quickly circled behind Ling Qingfeng. Ling Qingfeng discovered that all of his attacks had missed. He was shocked and turned his head to look. He discovered that Yi Fan was truly unharmed, as if he had seen a ghost. The group of Mount Shu sect disciples were also dumbstruck. They couldn't believe that Yi Fan could dodge so easily. What kind of movement technique is this? It can actually be faster than this old man's drunken immortal moon-gazing steps. Yi Fan suddenly understood, so this is the drunken immortal moon-gazing steps. This footwork doesn't look like a drunken footwork at all. Then what is this sword technique that you used? This is the Phantom Light style of the 7-star demon sword. Ling Qingfeng said. Yi Fan replied with an, "Oh, I've heard of it. It's quite interesting." He actually fused the reflection of the sword with the sword technique. It's very difficult to grasp the details. He must have put in a lot of hard work. Ling Qingfeng was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His face flushed red. Are you humiliating this old man? No, aren't I just saying that your Mount Shu Kung Fu is interesting? Yi Fan said. This old man has practiced the sword for his entire life, and now that I have entered the spirit condensation realm, I can't even touch the corner of your clothes. You still have the leisure to analyze our Mount Shu's sword techniques. If this isn't humiliation, then what is? Ling Qingfeng said angrily. Yi Fan was baffled. You can't even say it. Ling Qingfeng flew into a rage out of humiliation. The sword aura around his body shook and his aura became even more vigorous. It was obvious that he was serious. Chapter 737. 0737. Amidst the layers of sword shadows, Yi Fan's body moved left and right. A few trees were swept by the sword chi and directly shattered into pieces, shaking and falling. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a wealthy area and no one passed by during the day, they would have been scared to death upon seeing this scene. Kid! My Mount Shu's 36 Heavenly Dipper swords. Do you still think it's interesting? Ling Qingfeng's sword became faster and faster, more and more ferocious. The wind from the sword was so strong that it seemed as if a tornado was about to be formed. Ling Qingfeng's sword stabbed out, and just as it was about to reach Yi Fan's throat, Yi Fan still jumped backwards with the tip of his toes. However, Ling Qingfeng stomped on the ground with one foot and somersaulted in the air. Following that, he swung his sword down, his sword moves switching between defense and offense. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had already seen through his sword technique. With a sidestep, he once again dodged the slash. The more the people from the Mount Shu sect watched, the more powerless they felt. Their confidence in Ling Qingfeng had also disappeared. This kid. How did he react so quickly? Could it be that he knows our Mount Shu's sword technique? So he predicted it in advance. Impossible, Master's sword technique has long since broken away from the shackles of a fixed sword path. It's all based on the situation. Even if he knows the sword manual of the 36 Heavenly Dipper swords, he can't predict it in advance. Just as the group of Mount Shu disciples were feeling depressed and puzzled, Ling Qingfeng had already changed his strategy. Good, what a good reaction speed. Ling Qingfeng no longer chased after him. Instead, he chose to condense his sword qi and brandish two crescent sword qi slashes towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at the two sword qis coming at him and immediately jumped up high, just in time to avoid the sword qi's trajectory. But at this moment, Ling Qingfeng took a quick step forward. His body drew a perfect arc with his sword, and the sword soared into the sky. Sky-splitting style. The ancient sword in his hand directly condensed into a huge sword of light. It was so sharp that it shot into the sky, as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. When the Mount Shu disciples saw this, they all revealed expressions of joy. They felt that Ling Qingfeng was finally going to win. However, Yi Fan did not panic. His feet faced the incoming sword light, and he directly clasped them together in the air. The sword qi was shattered by Yi Fan's legs, and Yi Fan's legs just happened to catch Ling Qingfeng's sword. With a flip, the sword was taken away. Ling Qingfeng watched helplessly as his sword left his hand and fell to the ground, while Yi Fan stood there steadily, completely unharmed. This sudden blow caused Ling Qingfeng to stagger a step back, and the scene became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. That should be enough, old man. There's no point in continuing to fight. Yi Fan felt a little regretful in his heart. To the current him, there really wasn't much to learn about the sword techniques of the Mount Shu sect. Ling Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, from beginning to end, you were only defending and dodging. You didn't even seriously exchange blows with me. Although this old man is old, I treat every opponent seriously. Every battle, I will give it my all. This is the respect that a martial artist should have. If you want me to stop, I won't stop unless you beat me to the ground or use your full strength. Fan Xian sighed. It seemed that if he didn't make a move, this old man wouldn't be willing to stop. Out of respect, Yi Fan planned to launch an attack. However, just as Yi Fan moved, his body quickly moved in front of Ling Qingfeng, intending to settle the battle with a single palm strike. He suddenly felt a chill on his back. What is it? Yi Fan dodged to the side and discovered that the long sword that had originally fallen to the ground behind him had actually flown up. Its entire body was wrapped in sword qi, and it was the one that had charged back from behind. Ling Qingfeng waved his hand, and the long sword circled in the air before flying towards Yi Fan once again. Imperial Sword Technique. Teacher has learned the Imperial Sword Technique. When the few Mount Shu disciples saw this scene, they all shouted excitedly, their eyes shining with starlight. Yi Fan had also heard that the Mount Shu sect had an Imperial Sword Technique that allowed one to use a sword through the air and take the head of a person from 100 meters away. Because of this technique, the swordsman himself was far away, equivalent to a bystander. He only needed to control the sword to continuously attack, which meant that his field of vision would be wider, and his attack methods would also be more flexible. The sword relied on the sword chi to guide it. At the same time, its speed was fast, and its power was even greater than that of an ordinary sword technique. However, Yi Fan had never seen anyone use the imperial sword technique. He heard that no one in the Mount Shu sect had been able to learn this technique for many years. From the surprise of these disciples, it could be seen that this was the first time they had seen it. Although this old man's imperial sword technique has only just begun, this is already this old man's strongest move. Kid, watch carefully. Ling Qingfeng's sword fingers guided the long sword as it continuously circled around Yi Fan in midair, constantly looking for gaps in the attack. Weapons did not need to be defended. The sharp sword chi wrapped around the cold body of the sword, allowing the sword, the king of short weapons, to display its agility and attack power to the fullest. Yi Fan discovered that his movements were truly blocked by this sword. Because Ling Qingfeng was controlling it from afar, he was able to react immediately, making it difficult for him to move as easily as he did just now. It was as if there was an invisible hand using a sword to attack in all directions in the air. There were no blind spots or loopholes to be found. For a time, Yi Fan changed his position back and forth on the empty ground, while the sword slashed, stabbed, and shuttled back and forth in the air like a bolt of lightning. Not only did Yi Fan not feel annoyed, he even felt a burst of joy in his heart. He suddenly realized that a sword could be used like this. Not using his hands to hold the sword had instead maximized the power of the sword. Because you would never be able to guess how the next sword trajectory would change. Even if it was Yi Fan's sword intent, it could be predicted and dodged because of its fixed trajectory. Moreover, the method of attack was relatively simple. Although the power of this imperial sword technique could not compare to his sword intent, it was superior in terms of the concept of sword technique. However, the power of Ling Qingfeng's sword chi was limited, and the imperial sword technique clearly consumed a lot of Jin chi. After 30 moves, Yi Fan could clearly feel that the speed and power of the sword had decreased. Yi Fan brutally charged forward and broke through the encirclement of the sword. Taking advantage of Ling Qingfeng's lack of physical strength, he knocked him to the ground with a single palm. The sword chased after him and fell to the ground halfway. Master! A group of Mount Shu disciples rushed up and helped Ling Qingfeng up. At the same time, they looked at Yi Fan angrily. Ling Qingfeng's face was dejected as he shook his head, indicating that he was fine. He said, "There are talented people in every generation. I really am old. I never thought that a young man who didn't even have Jinchi would actually have such strength." Chapter 738. 0738. Originally, Yi Fan wasn't interested in Mount Shu, but this imperial sword technique really made him want to take a look. "You still want to come to our Mount Shu? How dare you?" Pan Yi said angrily. "If you dare to come, our Mount Shu sect will definitely make it so that you won't be able to return." The other disciples also jeered. However, Ling Qingfeng stretched out his hand to stop his disciple and said, "His martial arts are better than yours. He recognizes our Mount Shu's martial arts and is willing to humbly ask for advice. What face do you have to not let him come? The deaths of Zi Jing and Lu Jiang were caused by me, as their master, making the wrong decision. I have eyes but failed to see, which led to this tragedy. I am ashamed of them, so I can't blame Yi Fan and his wife." When the group of disciples heard this, they all lowered their heads in shame. Although they were not convinced, they knew that Ling Qingfeng was right. Yi Fan didn't lower himself to their level, and asked with a smile, "I've heard that Mount Shu has an imperial sword technique, and there's also a legend that it's a sword technique left behind by an ancient sword immortal, but I've never had the chance to see it. Only after Elder Ling used it today did I believe that this imperial sword technique is indeed very different from ordinary sword techniques. It's a completely different way of using the sword." When Ling Qingfeng heard this, his face revealed a hint of pride. "What you've seen is only the tip of the iceberg of the imperial sword technique. It can't even be considered as a beginner. The imperial sword technique is broad and profound, and no one in our Mount Shu sect has been able to comprehend it for nearly 100 years. This old man has practiced the sword for his entire life, and it was only in the last 2 years that he had a slight understanding of the imperial sword technique. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to learn it in my entire life. When Yi Fan heard this, he became more and more interested. It was just that he had to temporarily think of a way to cure Dean Li's illness, so he had no choice but to suppress his impulse. Now, this old man understands. Ling Qingfeng regretfully said, "It's impossible for me to accept you as my disciple, and I really overestimate myself. However, Yi Fan, your physical condition is truly a natural sword bone, a great material for practicing the sword. If you are willing to practice the way of the sword in the future, you will definitely become a great person." Yi Fan thought to himself, "I've already practiced it, it's just that there's no need to use it when sparring with you." After the matter came to an end, Ling Qingfeng led a group of Mount Shu disciples away and left in sorrow. He said that he had been out for a long time and had seen Ling Yue. It was time to return to Mount Shu. When Yi Fan returned home and saw that there was nothing, he planned to return to the Cloud Club to Yun to continue reading. "Hubby, where are you going? Aren't you going to have dinner?" Seeing that Yi Fan was about to leave, Su Qingxue immediately called out to him. Fan Xian smiled, "I haven't found a way to save the dean, I have to go back and continue reading the information." "Then it shouldn't be a problem to have dinner, right? Aunt Jiang knows that you're back and has already prepared everything." Su Qingxue frowned and said. Yi Fan thought for a moment and didn't want to let Aunt Jiang down, so he nodded and said, "All right then, I'll go after eating." Su Qingxue's eyebrows relaxed as she smiled and said, "Hubby, come to my study. I'll show you something." Fan Xian was puzzled and followed the woman upstairs. After entering the study, he discovered that there were 2 paintings hanging on the wall behind Su Qingxue's desk. It was a Valentine's Day gift from him. "Hubby, I hung them all up," Su Qingxue said. "Yes, I saw it," Yi Fan said. "Why did you give me the painting? How did you think of it?" Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan smiled and said, "I feel that my wife is very beautiful. If I can draw it, it will definitely be very beautiful. I just want someone to draw it." Su Qingxue pouted, "Then don't let them show it." "When I went to get the painting, I felt so awkward." Yi Fan listened to the woman's thoughts, but his mind had already drifted to President Li's wife. Yi Fan interrupted Su Qingxue and asked, "Have you been to the hospital to see President Li in the past 2 days?" Su Qingxue's expression froze and gradually turned cold. There was a trace of grievance in her beautiful eyes as she said, "Hubby, do you not like me anymore?" "Ha!" Yi Fan was a little confused. "Wife, why do you say that?" "I didn't." "Then you won't listen to me properly when I'm talking to you. You're just brushing me off." Su Qingxue was so angry that her eyes became misty. Yi Fan said apologetically, Wasn't I just worried about President Li's condition? Then now that you're not in the hospital, can't you talk to me properly for a while? When you came back from the capital, you told me that you weren't going home and then stayed at Chu Yunyao's place. For 3 days and 3 nights, he didn't even send me a single message, nor did he call me. Now that he's finally home, the time to eat a meal is so tight, and he's absent-minded when he talks to you. Su Qingxue had a sad and wronged expression on her face. "Are you men all like this? It's best if you can't get it. I'll call you husband, but you'll ignore me. I won't call you that anymore." Su Qingxue angrily wiped the corner of her eyes, turned around, and ran out. Li Fanxian felt a burst of heartache and guilt. He had really neglected his wife and other women, but perhaps because of his personality, Feng Yueying and Ning Zimo wouldn't bother with him. However, Su Qingxue still had a young girl's side in her heart. From the way she was able to compete with the donuts, it could be seen that once she truly fell in love and felt left out, she would immediately explode. Yi Fan hurriedly chased after her and grabbed Su Qingshue's hand in the corridor, sincerely saying, "Wife, don't be angry, I was wrong. I won't be going to the Cloud Club today, I'll stay at home with you, okay? I don't want you to accompany me. Go away." Su Qingxue waved her hand. Leave. How could Fan Xian care so much? He forcefully hugged the woman in his arms. "Wife, I really know my mistake. I should have sent you messages every day. I thought you didn't like me sending you those daily messages, because when I sent you messages in the past, as long as there was nothing important, you wouldn't reply to me, or you would return very late. I thought you wouldn't care, it's my business if I don't go back. But you are not allowed to not send it." Su Qingxue said angrily, "You are with Chu Yunyao and have been captivated by her. You don't love me anymore." Li Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hearing this tone, he knew that Miss Su Qingshue's side had come out again. How could she still look like the iceberg CEO of the company? "Wife, you are much more beautiful than Chu Yunyao, how could I be captivated by her? I was really just looking for information there." Yi Fan hurriedly coaxed, secretly apologizing to Chu Yunyao in his heart. This was also a helpless action. "You're lying. You must like her more mature figure. Wei Wei already told me that men like Chu Yunyao's figure. Ling Yue is talking about other men, I like my wife like this. Wife, in my eyes, you are perfect," Yi Fan said. Hearing this, Qingshue's mood had already softened, but she still sobbed softly and said, "Hubby, you are a liar. I hate you, you don't even care about me. Leave me alone at home. Am I not back now? I really won't go out tonight. Can I accompany my wife?" Yi Fan was depressed. Why did he return to the old topic? Qingxue wiped her eyes, and suddenly pitifully said, "No need, you still have to treat President Li's illness, you can't delay it. You can leave after you finish eating, I can take care of myself by myself." Although the woman said this, Yi Fan felt that it was strange no matter how he heard it. At the same time, he still couldn't understand, was this really letting him go? Or should I pretend to test him? After hesitating for a long time, Yi Fan felt that it was better to be careful. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, I must accompany my wife tonight." You pig. If I tell you to go, then go. What are you accompanying me for? I'm not sleeping with you. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at the man. "I'm going to help Aunt Jiang cook." "Go take a bath, you stupid pig, it stinks." Yi Fan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This woman changed her face faster than flipping a book. Also, how did he become a pig? However, after being bombarded by his sugar-coated bullets, the woman finally stopped crying. Yi Fan returned to his room and took a cold shower. After taking a bath, the scene of Ling Qingfeng using the imperial sword technique appeared in Yi Fan's mind. He suddenly thought of something. He pulled open a drawer under the bed and took out a black jewelry box. Chapter 739. 0739. After opening the box, a pure black ring was revealed. This ring didn't have any other decorations. Its entire body was as black as the night sky, giving off a profound and ancient aura. Yi Fan took it out and weighed it in his hand. The ring was a bit heavy, but he didn't know what material it was made of. The only thing he knew was the name of this ring, because on the inside of the ring, there were two ancient words written, sword. God. Yi Fan muttered these two words, but he didn't know what they meant. How could a ring have anything to do with a sword and a god? If it wasn't for the fact that this ring was given to him by that mysterious elder sister fairy and wanted him to keep it safe, Yi Fan wouldn't have paid much attention to it. The reason why Yi Fan took it out today was because of Ling Qingfeng's words and his current cultivation in the way of the sword. He gradually started to care about this ring. Elder Sister Fairy asked me to keep this ring and let me choose the path of cultivation that truly suits me. Could it be? Is she also using this ring to hint to me to specialize in the way of the sword? Yifan guessed in his heart, but he couldn't see any special use for this sword god's ring. Back then, he had also studied it for a period of time and found that it was useless. Wearing it would only be a burden, so he kept it in the jewelry box and never looked at it. After thinking for a while, Yifan simply took it out and wore it on his right ring finger. This way, it wouldn't conflict with the wedding ring he would wear in the future. Wearing it like this was to urge him to practice the sword well. Moreover, if something happened, he might be able to discover the secret of this ring. Returning downstairs, Yifan, Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang started eating dinner together. Su Qingxue discovered that the man had an extra ring on his hand, and it was black. She couldn't help but frown and say, "Such an ugly ring, why are you wearing it?" Yifan almost laughed out loud. Facing Su Qingxue, who looked exactly the same as the elder sister fairy other than her temperament, this kind of evaluation was undoubtedly very wonderful. If it's ugly, then so be it. An old friend who is very important to me gave it to me. I plan to wear it and urge myself to practice. Yifan said. Su Qingxue asked, "Was it given to you by a man?" "Why do you ask?" Yifan asked curiously. How could a woman give such an ugly ring? It must be a man with bad taste. Su Qingxue said. Yifan smiled, sighed, and was too lazy to explain. He nodded and said, "Yes, yes, my wife is wise." As they were talking, a car stopped outside. Not long after, the doorbell rang. When Fan Xian noticed the person who had arrived, he helplessly said, "I guess there's going to be trouble again." "Who's here?" Just as Su Qingxue asked, she heard someone shouting outside, "Boss. Sister-in-law. It's me. Old Xia." Aunt Jiang had already walked over to open the door. Xiao Linfuan brought the head of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Bai, in with a smile. "Don't you know how to ring the doorbell? Is there a need to shout so loudly?" Xiao Linfuan chuckled and said, "It's more intimate to shout a few words through the door, isn't it, sister-in-law?" You guys are having dinner. The dishes are not bad. Sister-in-law is really a rich man. General Xia, Patriarch Dongfang, if you haven't eaten, do you want to eat together? Su Qingxue naturally had to follow up. Sister-in-law is so polite, it's hard for us to refuse your kindness. Then, Patriarch Dongfang, shall we sit down and eat together? Xiao Linfuan had already sat down. Dongfang Bai was rather reserved. After all, to him, Xiao Linfuan was already an unreachable great figure. However, Yifan's status was even higher than Xiao Linfuan's, so he was naturally even more cautious. Thinking back to the time when the Dongfang family almost had a conflict with Yifan, they broke out in cold sweat. Yifan was more polite to Dongfang Bai and asked, "Patriarch Dongfang, have you heard any news from Lingshan recently?" Dongfang Bai sighed and said, "Mr. Yi, Lingshan seems to have joined some secret military unit. I don't know where she went, but she hasn't contacted her family for a long time." Su Qingxue asked in surprise, "Does the Dongfang family's head know Lingshan?" "Not only do I know him, he's Lingshan's uncle." Yifan smiled. Only then did Su Qingxue know that there was such a relationship. She complained that Yifan didn't even mention it to her. After chatting for a while, Yifan said, "Old Xia, you didn't bring the Dongfang family head here just to have a meal, right?" Xiao Linfuan ate very quickly, finishing a bowl in a minute. As he went to scoop up the rice, he said, "Boss, we two brothers, so I won't beat around the bush with you. These few days, I was entrusted by the Dragon King to look for a map of the 10 continents in the Dongfang family. I went to the Dongfang family's ancestral home and also to some of their other relatives. After searching around, I finally found an embroidered copy of the map. Embroidery. Yi Fan was puzzled. Who stabbed it? It's my great-grandmother. Dong Fangbai followed along and said, back then, she learned embroidery in Su province. Later on, she embroidered our family's ancestral treasure map, but it was made into a screen. Unfortunately, because of an accident, a naughty child in his family cut it open, so he threw it into the storage room. Now that a lot of it has been moldy, I can only see a small part of it clearly. So, what are you doing here? Yi Fan asked curiously. Xiao Linfuan scooped up the rice and walked back to his seat. With a serious expression, he said, Boss, we have already asked the experts to look at the remaining map. According to the location of the Yuan continent, we have deduced that the ancestral continent recorded in the Book of 10 Continents is near Huahai. To be exact, it's at the junction of Huahai and Jiang province. Right now, it's still a national park, and there's a Ancestral House Mountain. Ancestral House Mountain. Su Qingxue said in surprise. Isn't that? Halfway through her words, Su Qingxue realized that what happened back then might need to be kept a secret. She couldn't help but look at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was also stunned for a moment. The Ancestral House Mountain was the place where he met the Copper Man. Back then, when the people from the embroidery group went to the outdoor training area, they chose that place, but in the end, all sorts of accidents happened. Boss, sister-in-law, do you know that place? Xiao Linfuan hurriedly asked. Yi Fan sighed, recalled the records of the 10 continents, and said, the ancestral continent seems to be the place where the grass of immortality is rumored to be. That's right. Legend has it that the alchemist Su Fu was ordered by the Qin Emperor to go east to the ancestral continent to look for the grass of immortality, and then there was no news of him. However, according to the current map, that is fake. The ancestral continent is not in the East Ocean, but in the Jiang province. Xiao Linfuan said. Li Fan Xian didn't hide anything. He told them about how he encountered the tomb robbers, discovered the ancient tomb of Xinxi, the legendary descendant of an immortal, and then met the clown. Chapter 740. 07400740 Xiao Linfuan, on the other hand, was very depressed, then. That tomb has already sunk into the ground. There's nothing left. Yi Fan curled his lips. You guys can go dig 300 feet into the ground, maybe you can find something, but I think it will be very difficult. Since the tomb will sink on its own, its position will probably move. Xiao Linfuan sighed. I originally wanted to ask you to go with me and find the location of the ancestral continent, but now it seems that I don't even need to go. Shu Qingxue listened from the side and said, if there really is the grass of immortality, it would probably have been eaten by that person called Xinxi. Only after he became an immortal would he be able to create such an exquisite tomb. Even if you dig out the ancient tomb, what can you gain? He, sister-in-law is right. Xiao Linfuan nodded. Are there no other provinces on your map? Yi Fan asked. Xiao Linfuan regretfully said, we haven't found any other specific locations yet, but we will continue to investigate this matter. Dong Fangbai said excitedly, since that's the case, it seems that our Dongfang family's ancestor is indeed an extraordinary person in the history of China. Mr. Yi, General Xia, our Dongfang family will definitely do our best to find the 10 continents map for China. We hope that General Xia will put in a few good words for our Dongfang family in front of the leaders. Xiao Linfuan was puzzled. Dongfang Bai, you are one of the 5 great underground families, isn't that good? Now that the Wei family and the Shengguan family are no longer able to, your Dongfang family has even more status. Why do you insist on joining the ranks of the famous families? It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, do you understand? In the underground family, you are the top 3 seats. Once you enter the circle of the famous families, you will be a small family. Why bother? Dong Fangbai smiled bitterly. We understand what General Xia said, but the country is changing, and in today's society of law, it is indeed not easy for an underground family to survive. Perhaps I can still lead the Brothers of the Azure Sun Association to eat and drink, but when it comes to my son, my grandson, I have to consider their future. Xiao Linfuan patted Dongfang Bai's shoulder with a faint smile. I'll show you the way, General Xia, please speak. Dongfang Bai hurriedly listened. Xiao Linfuan pouted at Yi Fan, in the future, please curry favor with my boss. With him as your backer, I guarantee that your children and grandchildren will have no worries. In front of the 5 great sects, you don't need to lower your heads. When Dongfang Bai heard this, he was shocked. Of course, he didn't think that Xiao Linfuan was spouting nonsense, but he couldn't imagine how deep Yi Fan's background was. F***CKU, Murphy, do you need to talk so much? Yi Fan didn't want to have another group of flattering followers. Boss, he's Miss Su Lingshan's uncle after all, it's only right for you to take care of him. Xiao Linfuan smiled evilly and said to Dongfang Bai, if you have any problems that you can't solve in the future, look for my boss. As long as you don't commit treason, the other problems are just child's play. Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy really made him speechless, and he clearly didn't want to say anything good for the Dongfang family, so he couldn't be bothered to care about these things. Dongfang Bai was overjoyed. If he had known that Yi Fan had such a strong background, he would have come over to visit him every now and then. At this moment, he couldn't wait to toast Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, both of my children are under your care, and my sister Su family is also quite related to you. It seems. Our Dongfang family and you are really fated to meet. Dongfang Bai immediately tried to get close to him. Xiao Linfuan then said, Dongfang Bai, when you come to see my boss another day, you can't go empty-handed. You underground families should know a lot about paying respects to the doc, right? Yes, yes. I'm really confused today. Next time, I'll definitely prepare well. Dongfang Bai nodded repeatedly. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on, it was as if he had become a relative of the Dongfang family. However, he believed that Xiao Linfuan would not cause trouble for him for no reason. It must be because the Dongfang family was worth taking care of that he would do such a thing. It was just that it wasn't convenient for him to say it too clearly. After cleaning up the table, Yi Fan originally wanted to sit on the sofa and watch TV with Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang, but Su Qingxue told him to go to the Cloud Club. Wife, didn't I say that I would accompany you tonight? Yi Fan said with a frown. No need, I'm just saying it. It's not like I'm really that unreasonable. I know that President Li's condition is very dangerous, so don't waste time. Oh right, I've been going to the hospital every day for the past few days. She's generally stable now, so don't worry. Su Qingxue said gently. Hearing this, Yi Fan was extremely moved. He held the woman's face and kissed her. Wife, you are truly a beautiful person with a beautiful heart. Come on. You're too fake, I don't believe you. Su Qingxue blushed and said, I admit that I'm beautiful, but I don't dare to accept the beauty of my heart. Aunt Jiang, who was at the side, covered her mouth and snickered. She was gratified by the deepening relationship between the couple. Yi Fan was in a good mood. After bidding farewell to his family, he once again rushed to the Cloud Club. When he arrived at the laboratory, he found that Chu Yunyao had already gone back to work. Beside the woman was a fruit salad, sandwiches, and champagne. It was obvious that she had also eaten something. Little Yao Yao, if you're very tired, you can rest for a while. Yi Fan also felt sorry for this woman, afraid that she wouldn't sleep much before getting up to work again. I'm not that delicate. Chu Yunyao stared at the various characters and formulas on the big screen and said, the newly deciphered content has been sent to your computer, you can go take a look now. Li Fan Xian's heart warmed up. He realized more and more that Chu Yunyao was a practical person. He nodded and didn't say anything more. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the woman say, "My grandfather called to ask me. There's still more than a month before the Hidden Dragon selection. How are you training the young people of our Chu family?" Li Fan Xian shrugged. "I didn't receive any reports of death, nor did I receive any news of serious injuries. They should still be alive." "They're all alive." Chu Yunyao frowned and said, "What kind of result is that?" Li Fan Xian smiled and said, "My 2 sets of training plans, for them to be able to survive safely and not lose their arms and legs, is already a success. In terms of improving their strength, there's absolutely no problem." Chu Yunyao was speechless for a moment, then sighed and said, "Then my grandfather even asked, what kind of place is the 18 levels of hell? How should I answer him?" Li Fan Xian thought for a moment, then said, "The undiscovered country. Isn't this the world of death described in Hamlet?" Chu Yunyao said. Li Fan Xian raised his eyebrows, smiled and said, "In my opinion, that place is like this." Chu Yunyao's face became slightly serious. "All right. I hope they can hold on until the day they return." Li Fan Xian was about to advise the woman not to worry too much, but he suddenly saw a few pictures on a small display screen. Chapter 741. 0741-inch Little Yao Yao, what is this? Yi Fan asked anxiously. "If you ask me, how would I know? I'm only responsible for deciphering it. These are just some pictures. They seem to be near the liver and gallbladder. I don't know any medical principles." Chu Yunyao said. Yi Fan hurriedly said, "Then you can decipher these contents first." "I seem to have some ideas." Chu Yunyao didn't ask any further. She spent dozens of minutes to decipher the information. When Yi Fan received the information, he began to read it seriously. After reading for less than 10 minutes, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. "So it can be like this. Why didn't I think of that?" Chu Yunyao asked, "What, you've thought of a way?" Without saying anything further, Yi Fan stood up and hugged Chu Yunyao, kissing the woman on the mouth. "Little Yao Yao, it's all thanks to you that President Li can be saved." Chu Yunyao was a little twisted, and said in an unnatural tone, "I just like to research. What does it have to do with me?" Yi Fan mischievously said, "How rare, you don't even want to talk to me about any conditions now. I thought that since you helped me so much, what else do you want me to do for you?" Chu Yunyao bit her lower lip and glared at the man. "What, do you want to do something for me?" "All right. Woo-woo." Without waiting for Chu Yunyao to say anything, Yi Fan had already kissed her red lips again. Only after kissing the woman until her body went limp did Yi Fan let go of her and said with a smile, "I'm going to the hospital now. You can have a good rest." Chu Yunyao's gaze softened. She was indeed tired, so she nodded, "Go." After leaving the Cloud Club, Yi Fan directly went to the hospital ward where President Li was. As soon as he entered, he saw that the ward was filled with all kinds of flowers and fruit baskets. It was obvious that many people had come to visit President Li. Du Yuner was accompanying President Li, peeling fruits for her to eat. "Brother Yi Fan, you're here." Du Yuner happily stood up. "Have you found a way to save the principal?" She knew that Yi Fan hadn't come these past few days because he had been looking for a surgical plan. Therefore, when she saw Yi Fan, she was naturally very excited. President Li scolded in a low voice, "Yuner, don't be so anxious. How could it be that easy?" Yi Fan's heart was filled with mixed feelings. How many people's expectations did he bear? Fortunately, he had some results. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to meet others. "There's a way. Dean, Yuner, I can do this surgery," Yi Fan said with a smile. President Li was also very surprised. Really? Great. I knew Brother Yi Fan would definitely be able to do it. Dean, you're saved." Du Yuner was so moved that tears fell like rain. and the haze that had clouded her mind for many days was swept away. You silly child, it's a good thing, why are you crying? President Li's eyes were also red as he grabbed Du Yun'er's hand and consoled her. Fan Xian walked to the bedside and said, "The most important thing right now is that I need to find a top surgical team. I have never done this surgery before, so I need to make the best preparations for everything. Director, I want to take you to the Mei Nation. My acquaintances there can provide you with the best team and environment. It will be better for your postoperative recovery." President Li was old, so the risk of surgery would naturally increase by a lot. It wasn't that Yi Fan felt that it was impossible to do it in China, but he wanted to give President Li the best medical conditions. "You still want to go to the Mei Nation? Isn't this going to cost a lot of money?" President Li said worriedly. "Dean, how can you care about money at a time like this? As long as you can get better, all of this is worth it," Du Yun'er advised. Yi Fan felt a wave of helplessness. At a time like this, President Li still wanted to save some money. He was truly a thrifty person for a lifetime, a habit that he couldn't change. After persuading President Li, Yi Fan immediately went out and contacted Florica Runita, who was far away in the Mei Nation. "Dear Yi Fan, it's rare for you to call me. Is there something you need from me?" Florica lazily greeted him, as if she was sleeping. Yi Fan didn't exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Within 3 days, help me arrange a medical team for heart surgery. I want the best in your Mayo Medical Center. I will be the chief surgeon, and I will bring the patient directly to your Rochester headquarters." Wait! Florica hurriedly shouted, 3 days. You also know that the doctors in our magnesium country aren't as diligent as the doctors in China. If you want to find the best and set it up, it will take at least a week. Some of them are still on vacation in Hawaii, Barbados, and so on. Yi Fan grinned, "I can double the money, this time I'm not working for nothing. And I want an assistant, not a chief surgeon. Florica, the patient I'm going to treat is very important to me, don't drop the ball." Florica was speechless for a moment. "All right. At most, I'll be your assistant. It won't be a problem to form a team for you." Yi Fan playfully said, "I think that a lot of people will be interested in this surgery, so it should be easier for you to find a team." "Oh. What surgery?" Florica was interested. After all, for Yi Fan to say this, it was definitely not an ordinary surgery. "Do not use open surgery. Remove the huge hepatocellular carcinoma in the atrium," Yi Fan said. "What?" Florica was in disbelief. After a while, she giggled and said, "So that's how it is. Then I really want to see it. I'll definitely get it done for you within 3 days. Let me know when you come to the magnesium country. I'll bring someone to pick you up," Yi Fan replied. Just as he was about to hang up, he thought of something and asked, "Oh right, how is my brother-in-law, Feng Xiaowei?" "Oh, little Hui, I just talked to Miss Feng on the phone last week. His condition is showing signs of improvement. He seems to have some reaction to the changes in the outside world. However, in a vegetative state, we have to patiently wait for a miracle. Although we have been trying to wake him up, we can't guarantee that we will succeed," Florica said helplessly. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, "Maybe I should bring you in to see him, that's right. Actually, the company of family members is helpful for the recovery of vegetative people. Many vegetative people who wake up are awakened by their family members. After this period of treatment, Feng Xiaowei's condition should have improved. You can have Miss Feng come over and stay for a few days to see if she can wake him up," Florica said. Li Fan Xian also felt that this was feasible. After hanging up, he immediately called Feng Yuing. Feng Yuing had actually been considering going to the magnesium country to visit her brother, but she had been busy with work and couldn't make up her mind. When she heard that Yi Fan was going to bring President Li to the Magnesium country for surgery, she immediately felt that this was a good opportunity and happily agreed. After that, Yi Fan returned home and bid farewell to Su Qingxue. He explained that he was going to stay in the Magnesium country for a period of time and take care of President Li's matters. Within a day, Yi Fan asked Xiao Linfuan to help him open the back door and deal with all kinds of immigration documents. Then, he asked Sally to help him arrange a private plane. President Li was a patient, so Yi Fan didn't want her to take a normal passenger plane. On the private plane, all kinds of medical equipment were prepared. If anything happened, they could be rescued. After everything was settled, the plane took off. Yi Fan brought President Li, Du Yuner, and Feng Yuing straight to the Magnesium country. Du Yuner quit her job and planned to focus on accompanying President Li through the surgery and recovery. Feng Yuing, on the other hand, carried the expectations of her parents and wanted to see her brother after half a year. The plane flew for more than 10 hours. On the luxurious private plane, President Li was basically sleeping and resting. This was the first time Feng Yuing and Du Yuner had the chance to chat a lot. The two women admired Yi Fan for being able to get a private plane so easily, but they weren't too surprised. This was because Yi Fan had brought them too many surprises. When they landed at Rochester Airport, it just so happened to be night time. The plane glided smoothly for a while before stopping in an empty area. "Aw. We're finally here, I'm so bored." This was the first time Du Yuner had been on a plane for such a long time, and she felt like she was about to go crazy. She often went on business trips and went abroad a lot. She smiled and said, "Go down to your place of residence and have a good sleep. I'll help you serve the dean." Chapter 742. Fugitive 0742 at Rochester Airport, the night wind was chilly. Over 100 tall and sturdy figures dressed in black armor and black metal helmets surrounded a private plane like Vidra warriors. These warriors, whose faces were hidden under the black masks, were all holding a silver-gray rifle in their hands. However, the body of the rifle did not seem to have a magazine, which was quite strange. A golden-haired middle-aged man dressed in dark golden knight armor was 2 meters tall and had a scar on his face. He was the leader of this group of warriors. His gaze was locked onto a man who was surrounded. The man looked to be around 40 years old. He had a head of black hair, a weak complexion, a face as sharp as a knife, and a slender figure. There was a black cloth bag wrapped around his waist. His clothes were tattered from the battle, and there were traces of blood and burns everywhere. Although the man was panting and sweating profusely, he still held a simple broadsword inlaid with a black diamond in his hand. He still exuded an awe-inspiring might, causing these 100 people to not dare to rashly approach him. "Dark Therol, look at your current appearance. You didn't even bother to put on your armor before running away. You ended up like this, you betrayed the Dragon Knights. Could it be that you still expect to leave the Magnesium country by plane? Aren't you being too arrogant? No wonder you would do such a rebellious thing." The golden-haired man said proudly. "Sandal Broom, you are Allen's lackey. The ones who truly betrayed the Dragon Knights were Allen and you fellows who were blinded by greed. I, Dark Therol, know very well what I am doing, and I know very well how disgusting your ugly side is. You are not worthy of wearing the armor passed down by the ancestors of the Dragon Valley. You have long since abandoned the dignity and pride of the Dragon Knights." Dirk roared. You can say whatever you want, but your actions have already constituted a capital offense. If you don't want to be killed on the spot, then obediently break your own hands and feet. When you return to headquarters, you will be given a lighter sentence." Sanders said with a cold expression. "What a joke. If you have the ability, then come up and kill me. The Dragon Knights will only die in battle and will not retreat." Dirk roared as he stood in the cold wind like a god of war. "Then we won't be polite. Sandal stretched out his hand and was about to order a group of soldiers to shoot when he suddenly realized that the cabin door of the private plane behind him had opened. Yifan walked out of the cabin door and was surprised to see the group of soldiers surrounding him, as well as Dirk and Sandal. What's going on here? Do I still need your dragon knights to welcome me when I make a trip to the Magnesium country? Yifan immediately recognized that the attire of this group of warriors was the unique armor of the Dragon Knights. As for the two Dragon Knights, Dirk and Sander, although Yifan had never seen them before, he could still feel their extraordinary strength. Lucifer. The two Dragon Knights naturally recognized Yifan, because Yifan's photo was not a secret. It was impossible for the 10 legend rank experts not to recognize him. Why are you here? Sandal's expression turned serious. Did you collude with Dark? Yifan was baffled. I don't even know what happened. How did I collude? You are the Thunder Dragon Knight Sandal, right? This is the Black Dragon Knight, Dark Cyril. I've heard of you, but I didn't expect that the first time we met, it would be so exciting. Lucifer, since you are not in cahoots with Dirk, then don't worry about this matter. Dirk betrayed us Dragon Knights, I will capture him now. Sandal shouted. Dirk lowered his voice and said to Yifan, Lucifer, don't listen to him. Alland brought them to abandon the faith of the Dragon Knights. They have already joined the Armageddon Shakyamuni, they are the enemies of all mankind. Alland has joined the Armageddon Shakyamuni. Yifan was stunned. Amongst the 10 great legends, the Holy Dragon Knight Alland could be considered one of the strongest. What did he do? Alland has been using his position to exclude the rest of us. At the Sai Te Great Assembly, he even decided to support Sylvie on his own. He and the White Queen Sylvie are secretly making a heartless plan. I haven't investigated it clearly yet, but in recent years, a large number of young people within the Dragon Knights have mysteriously disappeared. It's definitely not a coincidence. You mean? He supported Sylvie, and it wasn't something you guys agreed on. Yifan frowned. Of course not. Although we didn't object to it, he didn't give us a chance to participate in the discussion. He completely became a dictator. I, Dark Cyril, deserve to die, but there are some truths that must be made public. Otherwise, more lives will die in vain. Yifan was stunned. Not to mention whether or not Dirk had betrayed the Dragon Knights, just based on what he said, Alland had joined the Armageddon Shakyamuni. Yifan really felt that it was believable. Because, during the Sai Te Great Assembly, Alland seemed to be quite supportive of Sylvie's position as president. His attitude towards the old rulers was unprecedentedly friendly. Sylvie could be said to be the spokesperson of the Armageddon Shakyamuni, so thinking about it this way, it made sense. At this time, Dark took out a cloth bag that was wrapped around his waist. There was a heavy object inside. Dirk handed the bag to Yifan. Lucifer, take it. That way, Alland won't be able to continue commanding the Dragon Knights. Looking at the black bag that was handed over, Yifan frowned and said, What is this? I stole the Dragon Flame badge from Alland. With it, Alland will be able to lead the other Dragon Knights absolutely. Without it, the other Dragon Knights will not obey. Only then will the Dragon Knights have a chance to survive. Dirk said with a solemn face. Yifan's mind quivered. This Dragon Flame badge was equivalent to the Dragon Knight's Tiger Talisman. It was stolen just like that. No wonder the Dragon Knight brazenly chased him to the airport. How could he not be anxious? Did you already know that I would come here? Yifan felt that this matter was too coincidental. Dirk grinned. I'm sorry, I've actually been paying attention to you. Other than you, I can't think of anyone to trust, and who can save the current situation. Originally, I wanted to plan to go to China, but I didn't expect you to come. This is also God's guidance. It's a pity that you came so suddenly that I didn't have time to prepare, so I was exposed too quickly and was chased here by them. F*ck the god. F***ck the guidance. Yifan felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a cockroach. He had brought President Li here for surgery. If he were to get involved in the internal war of the Dragon Knights, how could he stop? Lucifer. That dragon flame badge belongs to us Dragon Knights, to the Holy Dragon Knights. If you help Dark Cyril, you will be the enemy of our Dragon Knights. You wouldn't make such a stupid decision, would you? Sandal said in a deep voice. However, Dirk's eyes turned red as he shouted at the top of his lungs, Lucifer. This is not a war between me alone, nor is it a war between us Dragon Knights. This is a battle that concerns all of humanity, the entire world. Shakyamuni apocalypse is quietly infiltrating all the major countries and organizations. Alan's mind has already been corroded. If the Dragon Knights become Shakyamuni apocalypse's butcher knife, then you should know what kind of lethality it will cause. I know that you once fell out with Old Ones for Sally, and became enemies with the Holy Royal Court for Angel. You are the only man in thousands of years who has become enemies with the entire world for the sake of fair treatment for two girls. I trust you, so I handed the Dragon Flame badge to you. For the sake of the Dragon Knights, for the sake of more lives, I am willing to use my blood to defend every word I say. After saying that, Dark Cyril let out a loud roar, and a vigorous spiritual energy surged from his body. Because the black spiritual energy had condensed, it had already formed a protective barrier of astral energy, crushing the nearby cement ground. Chapter 743. 0743-inch open fire. When Sandal saw Dark rushing over, he immediately ordered over 100 dragon riders to open fire. What these guns fired were not bullets, but blazing flames. The temperature of these flames was extremely high, and only these armored soldiers could use them. Normal bullets were useless against an expert like Dark. That was why they chose to use high temperatures to weaken and restrict Dark's range of movement. Dark's charge was immediately restricted, and he dodged back and forth in a rather sorry state. The key was that these soldiers did not just stand in place and shoot flames. Their own strength was extraordinary, and they cooperated with each other to weave around, not giving Dark much space to survive. As for breaking through their encirclement, it was also very difficult because these soldiers would cover for each other. The flames that sprayed out were like golden snakes, shuttling back and forth in the night, outlining a spider web of death. Sander had a sinister smile on his face. Dark, you want to challenge an entire squad of dragon riders without any armor? Aren't you looking down on the elites that we, the dragon riders, have trained ourselves too much? Dark shuttled through the flames, and another flame burned his cheek. However, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. He gritted his teeth, faced the dozen or so flames, and heavily slashed the ground with his sword. The sturdy cement ground cracked open, and a large amount of gravel flew up. Mixed in with the black spirit energy, it forcefully knocked over 7 or 8 soldiers. Taking advantage of this gap, Dark tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, intending to break out of the encirclement. Don't even think about it. Sandal had been paying close attention. Seeing that Dark was about to break out, he pulled out a golden sawtooth sword from his waist and rushed towards Dark. The sword slashed down, bringing with it a golden spirit energy. Like a thunderbolt, it struck the ground, and the shockwave of spirit energy caused Dark's figure to stagnate once again. Kill! Sandal shouted. Taking advantage of the situation, he chased after Dark and slashed down more than 10 times. Dark's fighting technique was rather strange, and his sword was unconventional. However, Sandal's swordsmanship was even more ferocious and as fast as lightning. It was said that the moves that dragon riders cultivated were derived from observing the activities of different dragons. Although it was not known whether it was true or not, it was indeed passed down from generation to generation since ancient times. Unlike the Dragon Knight's name, the Dragon Knight's martial techniques were not that fancy. Instead, they pursued simplicity and straightforwardness, using strength and speed to settle the battle. Their movements were not flashy. To put it bluntly, when you can use your fists, you don't use your sword, and when you can use your sword, you don't use your chi. The inheritance of the Dragon Knight was also very simple. If the disciple could defeat the master, then he could become the next Dragon Knight. For the sake of dignity, the older generation of Dragon Knights would even fight to the death in battle to announce the graduation of their disciples. It was cruel, but it was also filled with solemnity and holiness. Dark Dragon Dark and Lightning Dragon Sandal were knights who had held their titles for nearly 20 years. They had long mastered their combat skills to the point of perfection. If it was a normal battle, the two of them might exchange blows. However, Dark had been chased all the way here. He had consumed a lot of energy and was not wearing any armor. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage. Clang clang clang. Two completely different swords collided fiercely in the air, and one could feel how terrifying the power was from the vibrations. Both of them had the strength of the spirit condensation realm, and Dark was even at the great perfection of the spirit condensation realm. However, Sandal also had the strength to break through to the large perfection realm. If it was someone who knew about martial arts, they might think that these two people were only fighting like this, like two boorish men slashing at each other. However, Yifan obviously wouldn't think so. The reason why there was such a battle that didn't seem to be gorgeous at all was because they were all close combat martial artists. Secondly, it was because fancy techniques were no longer effective against their level of strength. They knew very well that making an extra fake move was not as effective as suppressing the opponent by a few tenths of a second. Moreover, their strength was well controlled in the right place, so it did not seem earth-shattering. The more they fought, the uglier they became. However, they consumed a lot of energy and their facial expressions became uglier. Yifan held the black bag in his hand and watched Dark and Sandal fight. He knew that Dark probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. However, if he were to interfere, he would be completely at odds with the Holy Dragon Knight, Holland. It was fine if this was China, but this was the Magnesium country. He needed to protect two women. Presently, if he were to become enemies with the Dragon Knights and attract other enemies, it would be very difficult to control the situation. Yifan suddenly realized that he had rushed over to perform surgery on Presently, but he was still too unprepared. Brother Yifan, what exactly happened? At the back of the cabin door, Du Yun'er stuck her head out and asked nervously. Yifan hurriedly said, "Quickly go in, I'll take care of this." Du Yun'er was very uneasy, but she could only obediently return to the cabin. Right at this moment, there was a loud, bang sound. Sandal's roundhouse kick hit Dark's chest. Although Dark used his broadsword to block it, he was unable to stabilize his body's center of gravity and somersaulted 3 times. Burn him to death. Sandal jumped back and left the battle formation, ordering the soldiers to fire at Dark. There was blood at the corner of Dark's mouth as he stabbed his sword into the ground. He wanted to stand up and dodge, but it was obviously too late. Boom boom boom. Dozens of flames converged at Dark's location, as if they had gathered into a furnace of death. The flames dissipated, but no one found Dark's corpse. They only saw the broadsword still stabbed into the ground with its head held high. Lucifer. Sandal looked into the distance and saw Yifan supporting Dark with one hand. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Yifan had rushed in and brought Dark out. All of the flames had been sprayed into the air. What do you mean? Do you want to go against us Dragon Knights? Sandal glared at him and said angrily. Yifan also had a headache. He scratched his head and said, "To be honest, I really don't want to get involved in your matters. But if Holland is really on the same side as Sylvie, then I have no choice." Dark looked at Yifan excitedly. "Lucifer, do you believe what I said? There's no benefit in lying to me. Besides, you almost lost your life. No matter what, I have to believe you," Yifan said. Sandal sneered. "Lucifer, Do you really think that just because a group of people call you the king of hell, everyone in the world will be afraid of you? This is not your purgatory island, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Last time, Olin said that you displayed extraordinary fighting strength at the Sai-Te Association, and that you have improved compared to 3 years ago. Then let me see how capable you are. As soon as he finished speaking, Sandal's feet were like a gust of wind as he charged towards Yifan. The golden sawtooth longsword in his hand was the first to be thrown out, tearing through the air and aiming straight for Yifan's throat. Chapter 744. Only he is qualified 074 for the strength of a dragon knight was definitely real gold and silver, unlike many ancient martial artists in China, who pursued inner force cultivation and did not pay attention to physical training. It was no exaggeration to say that on a real battlefield, 2 ancient martial artists who only cultivated inner force might not even be as strong as a dragon knight. Even if their cultivation levels were the same, battles did not only rely on cultivation, but also on defense and speed. These were all things that could only be done with a strong physique. The reason why Yifan had to be cautious about this matter was also because he was afraid that Sylvie and Olland would really control these powerful warriors together. Sandal's fist came flying over. Not only did it transmit the power of spiritual energy at the large success stage of spirit condensation, it also contained the strength of his muscles. Fortunately, Yifan's body was far stronger than he had imagined. With a solid punch, Sandal was forced to take 2 steps back. How could this be? Sandal felt a numbness in his hand and said in disbelief, "What kind of training are you doing? How can your body be so strong?" Yifan was actually also secretly shocked. If it was some ancient martial artists from China, they definitely wouldn't dare to fight him head-on. It was already amazing that Sandal could only feel a little numb. Dragon Knight, this group of fellows were indeed martial arts fanatics who immersed themselves in hard work. Yifan thought for a moment, then said indifferently, "I've saved Dark Cyril. You can let Olland come and talk to me. Tonight, you guys should retreat first." Ha! What a boastful king of hell. Sandal laughed out loud, reached out his hand, and the golden sword that had fallen to the ground flew back into his hand. A wave of golden spiritual energy spread out, and the long sword faintly surged with sword chi that was like lightning and wind. Do you think that just because a group of people bragged and made you one of the top 10 legends, you really are a legend rank expert? If you were among our dragon knights, you might not even be able to make it into the top 10. That traitor, Dirk, actually treats you as his savior. I want to prove how stupid he is right now. Sandal took a big step forward, and with a hoo sound, he swung his sword, almost cutting the tip of Yifan's nose. After Yifan dodged, he turned around and kicked Sandal's arm. Sandal tilted his body slightly and roared. Exerting strength from his waist, he forcefully pressed down with his sword and swung out a thunderous sword light. Yifan felt the power of this sword and immediately jumped to the side to dodge. This sense of oppression was even stronger than when he fought with Sylvie back then. However, Sylvie's demonic magic was evil and needed to be dealt with carefully. This Sandal's attack was simply too fierce, he could not take it head-on, otherwise, he would also be injured. The Thunder Dragon Knight's battle technique perfectly fused with his swift and violent speed, and his imposing manner was like a rainbow as he crazily attacked Yifan. The sail dodged back and forth, hesitating whether or not to use its sword intent to counterattack, but it immediately rejected this idea. He was not in a desperate situation yet, so there was no need for him to use such a trump card. If he relied too much on his sword intent, sooner or later, he would lack offensive methods. After all, if Sylvie was still alive, she would definitely know about his sword intent. The next time they met, she would be especially on guard. If he blindly believed that his sword intent was invincible, then he would definitely suffer a loss. He couldn't just disintegrate as soon as he met an expert. The consumption of disintegration was not a joke. Thinking of this, Yifan ran all the way and pulled out Dirk's broadsword that was stabbed into the ground. Night Terror. Lend me your sword. Take it. Naturally, Dirk had no objections. He could take advantage of this time to recover some of his physical strength. Yifan held his broadsword and turned around to receive Sandal's slash. Clang! After Yifan took half a step back, his sword once again brought out a sword light from the bottom up. Sword Chi Slash. Yifan recalled the move that Ling Qingfeng had used, and it just so happened that he used it at this moment. He had comprehended sword intent, and his sword Dao was already more than a level higher than Ling Qingfeng's. Now that he used the sword Chi Slash, the sword Chi seemed to have substance, bringing with it a half-moon white light, causing the air to fluctuate violently. Lightning Slash. When Sandal saw this move, he immediately changed his move. After increasing his spiritual energy, the golden greatsword slashed out with an electric current. Boom! The two sword Chis exploded, and the ground was scorched black and cracked. However, this kind of impact did not affect their movements much. In less than a second, their swords collided again. The sound of metal and sword Chis colliding could be heard incessantly. The two of them were like phantoms, moving at high speed on the empty ground. Their figures were as fast as lightning, and their sword shadows were like thunderbolts. Although Yifan's body and muscles were smaller than Sandal's, he gradually gained the advantage in terms of strength. After continuously swinging his sword for more than 50 times, Sandal's strength began to weaken. Huff, puff. Sandal's stamina was starting to run out of steam. He was horrified to discover that Yifan was like a tireless monster, becoming more and more ferocious the more he fought. Both of them had already passed the stage where they needed to use moves to compete. When complicated moves were useless, they would compete in terms of ingenuity and adaptability. Among them, speed and strength were the keys to victory, and what supported these 2 points was endurance. Ah! Yifan let out a furious roar, grabbing onto the loophole when Sandal's speed slowed down. After using his sword to block the opponent's sword, he kicked Sandal in the chest. Bam! Sandal was sent flying, directly rolling more than 20 meters away. Yifan forcefully beat Sandal until he was out of breath, using this very Dragon Knight method to win the battle, causing the surrounding Long Chi soldiers and Dirk to be dumbfounded. After the group of dragon riders reacted, they hurriedly lined up and aimed their flamethrowers at Yifan, not allowing him to get any closer. But Yifan was not afraid at all. He threw the broadsword back to Dirk's side and walked in front of Sandal and the group of soldiers. Sandal stood up, sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "If I hadn't fought with Dirk twice before." "You might not have, not necessarily what?" Yifan proudly said, "I might not be able to win against you." Sandal was silent. "A loss is a loss, you should be very clear by now." Sandal Bloom, "I did not rely on bragging to sit in the top 10 legend seat, you are not my match. If you want to take back the Dragon Flame badge and prove me wrong, then let Alland come here personally. Only a legend like him has the qualifications to talk to me about what happens next." After Yifan finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the plain. Sandal clenched the hilt of his sword tightly, his entire body trembling with anger. He looked at the plain, hesitating about something.